mean, Lawrence is loving it. He's loving it. You know what I mean? So, yeah, Lawrence Patrick's really happy as well. I think poor Kev's struggling a little bit. He just said he just froze as soon as he set off the start line. So I said, look, this is normal. You're doing the biggest, hardest thing in the world you've ever done. So you're bound to, your body's just going to say, what are you doing? So hopefully he's just had a good run there on that next lap on his own. So we'll just, you just see, hopefully build up nice and gradual and get there. So
who was that you were talking about? Sorry, who was that?
That's Kevin Keys. Yeah. So, Kev's a good little rider, so I'm not worried about him. It's just obviously he was saying to them about the trees. He says they can't work out the dark, going from light to dark. He says that's a real big problem for him, something he's not used to. So yeah, again, it's completely different for the lads. He just needs to go steady and build up gradual. So some lads you've got to speed up, some lads you've got to slow down. So yeah, let's see how they get on. It's just early days. You just want laps. Just get out there and get lapping. So yeah,
Milky, lovely to talk to you. Thank you for taking the time. Cheers.
Jen, just explain to us about, he said about going from light to dark. We heard it from Paul Cassidy there before. He went out with a clear visor on. I think that's the best option today. Do you think sun's not really that low yet? It's not an even practice, is it?
No, again, I think it's personal preference, whatever you feel comfortable with. Obviously, vision is very, very important. So whatever suits you. And like they're saying with the strobing, with the trees, obviously the course is lined with trees, isn't it? So you go in and out of shade.
Explain the strobing. Like a strobe light in a disco.
Yeah, basically, yes, because you're passing the trees at 150 mile an hour, so you're going in and out of light. So it is like a strobing effect, and it is very hard to get your eyes to adjust to that. It's a road racing skill that you've got to acquire. Basically, it's not something you have at short circuit racing. So yeah, it's something that I'm saying that Kevin Keys there has got to kind of adapt to and get used to.
Richard Charlton about to go out on the R1 Yamaha. The two Kringle boys, Ryan and Jamie, have just gone ahead of them as well. Father Kevin is deep in conversation. He'll be watching them go down. But, the man from the northeast there, Richard Charlton on the R1 Yamaha. You can hear that just distinctive note of the R1 as he fires away. And interesting to get the points of Milky there. Some of the riders enjoyed it, some not. And there's a man, good to see him back here, actually, number 30, Alan Ventnam from Soweto on the Lecker Racing 1000cc BMW. We're coming here to the TT for a good few years now. Number 41 is next. That's Chalky. That is James Chalk from Rathkeel on the Chalk Racing Suzuki. And we got 43 just coming up behind him there now. That's Almeric Blanc, the French rider, on the Team B&M Gaz 58 HML Honda. I did have a note, but it's not here with me because I didn't want to have it with here because I didn't want it to get blown away of the notes and the machines. It is Honda seems to be the preference this year. Hondas and BMW seem to be the big preference. And interesting, Mike Brown gone for the Aprilia, isn't it?
Yeah, that bike's fantastic, to be fair. Again, that's another sort of an Evo kind of bike because it's 1100cc over the 1000 cc's, obviously V4 as well. And it had a right good showing at the Northwest 200. Did consistent top 10 finishes on that bike. And prepared by the Ian Newton, he does such a good job. Very, very experienced, great racer himself. And he could throw up a surprise on that bike because that bike's been fantastic. Aprilia out of the crate, like we've been saying, they build proper little race machines. And yeah, I was very, very impressed with that bike at the Northwest 200.
Was an Ian Newton, of course, former British 250 champion many, many moons ago too, as Mike Norbury and Paul Potchie Williams at Bush made their way out as well. An interesting choice for the Aprilia, like you said, to have that 1100cc. That it's obviously, I don't think it's going to be as powerful as the BMW and the Kawasaki and the Yamaha, etc. But just the extra GGs and maybe a bit of extra revs will just maybe give it the edge. So one more bike coming up is Jonathan Perry, number 44, Jonathan, on the Gordon Huxley machine on the ZX10. Good to see him back as well. And we believe Peter Hickman is going to be making his way up here in a minute. What are we going to see from the outright lap record holder today? Remember, 136 it's gone out of my head now. 136.58, isn't it? I think it is, something like that. It's close to the 358. There you go. It's close enough. I was only missed the 3 off it. There you go. There's not much in it, but that, of course, was set on the Superstock bike. And there is one of the Founds boys, Pete Founds. Interesting to see what they're going to do. There's Alan Founds walking the other way as well. Remember last year, the two Sidecar boys, the Birchalls and the Founds, 120 mile an hour. And here comes Peter Hickman on the FHO machine by Monster Energy. The BMW must still be sore from that couple of crashes he had there the other week. 36 is next up to the line. That's Jonathan Gotski from Annecy in France on the Optimark Road Racing team. And another Optimark boys just behind him there is Eddie Frere from Chambéry on the BMW. Apologies, my French isn't the best. On another Optimark machine. They put a lot into it, the Optimark team, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody's just raising their game, aren't they? The teams are all this year are just all absolutely fantastic. All the bikes are immaculately prepared. And yeah, the level's just gone up again. It does every year, doesn't it?
58 is next to go. 58 is George Halliday from Glen May. First time at the TT last year, the Manx rider. But this time, he's not just got an R6, he's got the 1000cc Yamaha on the Stanford Halliday racing machine. Who have we got next? Number 12, is that? Yeah, number 12 it is. That's Davo Johnson. Good to see Davo back out once again from Adelaide on the Platinum Cup Racing Kawasaki. Is Davey coming up the line? Always happy. He enjoyed his time with us on the radio and also doing a bit of TV. But he's back on the bike now. 53 is next. Anthony Redmond, one of our local guys. Had a pretty good showing at the Northwest 200, did Anthony? Balaf ride, I think he had engine problems at the Northwest on that big bike, and he did ask if anybody had an engine, and obviously wasn't going to. I think he only had the twin to run on, but he's also got a 600. But here's Michael Dunlop. First bike across the line looked like James Hillier to me. I think it was Chris Boyd. Did that's Hillier, yeah?
I think it was. He's back first. One or two that they caught us by napping a bit. Actually, we were watching John McGuinness make his way over the mountain and have a run, and the two that were ahead of him, because obviously they were a little bit spaced out leaving here. They were caught us by napping a bit. Actually, we were watching John McGuinness make his way over the mountain and have a run, and the two that were ahead of him, because obviously they were a little bit spaced out leaving here. It was Phil Crow and James Hillier who were first away, and then John McGuinness, and then Sean Anderson. But there were quite big gaps between them. As we now will come back down to you, Chris, because we see Michael Dunlop has just climbed aboard the Hawk Honda. He is about to head out on that machine.
Yeah, looking at that, say that's a superbike, Jen.
Yeah, Michael's on the superbike there, and just see him just checking the steering damper, but yeah, just getting himself settled.
Years, like, just how much effort and time do you put into sort of redeveloping everything that you do every year?
Oh well, I made the decision in July last year and managed to buy these Kawasaki engines, and so it's been 11 months really. Probably exactly a year from thinking about it, but yeah, 11 months in the making.
Yeah, we were just saying how amazing it is to sort of have that drive. You've been doing the TT for so many years now, to sort of have that drive, and you've got young Jake on with you this year, youngest guy in the whole paddock, 20-year-old. How's that been working out?
Oh, really good. I've known Jake all his life since he was born, and it's all he's ever wanted to do. So I felt that it was a good time after he had a good ride with Michael Jackson last year as a newcomer, and he's right build, right mentality for it, and I just thought, right, I'm going to ask him, and fortunately he was able to do it. So that's given me a bit of a boost as well, having a young guy on that's really wanting to do well, and yep, that's it.
Well, best of luck this TT. I know everybody on the island's rooting for you, and I've got Beth here who's going to have a quick word with Jay.
Yeah, you couldn't hear what Dave Molyneux was saying about you there, Jake, but it was all very positive stuff. You had your first lap out, but you said it was a little bit slow for you, was it?
Well, yeah, it's just newcomer's lap. It's got to be done and stuff like that. It's pretty mad because last year Dave took me out on a separate, led us out on the newcomer lap, and now I was taking the newcomers out with Dave, so that was pretty nice. But no, I used it to just get comfy on the platform, try a few different things through different corners, and yeah, dead happy with all that. So now I've just got to go out and just build it up, and yeah, dead looking forward to it.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody who looks so happy to be doing what they're doing.
Well, when you live here and it's all you want to do, it's mental. It just consumes you. It's like living at Donington Park. It's just teasing you. So I've been waiting for it for ages. It's here. I'm just enjoying it.
And your fiancée Abby with you as well. How's she feeling?
She never really tells the truth. They don't, do they, these partners? But no, she puts on a brave face and stuff like that. And yeah, you couldn't ask for anyone better by my side, really.
Great to talk to you, Jake. Enjoy the faster lap, eh?
Thank you.
Tom Whedon has just gone out of the Obsession engineering machine, as has Josh Brooks on the big bike on the 1000cc BMW. Josh Brooks, of course. Looking to see if there's anybody else milling around down there. Everybody seems to be out on track. What are we now? We are in 41, that's 19, that's 22 minutes. Yes, a lot of the guys have come back in. Nathan Harrison has come back in, I'm led to believe. We're going to head back down here, Jen, actually, just see if we can find anybody else. Sean Anderson is just about to go out. Is Sean on number 18 machine? There's a Yamaha across the line. You can hear that. It sounds completely different, doesn't it, with the cross-playing crank machine? Are you there, Jen? No, there you are. You're there with us. Where Beth's gone. Sidecars are getting ready. They'll be away for their on-time session very, very shortly. Just not sure if who else is in at the moment. There seems to be people everywhere. Let's have a little look. Just have a quick check round, see if we can see anybody. No, we can't. Back to Boydie.
Absolutely. Thanks very much, Chris. Great work down there. A couple of news of retirements. Martin Morris on the Super Sport machine. He's stopped out at Sulby Bridge, making his own way back. And Michael Indy de Koppel has stopped at Crosby Crossroads on the Super Stock machine. He is making his own way back. We also noticed that Paul Cassidy, the guys we're speaking to a little bit earlier, he stopped at Quarter Bridge and had the marshals do his levers up, Lee, which is a bit of an experience.
Yeah, so whoever normally dresses that lad needs to pay more attention in the future. But yeah, we're just seeing really good to see first lap for Nathan Harrison there out on the factory Honda, and even better that Dean Harrison has gone through for a flying lap. So that's a good sign for him that he wanted to carry on straight through for the confidence and for the team. And also Jamie Coward has just gone through again and done the same thing.
And news on Michael Dunlop. We understand that the Hawk team have bought both a 2024 spec superbike and a 23 spec bike. He's out on the 23 spec bike right now.
That is, do you think, would you class that as being a little bit spoiled? And it's so hard to tell the bikes apart. Obviously, you'll hear the difference if anybody's out there on track. If he's on the 24 bike, you'll hear it. It'll sound a little bit more like a Yamaha one with a split throttle, so it goes off a cylinder now and again just for the feeling of the throttle. So the bike sounds a lot different. But other than that, there's the wings on the bodywork as well. But you could put that bodywork on either of the two machines. So really the only way of hearing that is knowing that is by the sound that you hear on the throttle.
James Hillier almost bump starting the WTF racing machine as he heads down the pit lane, and we've just seen newcomer Patrick Hoff come over the line there, so he's completed his first lap on the big bike as well. And so we can head down to Beth. Actually, she's got Jack Fowler.
Yeah, I'm just here with Jack. Jack, just tell us a little bit about yourself and just what your racing career has been up to date.
Yeah, so this is my first TT, but I've raced at the Manx Grand Prix since 2018 and just decided that I wanted to make the step up to the TT this year. And yeah, it's great to be here. It feels very similar to the Manx, just a lot more corporate, a lot more people, and it's come around very fast rather than wait until August. It feels like I've gone and here at the TT, and it's great to be out in the glorious sunshine.
And you really have been living and breathing the preparations for this.
Yeah, it's absolutely relentless, to be honest. I think a lot of people behind the scenes probably don't see how much goes into to getting here, all aspects. But as a privateer, I'm the mechanic, the rider, the delivery man, the painter, the graphics man. So I started building a new Triumph in autumn of last year, and I don't think I came out the garage from sort of the 1st of January until just a couple of days ago when we got the ferry over here.
Who have you persuaded to come with you then to help you out?
Yeah, so I've got my dad Neil with me, who competed at the Manx too long ago before I was around. So he's always by my side and is a good help. And I've got another good friend from home, Kevin Little, here. So I've got a good pair of hands, which are making my job a little bit easier, climbing the bikes up the hill from the bottom of the paddock. So yeah, hopefully we can have a good uneventful week.
And you were saying conditions out there, it's a little bit windy up top, but loads of people out.
Yeah, a bit windy today, which I'm quite a tall guy, so I'm struggling a little bit, which could also just be the rustiness of not being used to somewhere like this. You can't really prepare to ride here. But I thought the island was feeling quiet, but it looks absolutely packed out there when we're riding. So it's great to see so many people have come out today, and looking forward to getting the next fortnight underway properly.
And just finally, what's the plan for the rest of the day?
So we're out again in about an hour and a half. I'm going to try and do 2 laps on my Triumph because that's a new bike to me. So I really need to get used to that, get dialed in. If I get time, I'll squeeze in 1 more lap on my little Super Twin, but it really depends on timings and everything. Yeah, hopefully we can squeeze 3 laps in today, and that'd be, I've just done 2 there. It feels great to get them first couple out the way just to settle the stomach down a little bit. So yeah.
You've still got that power when you want the power, but the first feeling of the throttle is a lot nicer. Yeah, here we go. Now we're just looking at Dave Johnson rolling out onto the start line.
Just waiting for him to start his lap on the Superbike. And then obviously we're waiting on to see whether or not Hickman or Dunlop, there's no pressure on them to go out. It is an untimed pre-practice session, but you do not want to be losing track time.
Yeah, we just watched Josh Brooks go over the start and finish line there. As like we said before, it's a really good sign that he's just gone for a full ride through and committed to 2 laps straight away.
As a rider, are you frustrated with untimed sessions, or do you enjoy them?
Yeah, I think I understand why the organisers do this, because we all talk in teams are like, there's no pressure on the first session and blah, blah, blah. But then this takes it out of the rider's hands. So it's an untimed session, so there's absolutely no benefit. And we're all doing this for competitiveness. That's why we race motorbikes. So we can't sit down at the end of the session and say, this is what we've done.
Peter Hickman about to set off on, is it the super stock he's going out on? Does that look red plates, Lee, to you?
I believe it's on the Superbike. He's got a white number board with the flow orangey red number on it. But yeah, we'll see once we get a little bit, or once he sets off past, we can get a look at the front brake calipers. Is normally the first telltale, or even the forks, if I can see from up here.
Yeah, your eyesight definitely beats my eyesight for sure. But yeah, it looks like a Superbike from all the aero package on the front end. And Dean Harrison, we see just coming in at the end of a lap for a 2-lap run for Dean Harrison. And so Dean Harrison in as Peter Hickman heads out, and we wait to see whether or not Michael Dunlop goes. There's another 2 minutes left on this session for him to get out on a lap, and then at 16:30 we're due to have the sidecars away.
Yeah, so Michael has obviously, since that incident earlier with the Super Twin breaking down, he's done 1 lap. Well, he hasn't done any laps on the Super Twin. 1 lap, we believe, on the Super Sport bike, and then now 1 lap on the Super bike. So we're going to see if he's going to head it straight back out again. He's a little bit behind on time, so if he's going to get out on that 2024 Superbike, now would be a good time, as we see.
He's got a minute and a half if he wants to get out there. We'll maybe get down to the guys on the ground and see if they're with him. Chris Kinley.
Yeah, he's just rolled past us here now. It is definitely the 24 version of the Superbike that he's just about to jump on, like Jen says and like Lee says, with those wings on it. So this will be a direct comparison as well. So he's rolling in as more riders continue to come in. So Nathan Harrison's come in, and we got 42 coming in. That's Tom Wheaton. Sean Anderson has also just come in. Is he going to manage to get back out again? I'm not sure. But Sean's bike is coming past us. Michael Dunlop going up the ramp there now, and here we go, number 18. On the Super Stock machine, the Honda this time, the KH High, that's Kyron Hankin, I think. He was a good rider himself in his time, was Kyron, around here at the Isle of Man TT. And Sean Anderson is in off one bike, the Suzuki, and then about to go out now on the Super Stock machine. And there's another one of the Honda Fireblades going up. And how much of a difference is it, Jenny Timmett, for these Super Stock machines now, being able to run slick tyres?
It would be a huge difference. I think it'd be more a wear difference. I think compound-wise, they're very, very similar, if not the same. It's more of a wear issue, so you should have longer longevity in the tyre on the slick, and just the confidence of having a slick on there that brings you.
And it is Nathan Harrison who's just about to go out as well. So Nathan has just rolled up to the ramp with about 20 seconds to go in the session. In fact, 1 minute to go in the session. It is there now. So Michael Dunlop's gone out. Nathan Harrison. Dean had too many Harrisons. Dean Harrison's gone out, and Michael Dunlop all out at the end of this session. Chris Boyd.
Yeah, right at the very end of the session. Dean Harrison's has got away with 10 seconds of the session to go. I think the gate will be closed. I think it has been closed possibly, and that looks to be the end. Nobody else will be setting off for a lap, but there are a lot of the big names. In fact, Michael Dunlop, we're just seeing going very wide at Quarterbridge. He's back on the power as he heads out towards Braddon Bridge, but certainly a very wide line into Quarterbridge, like he was a little bit unsure on the braking on the front end, maybe, Lee?
Yeah, it's hard to say, really. Maybe the brakes just quite weren't up to temperature. He didn't have a good feeling off the front tyre, but interesting there. Dean Harrison got out literally with 10 seconds to go. So, no, we're just looking at a replay of this, and Michael was looking down at his dash. So whether maybe he selected the wrong gear or went back too many and didn't want to tip in there. But yeah, just a little bit of uncertainty. But yeah, Dean Harrison's got 5 laps, I think. Well, if he gets the super stock lap in now, that'll be 5 laps already, and we have another session to go. So yeah, he's going to be a tired boy tonight.
He'll be blowing, that's for sure, by the end of the night, because I guess coming here for the first day, it absolutely takes it out of you.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is the mental strain. You know, your body trains all year and all these other races we do and all the training that we do, but there's only one Isle of Man TT, and the mental strain of sitting at these speeds and the perception of speed and all the, obviously the sunlight and the damp patch. Well, there's no damp patches now, but the sunlight and the shade and all these things that your brain has to take in for this period of time. So yeah, you normally have a sore head after the first night, never mind sore muscles.
Well, speaking of a first day's work, you've done a fantastic first day's work. I think the sidecars are coming up, so we're going to give you a little bit of a breather, and you'll be back with us for the solo qualifying, the opening qualifying sessions from the solos, which are due a little bit later. So we're going to let you have a break. We're going to take an ad break. We'll be back with the sidecars.
1, 2, 3 wheeling. Freewheeling.media, official title sponsor and Sidecar TT media partner for the Isle of Man TT Sidecar races. With over 1.5 million social media followers and daily content updates, Freewheeling.media promotes and unites all classes of sidecar racing around the world. Freewheeling is the world's leading sidecar racing media connection. Get connected via Freewheeling.media. By the sport, for the sport.
Safety, stability and security are paramount when it comes to the TT. They're also key to the exceptional international financial solutions we provide at RL360. We've sponsored the Superstock race since 2002, making RL360 the longest running TT sponsor. And like TT, RL360 is delighted to call the Isle of Man home while showcasing the island on an international stage. RL360 for life's financial journey.
Passionate about your bike? Then we're passionate about getting you the right bike insurance at Entire Cover Insurance. No matter if you ride a classic motorbike or a cruiser, we could get you quotes from some of the UK's leading insurance providers in minutes. If you're lucky enough to have more than one bike, Entire Cover can compare multi-bike quotes all in one place, saving you time and hassle. Visit entirecoverinsurance.co.uk, ensuring life's adventures, big and small.
Metzeler Motorcycle Tyres, the official tyre of the TT. Metzeler tyres are designed, developed and tested in the most extreme environments and the toughest settings, including the Isle of Man TT course. Whether you ride on road, off-road or on track, Metzeler has a tyre for you. See the Metzeler range at the TT Grandstand or find your perfect tyre with our tyre configurator online at metzeler.com. Metzeler Motorcycle Tyres, the official tyre of the TT.
Milwaukee Tools, engineered for the professional trades. With over 4,500 products across power tools, accessories, hand tools, PPE and storage, Milwaukee provide the solutions you need for a hard day on the job site. Heavy duty is not just a slogan, it's Milwaukee's promise to bring the best to professional users in construction, carpentry, plumbing, electrics, landscaping and every trade. Search online for Milwaukee UK. Nothing but heavy duty.
Back here at the TT Grandstand, where we are coming to the end of the solo sessions of free practice on the opening day of action at TT 2024. And we're about to get the sidecars underway. We're just waiting for the start of their session. It looks like it may just be a little delayed from 16:30. We don't see any action down in the paddock area at the moment to get the sidecars underway. News of retirements in that solo session that is ongoing. Jonathan Perry, who stopped at Quarterbridge and is making his own arrangements for return. At least Quarterbridge is fairly straightforward to get back to. So we understand that Michael Dunlop may have just pulled in. So we're just waiting on news on Dunlop. And Sam West has come off and he is up and walking. So Sam West has come off. We're not sure of the location on that, but he is up and walking. So we'll await news on Michael Dunlop, who we think maybe stopped out there as well. And we will head down to Chris Kinley to get the opening sidecar session, the free practice underway, Chris.
Yeah, they're just checking on something there. So I think there is going to be a little bit of a delay to the start of this sidecar practice, which is unfortunate. But yeah, we believe it's going to be 30-minute delay, unfortunately, on that one. So that is a little bit of a shame. So we'll make our way back down in there. So yeah, just a reminder, a 30-minute delay due to They're just checking the road. I think it's from the bottom of Bray Hill down through to Quarterbridge. I think Chris Boyd will get the official line on that to give you from the organizer, but that's just what I was just picking up in the background just here. So that is a bit of a shame. So it was going all so well. Just saying, we were just commenting, Jem, when we were up there, weren't we, how cool it feels, isn't it? Again, that temperature is just, I know it's, what is it now? We're 4:30. It's gone very cool, isn't it?
Yeah, the wind seems to have picked up a bit as well. But yeah, it seems we're out of the sun. It is quite cool temperature up here. But I don't think it will affect anything. I think it's not cold enough to make a huge amount of difference. So yeah, hopefully it will not make any difference. It might just be a bit windier up at Windy Corner, but other than that, it's not too bad. And the sun's coming back out now. So yeah, it seems if we can stay in the sun, we'll stay warm.
So you as a rider then, you've just done your first session here. You've done your practice session. You've done your bits. You've done your bobs. You're coming back in. Your head is absolutely buzzing. You haven't been here since, say, if you did the Classic TT or the Manx Grand Prix last year. You haven't been here since the TT last year. What's it like after the first session when you go back to your awning and you do your little debrief? Can you remember all that data, or are you one of these people that goes, bang, data dump?
Yeah, you sort of do a data dump, and your head is absolutely buzzing. You know, it is like an assault on your senses, so to speak, with the speed and just everything coming at you, just getting used to it. It is a bit of overload, but you can't, you'll just basically replay everything that you've just done in your head, probably till you're in bed tonight, when you were dreaming about it tonight. And yeah, lots of guys will be going straight back to crew chiefs or mechanics, whatever, and just getting out of their minds what's just happened, if there's anything that they can remember that they want to change, or anywhere they were struggling, or anything at all. But literally, me personally, I was just replaying it over and over and over, which is actually quite a good thing, because you can remember things that you do need to change, whereas sometimes at short circuit you come back and like, oh, well, you're too busy trying to scrap with somebody else, that you sort of forget to think about the bike, whereas here you got so much time generally on your own. You can think about the bike completely, what you want to change suspension wise, maybe fueling wise, maybe gearing wise. Yeah, so they'll definitely be coming back and just doing a full on data dump with mechanics.
What would you just even now, after all the years since you've finished riding here, can you still remember certain parts of certain laps?
Yeah, mostly when a pheasant run out.
Where was that?
Sorry,
Pheasant.
Yeah, pheasant. It was getting into 13th. I didn't really know what to do, and I thought, well, it's gonna have it if it needs. I'd have to run it over, but luckily it ran off. But I guess the wildlife is one thing that you kind of never think to consider, especially as a newcomer. I didn't even consider thinking about something running out. I mean, it was quite a shock when that happened, but you just have to think it's him or me.
Yeah, you think about the year when Hutchie hit the Seagull just down the road here on the Swan Yamaha that year as well. I mean, even when you ride your normal motorcycle, if you get hit by a big bumblebee or something, that hurts. Stones and things, that's another thing we've seen at the Northwest. That happens here too, doesn't it? Getting peppered by stones.
Yeah, I mean, you can come back and be bruised and battered and not even have come off your bike. I've seen riders with massive bruises on their arms just off stones, and saw poor Jordan, he got a bird to the face, didn't he? Was it down Sulby Straight? So you hitting a bird at 150, 60, 70 mile an hour, it's going to hurt. So yeah, nothing you can do about it there really, other than duck.
So what is it about the Isle of Man that's the most demanding thing? Is it physical? Is it mental? Or is it both?
I'd say for me personally, it was definitely mental. Just the level of concentration is absolutely humongous in comparison to short circuit racing.
Word of the day, humongous. That'll do.
Yeah, but then again, I mean, I wasn't obviously up to the speed of the top boys, so I assume for them it would be physical as well. Just trying to hang on to the things. You don't really sit on the seat. And I found it was very much like extremely fast motocross around here, because it is so bumpy, especially the Ginger Hall section. So bumpy, you're up on the balls of your feet. Your bum's not actually sat on the seat, so your legs are taking a pound and your knees are taking a pound. And yeah, so it's both. But the mental side of it is a huge thing, especially it can be quite draining, quite tiring, just because of the level of concentration that you have to keep.
Well, that's the mental side. From the physical side, he's had a tough 12 months since that big crash in the Northwest 200 last year, but he's back at the TT against Mick Sweeney's with Beth.
Yeah, Michael Sweeney is here. And Michael, you were just saying, actually, it's been a long time, and you're feeling it a little bit physically at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I know I only missed a year, but it's 2 years now since I've been here. So yeah, we done 4 laps there on the smaller bikes at the start, and then I done 2 on the big one there, and just on the second lap, just going through Ginger Hall into Ramsey, I just felt my back starting to ache a little bit. So the plan is just to try keep circulating as much as I can and not worry about lap times and just try and enjoy it. And just get the body back into so much banging and thumping. So hopefully he'll get used to it by the end of the week and we'll be all right.
And what's the plan? Did you do physio outside of racing?
Yeah, we've been doing physio for the last couple of months and bloody a year nearly now, isn't it, since my accident? So yeah, it's been quite a while. I've been getting physio and I've been in the hyperbaric chambers. I've done all that type of stuff. But yeah, it's just try to get stronger now, just build a bit of strength and just try to get a bit of strength around my back again.
And what about the mental side of it? How's that been?
That's been tough. That has been tough the whole way through it. I don't even know really, to be honest with you. It's been a hard time between myself and the missus as well. She's been through it all as well with me, and but yeah, we've come out the other side of it, thank God, and it's starting to get back into it now and get back and trying to enjoy riding a motorbike again.
Tell us about your team who you've got with you.
We've the lads here, we've Dare here and Kev here, and we're waiting on the young Dan is there with us now, but there's a couple other lads due over tomorrow and the next day, so you just kind of have to waggle around work and get away. You can't really take them all away for 2.5 weeks. So yeah, they should be all here by Wednesday.
And we're wondering if you do still win the award for the most ingenious way of getting back to the TT paddock.
Look, hopefully we don't get any more of them this year, but it's a bit of crack, isn't it? We'll make our way back somehow.
Great to see you. Have a good fortnight.
Thanks a million, mate.
It's interesting because that's the same spot, Beth, that Michael Dunlop stopped earlier on. So he didn't have to go to the river, was it, to come back, if I remember rightly? That was last year, wasn't it? Was it year before? Was year before, Beth?
Yeah, I think it was the year before, but wasn't there a tram involved as well at some point too?
Who knows? We've had some stories over the years, the boys trying to get themselves back here, but good to see Emeko back out. We were touching on it before about Lee was talking about muscle memory and stuff. If he's not been here, riding the bike for a year, it takes a wee while just for those muscles just to go, come on, boys, let's get the old body back into position. Some of the Sidecar boys are just taking a little bit of a chill out at the moment, and we are just reminded we do have a delay. We're just going to be checking up. They're going to do a bit of a check on the circuit there from the bottom of Bray Hill down through to Quarter Bridge. So did we get any updates on whether Michael Dunlop had pulled over? Did you say, Chris, you were just checking it out, were you?
Absolutely, yeah. We understand that he stopped at the Railway Inn in Union Mills, so there'll be plenty of spectators there who will have had an up-close look at possibly a slightly frustrated Michael Dunlop, who was out on that 2024 Spec Hawk Honda. Of course, he stopped earlier on at Griever Bridge on the Super Twin, so he's had a little bit of a difficult afternoon to start his TT 2024, but he has managed to get some laps in along the way as well. Just a reminder, as Chris has said, about 4:30, just as the Sidecar session was due to start, it was announced that there was a 30-minute delay. They've had to put a sweeper onto the course, and so that's what we're waiting for. Expected to be around about 30 minutes, so we're about 8 minutes into those 30 minutes, maybe about 5 o'clock. We're now looking at getting the Sidecars away. It's given us a chance, as we mentioned before. Lee Johnston's taken a breather. Patrick Ferrance has joined us up here. You were down there for that opening session. Felt quite tense down there for an opening session of TT, even untimed.
Yeah, it always does. People, there's a lot of anticipation. There's a lot of build up. Like the whole teams have got to come over, and it's the preparation doesn't start 3 weeks ago. It started at the end of the TT last year. So it's like 12 months preparation for a lot of these guys. Most of the guys down in the paddock there, they focus their whole 12 months. Their main focus is the TT. So there's going to be a lot of tension, a lot of nerves. I speak to a lot of guys down there, and they were just saying that there are a few butterflies in the belly. So they were glad to just get out and get a couple of laps in, just to sort of get them nerves settled a little bit.
Well, we were hearing from Beth, I think it was, that Kevin Keyes froze pretty much as he left the line. Just being at the TT and the whole aspect of being a newcomer, he completely froze as he went off the line.
Yeah, it's a big thing, especially as a newcomer. I mean, especially for these Sidecar guys now. All the other guys that are sort of experienced around here, they're happy. They've experienced this before, the delays, but like this is the worst time for the newcomers. There's a delay just before you start to go out, so you build everything up and you sort of try and get all your fluids on board and get everything settled down, ready for that off down Bray Hill, and then there's an announcement. There's a 30-minute delay, unfortunately. So it's the newcomer guys that are sort of worst affected, really.
I was going to say, because it's now 2 hours ago since they set off for their newcomer lap behind Richie Quayle and the travelling marshals. Conrad Harrison took out a set, didn't he? They've been sat around for 2 hours thinking about what they did on that one lap, waiting for the opportunity to get out on their own.
Yeah, the best thing is to do is like go out and do a steady lap, a warm-up lap, which you have to do these days. It wasn't even installed as a thing when I first started. You had to sort of just get on and go. But the best thing to do in that situation would be go and do your speed controlled lap and then just get out again. But they've had a 2 hours wait to sort of think about it, and that's the worst thing, is just sitting around and thinking, and there's so many emotions and thoughts go on through your head, and it's they'll just be keen to get underway.
See Peter Hickman just arriving back into the paddock, so he's completed his lap as well. We've got more riders who left off after him, including Dean Harrison, who got out 10 seconds before the end of the session. One of the more experienced riders on the in the grid these days is Connor Cummins, and he is with Beth Espy.
He certainly is. The Malenko by Paget's tent is a hive of activity at the moment. And Connor Cummins, we've just been talking about the newcomers. What do you remember about your first time out here?
Yeah, just an amazing experience. Nice to take in the sights. That's all you want to be doing first year.
So you've had a run out there. How's it been?
Yeah, 600 was fine. Had a lovely little couple of laps on that. Couple of issues on the super bike there. So I came in and we've just jumped on the super stock bike. So we got a good starting point with the stocker. So reasonably happy.
And in terms of the information that you give to the team, what are they expecting from you?
First couple of nights is just get my eye back in and just give as much feedback as I possibly can. So that's my job this first couple of nights. So we've got plenty of data to go off there for those 3 laps, even though it wasn't straightforward, but we'll keep going.
And from your point of view, how easy is it getting back into it?
It's not easy. Definitely not easy, but yeah, well, I'm enjoying it.
Brilliant. Great to talk to you, Connor. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Beth. So, Patrick, we were talking, and we're just going to roll into the sidecar preview, really. And there are fantastic storylines running right through the sidecar field this year, aren't there?
There is. It's a massive unknown, you know. Tom Birchall's sudden announcement that he was retiring from the sport, it was sort of, I don't think it was even on the cards. It was just all of a sudden, and it sort of left Ben in a position where, I mean, good passengers are short to come by, and when you've won the last 11 TTs and you've won 14 altogether, it leaves you. Well, I don't know where it leaves you. You sort of, there must be a moment of panic of thinking what you actually do to sort of be able to get a passenger that's capable of doing the speeds that he's doing, because lap record holder 120 mile an hour, but I think it sort of puts him on the back foot for a short while. And I think this week, I think he'll be praying for good weather, because laps under his belt is what he needs with Kevin, because Kevin's done the TT before. He did it with a couple of years ago with Tim Reeves, but they didn't actually finish a racing lap. They broke down on lap 1 of race 1 and 2. So he did 114 mile an hour during practice, but his sort of time on the bike is paramount for them. But Ben's adept at sort of keeping everything together, and he's a real calm character, and he's a real methodical thinker. So he will have thought about all this, and like Kevin is the man. He's on form, and he's on a good run at the minute. He's passenger in the World Championship for Harry Payne, and they won the last 2 rounds to Sachsenring, and they've come away leading the World Championship. So he's on a bit of a high anyway. And like Ben was saying in the interview before, he is super professional.
The pace at the World Super side is unbelievable at the top end, isn't it?
Yeah, there's probably 7 or 8 guys that can win it. They're all in qualifying. It is a good spectacle at the minute, and they're like every circuit that they go to, the top 6, 7 guys are sort of within 3/4 of a second, and they're not always in the same positions. So you've got different winners every weekend, and you know, it is a competitive series to be in, and coming away sort of a few rounds into it, leading it, you're doing a good job.
We'll keep running through the sidecar preview just as we build into what will be their on-time pre-practice session. But we'll also want to pick up the solo riders at the end of their session. We've just seen Dean Harrison come in through the North Gate, I think, to complete his lap. And Beth is with Dom Herbertson.
Yeah, I am. Dom, talk us through how your afternoon's gone so far.
How can I? I'm not, how? You can tell by the hesitation. I have no idea. I've just done 4 laps and I can't remember a single second of it. It's absolute. This place is just amazing, and you go. Bear in mind, I've got up the 600, and you think, "Oh, I am hossing here, absolutely hossing." And then you get on a big bike, and I've just had my face blown clean off. It's just phenomenal. How are we allowed to do this? Never take this away from us ever.
I'm wondering if I can define hossing. Is that a real word?
Well, you are. just use the imagination, everyone. Hossing, you're going for it. You're absolutely like you're going like the clappers. It's great. Absolutely love this place.
How have the preparations been?
Preparations, no, that again, first time riding for the RK Burrows team, and I feel like a spare part, to be honest with you. It's normally me and my mates, and we're normally flapping about, go and get this, get that, and no, I feel like I'm not even allowed in the awning, to be honest with you. It's like, yeah, right, we'll fix it. You go out and like go as fast as you can. It's new for me, it's new for them, and hopefully we'll get some more laps in.
You got your dad here as well?
Oh yes, he always keeps me on my toes. He's the only man who can. Him and Andy Brown here, they more like bouncers for everyone else, to be honest, to keep me calm. So they keep me honest anyway.
Wonderful. Great to talk to you. Have a great fortnight.
Cheers. Thank you.
Let's be speaking to Dom Herbertson. We're just going to jump in now quickly, if we can, and speak to the handsomest man in the paddock, apart from me, is Davo Johnson. Sorry, bud, just to jump in. Davo, lovely to see you again.
Yeah, thanks, mate. That was really good. I'm happy with that. Sometimes you go out and you don't feel very good at all. Like, everything's happening pretty quick, but I felt really good. The bikes are stable as everything. We've got a good starting sort of base for the bikes, that's for sure.
What about yourself with the body? All good? All the injuries and stuff all fit?
Yeah, I felt really fit then. I definitely felt fitter than I did last year. I feel like I can keep going now. So definitely like the arms and that, when you go out, everyone sort of does it first session, hold on too tight. And I did do that the first lap, and then I just sort of yelled at myself and told myself to let go of the bars where I can, which is in weird spots around here. Only the superbike riders will be able to tell you, but like down Solway Straight, it's really hard these days to relax. So you got to do it in other areas.
Just explain to the listener out there, what are you doing to relax yourself, just to talk to yourself as you go around, saying, Davo, don't do that. What are you telling yourself when you go around? You catch yourself on a bit.
Just physically holding on too tight. Like it's, you don't even know you're doing it, you're just doing it subconsciously. And then when you feel yourself doing it and you're conscious of it, then you just let go of the bars and just try and drop the shoulders and relax. And it took me a long time in my career to work out that I was doing that in short circuit BSB and stuff. I used to hold my breath as well, which is a bit of an issue. but yeah, sometimes when you go out for a boomer lap, like a 1 lap qualifier, and you come in absolutely knackered after 1 lap, that's what I was doing. So it took me a while to, I was probably mid-20s at this point. So I'd already been in the UK for 5 years, but so bringing that to the TT, it's a necessity around here for sure.
Going to change anything? Happy? Few tweaks?
Just a few tweaks, just gearing and a bit of mapping and ride high a little bit on the Superbike. I bottomed out straight away on that down Bray Hill, so backed off through the bottom of the Garra and still smacked the bottom. So yeah, and it's beautiful carbon as well. My boss here likes his carbon bling, so yeah, I'm going to stop doing that.
All right, David, thanks for your time.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, buddy. Cheers, David Johnson. Cheers, and Forrest Dunn is with Beth.
He certainly is. And Forrest, just looking at your machines here, they're pretty distinctive. Not going to miss you.
Yeah, we were going to change the colours. Obviously, we ran the pink and white last year, but it was we were going to change it. But I sort of spoke to a few people, and they said, "No, that's we love that scheme last year, so we're trying to stick with it now." So
early days, how was it out there?
Windy, yeah, it's windy, it's wet, yeah, it's not very nice. So we're just getting around really. Just he's back into it, and obviously that was an untimed practice. So we're just just get around and have a look and see what it's all about. The course looks good though, apart from that. So.
And is there a game plan for the rest of the day then?
Just stay on, I think, and get round and worry about going fast later in the week. I think that's probably the. Wait for the better weather to come if it comes and worry about it later in the week.
It'll come. Forrest Dunn, lovely to talk to you.
Thank you.
Good to have the thoughts of Forrest Dunn. Going to maybe grab a word with Brian McCormack in a second. He's just speaking to Davo Johnson and just talking about stuff. Brian, just a wee quick word. I'm looking at the sponsor on the front of the big bike there. CavernachChristmasTrees.ie. That's early.
Yeah, that's all year round in Ireland. It's Christmas every day. No, he's been a long time sponsor since about 2010, to be fair. So, Christy, that's Paul Jordan. Look very excited there. Yeah, he's been a long time sponsor. So Christy's been a good man to me. But yeah, it's great to be back. It's just brilliant to be back around here again.
How's you though? How's the body? How's everything? And how is that going out on the big bike first time? Wake up.
Yeah, I felt so much more comfortable on the big bike. I'm really nervous on the small bike. I'm too big on it. And it pulls me off the bike everywhere. When I got on the big bike, it's like a bus. Not even that, it's just the size of me. I can't get tucked in on it. And with the kind of injury to my knee and my ankle, it's not ideal either. So we'll play around with it and get a screen off a bus or something put on the front of it and try and make it work. But the big bike felt like a busted sofa. It was brilliant, just absolutely brilliant to ride again. So yeah, happy.
I like that busted sofa. I kind of like that. That's like an old pair of slippers.
Yeah, it's like a yeah. I was going to say something else there, but not.
Please don't. And you're helping Dave O'Johnson out, I believe, with a super sport machine. Is that right?
Yeah, unfortunately, Owen O'Shaughnessy, who was supposed to ride as a newcomer this year, he crashed at Northwest and a bit of an injury. So the bike was sitting there, and Dave had no super sport bike, so we put 2 and 2 together and got 4, and now there's a loud Aussie sitting on my Triumph. Unfortunately, didn't get our clutch went on him, but it's only one of them things, you know what I mean? Yeah, we'll prepare and go again on Wednesday or Tuesday or Wednesday, hopefully, for him.
Thanks, Brian. Thanks for your time.
Bye, very much.
Thanks, Brian McCormack there. Nice to hear from him. And let's speak to father-to-be Sean Anderson, who's with Beth.
He certainly is. And the father-to-be is tucking into a little bag of Haribo. Are these your sweets of choice, are they?
No, but I'll take them when I can get them. But anything, obviously, just in 2 longish sessions, 5 laps, is almost a superbike race done. So a little bit shocked to the system, I would say. So the body's like, just what happened there? And so it'll be another long afternoon here. Temperature's good and all the rest. So no rest for the wicked. So I'll take any sugar I can get.
I guess there's not a lot you can really do to prepare for what you're putting your body through.
No, I mean, the organizers made a good call. Like the small bikes going out first, it just allows you to like break yourself in, if there is such a thing, a bit more gentle. And then the true shock to the system when you get on the big bike, and the world goes in reverse after that. So overall, happy enough. A few dodgy patches, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's free practice. So the idea was just to be cautious, feel our way in. We have 2 new bikes this year for the stock and the super sports. So there was a lot of feeling out and a bit of guesswork on gearing and like ergonomics and all these things, and just getting a feel for the bike itself, because we haven't done a whole lot. We haven't done as many miles as we're hoping to do before here. So overall, like, back one piece, work to be done. So happy enough that we have a wee bit of a rest period in here to be able to just like get things changed where we can and try and make improvements for the later on session.
And just tell us who you've got with you.
So I mean, I have the same guys on the superbike. So Nathan and Steve Wheatman's big bike for the superbike team Classic Suzuki. Then Karen Hankins, KHR Fireblade. So that's being looked after by Andy Wilson and the Wiz Norton boys that look after me for the Manx Grand Prix. And then Mike Bibby's on the super sport bike. So that's Butterfields of Skipton. They've come on board for that bike. And I think that'll be a really strong bike for us. Super sport, I think a lot of people think maybe I'm just a little bit too big for that class, but I have to say I really enjoyed the first 2 laps on that bike. So I know we have a wee bit of work to do, so we'll find our way with that one.
Make sure you brush your teeth tonight, eh?
Yeah, I mean, the irony is Andy Wilson was a dentist, so I'm probably going to get told off at some stage.
Sean Anderson, great to talk to you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, nice to get the thoughts of Sean, and we miss him and Sarah well. We'll just move down to the Troop of Triumph guys. That's Peter Hickman. He's deep in conversation with the sandwich at the moment, which is very important. We'll let him finish that off, because they never talk with your mouth full. That's what your mother said. That's what my mother always says. Pete, it's good to see you here back on the Isle of Man again. And how's all the bumps and knocks in the other week? All good? All a distant memory, or still a bit suffering like a few?
Yeah, it is what it is. You know, I basically got bruised bones in my left hand. So the problem with the bruised bone, it's probably even worse than a break, to be honest. It takes so long to get fixed. So yeah, we're talking like it's probably going to be a couple of months at least before my hand starts to feel like normal. So not ideal. It's a good job it's in my left, really, not my right. It doesn't necessarily stop me doing anything. So I have full movement, I have full strength. The biggest problem is just the pain. So it just hurts to do it. I can ride the bike absolutely fine, no problem at all. Even the super bike, I can ride it absolutely fine. It just hurts. So and then of course around here, getting banged around all over the place. It's super bumpy. There's a couple of corners that are better than before. Carramore's been completely resurfaced, which is the first time in 10 years. Obviously, this is my 9th TT, but my first one was 10 years ago. It's actually nice and smooth through there now. It's quite nice.
How was that then, first run?
Yeah, happy enough. You know, a few teething problems like normal. Tracks getting a little bit better the longer that we went on. But it's a bit dirty at the minute. But yeah, overall, I was happy enough. Just steady away.
Triple Triumph, good.
Yeah. It's a different bike to the last 2 years. So gearbox is completely different. Engine spec is different. Different forks in it. And obviously in the Super Sport rules now, we can run different triple clamps. We can run different links and stuff. So yeah, overall the bike is quite a bit different. But yeah, we're figuring it out as we go. It felt good enough.
Out of the box bike.
Yeah, all right, actually, happy enough. Again, a few little teething problems. Super Stock bike was brand spanking new. But the fuel cap was leaking, so I got absolutely drenched in fuel straight away, which is not ideal. And then Super bike felt okay. Just the dash went off at one point, so like the bike kept running, but the dash went off, which is not ideal. And feels like it's got a bit of a flat spot and about 10,000 RPM. So boys are just trying to figure that bit out now.
So they plug all the computer stuff in. Do you retain all that in your head as well for later on? Is something you've forgotten?
No, I've downloaded, told them what I need to tell them, and then hopefully they fix it.
Peter, good luck and get some rest on that and enjoy your sandwich.
Cheers, mate. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter Hickman. Good stuff. Let's hear from Mike Russell, who's with Beth.
Yeah, he is. And I've just asked you, Michael Russell, if you're doing all the races this year.
Well, we're parading in 10, I think the word is, yes. We are. We're going to be out in 10 races. We're hopefully going to do the same as last year where we started all 10. And then the ambition is third time lucky. I think that the saying is we're going to try and finish 10. We were so close last year. The team put a massive effort into it. And we came very close. So it can only go one step better. I think we missed out by a couple of miles on both races that we didn't finish. And we were very proud of all the efforts I put in and the team. And then this year we've hopefully upgraded. We've made ourselves look a little bit more presentable. I've not had my hair done in Turkey yet, but we've had the new truck and Fraser Evans and all my sponsors, Millfield and Elsie, and everyone that supports me coming across to this amazing event has put some serious graft in behind the scenes to make us look a little bit more professional. We've got new bikes, new engines, so we're trying to make the most of the attempt. And if it doesn't happen, I mean, this is the most, other than James doing the Dakar, I think this is probably the most grueling event in the world. So to for a little old man like myself to try and get around in 10 races, and I think we averaged about 115 mile an hour between all the classes last year, we're gonna try and just enjoy that moment. And you can't not enjoy racing around the TT course. So 10 races is what we're aiming for. Regardless of what happens, we're going to be giving it my all, and the team will be doing everything they can to support me. And we're just going to hopefully get cheered on by the crowd and just look out for the bright orange leathers. We've gone safety first. So we've got some nice day glow leathers and bikes look pretty. So well, fingers crossed we'll get spotted around the track as well.
I'm sure you will. And Vicky Cook, you're a passenger again?
Vicky's back on again. So we've got the young Vicky Cook. So she's going to be, I mean, I don't know how they do it, to be honest. I mean, you have a chat with her and she'll be like, oh, it's easy. I just sit there. But it's not. They have to be a special breed to even get on these back of these sidecars. So fair play to her. Yeah, she's on this year. We'll have a good safe run around this year, and then we'll plan, another year with one solo and sidecar.
Yeah, right. That's what you say now. That's what you say. Vicky, you're a different breed, apparently.
Yeah, that's what Jack reckons. I mean, he's the one that's just bored the whole of the Isle of Man Manx radio to death, I think. But no, I'm joking. Yeah, no, we're looking forward to this year. It's good to be back with Jack again. Yeah.
Now, we should explain your nickname.
So I believe personally that Pete and Jevon actually come into this TT as favourites, which will be
Wow.
the first time in a good number of years where the Birchells haven't been favourites, and it's just purely because of that passengers change. It's not as simple as somebody getting on and doing a job. These are the best guys in the world at their job, and to hold on round here at 120 mile an hour, it's an unbelievable feat. So Ben can't go out and just go off like he would be comfortable with having Tom in the chair. There's a lot of settling in and bedding in, and it's like Kevin will be a slightly different weight, so they've got to dial the suspension in, and there's a lot of factors sort of taken into account with just having a different passenger on. And it's been to people's detriment in the past when they've got a new passenger on, and it hasn't always worked out for them. So there is a massive unknown there. So I think Pete and Jevon are actually favourites in this TT.
That would be sensational, wouldn't it? But given how long the Birchells have been so dominant, and well, it's pretty much the same setup apart from the passenger. But then Ryan and Callum, they're coming through all the time as well, obviously.
Yeah, these guys are amazing, and they've got the actual. They've done a lot of work over the winter. They've actually got the same setup now for what Ben and Tom had last year with their bike. So they've laid the engine down a little bit more. So the cylinder head, rather than being in an upright position, it's more at like a 90-degree angle. So it's not a normal position for a racing engine, but there's a lot of development that has to go into that. So so they don't starve flood the head full of oil because the engine's laid down. They have to have like breathers coming out of the cylinder head and back into the sump. So there's a lot of technical things that are going on, but it all helps because you've got a lower center of gravity. So that helps with the balance and the handling of the bike, but also Ben can get down lower, so you're faster in a straight line. So they have these developments on their bike now, so they're going to be right on the pace as well. It's worth a mile an hour, 2 mile an hour, and they're already doing mid 118s, which is their fastest. So they're in with a good shout.
It's all about those small gains or not so small gains, as the case might be.
Yeah, it is, and that's what the Birchells have been so good at over these last decade, really. I mean, nobody's dominated the sport at the TT in sidecars or in any sort of class, I don't think, than what the Birchells have done since the very first win. You had obviously Dave Molyneux, 17 times TT winner, but he's never dominated for a decade.
Rob Fisher may be the last person to really dominate for a few years.
Yeah, but then he was battling against Dave Molyneux, so they were keeping each other honest. But like no one's really been able to take the fight to the Birchells. Well, since 2000 and probably 14, 13 maybe now. So it's a good lump of time to sort of dominate the sport. And now Pete and Jevon are there, and like this unknown are having a different passenger on. It does really open up the mix.
Albeit that Kevin is very, very professional, and we expect that he will deal with the no problem.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, definitely not taking anything away from Kevin, but it's just it's a massive unknown, and just even if you go into short circuit racing and you get a different passenger on, you have to sort of gel with each other and adapt. And like Ben's only ever ridden with Tom. He's never had a different passenger on in his whole racing career. So it's not just a small change. It's a probably bigger change than like changing manufacturer for a sidecar team.
Absolutely. Then behind them, you get into the established challengers, if you like, Tim Reeves, Mark Wilkes, Dave Molyneux. Obviously, has got Jake Roberts with him, but Dave obviously has got. So Dave switching back to Kawasaki for the first time since you were on with him.
Yeah, so that's been a decade as well. 10 years to 2014 was the last time that Dave had Kawasaki. He went to Suzuki in 2015. So he's going back to when he had his last success, but you
did all right.
I did all right, yeah. But this new generation of Kawasaki seems to be really strong. Like Hondas have always been the engines for the sidecars. I don't know if it's the sort of way it transferred the power onto the track, but they've always sort of been the dominant engine within sidecar racing. They just seem to work, seem to pull well, and they have the legs to get the top speed and punch that big hole in the air with the fairing. But this new Kawasaki that they've got, that Lee Crawford's running also, it seems to be really, really strong.
Yeah, there's a piece on TT Plus on TT's YouTube channel, I think, with Dave Molyneux, and at the end he says he's sort of not discounting a podium.
No, I wouldn't discount him from a podium either. He's still got the hunger in his belly. He's 60-year-old, and if you look at the development work that he puts into his bike, we were talking about it then when he was taking the newcomers off on that newcomers lap. It's to have that drive to put all them hours in. When I interviewed him before, it's a full 11 months, and I don't think people quite realise that that's his full-time job. It is a full 11 months of development, and like even changing the fairing, he does all his own fiberglass. It's a massive undertaking, and still to have that fire in your belly to go out and do that and want to succeed. It's testament to him.
And he'll want to get the result for Jake as well, because Jake's moving up.
Yeah,
Here,
he's always had a good knack as Dave of finding good talent. He obviously brought Dan Sale on, who was until Tom Birchall was a more successful passenger, and so he's always had a real good knack of like finding good talent. And Jake's a young lad with hunger in his belly, and he is a world-class passenger as well.
And then behind that, we've got John Holden, unretired, coming back to showcase this new Christie Suzuki machine and just see how it goes really at the TT.
Yeah, I mean, the Christie machine is sort of proven on the short circuit. It's a real good bike. Darrell Gibson won a round of the British Championship, and Lee Crawford's won some rounds of the British Championship when he was running it the last year, which is the bike that actually John Holden's got now. So it's a proven chassis and a proven bike. I don't know how 100% confident he is with the speed of the Suzukis that are in there, because they don't seem to have the legs within the sidecars to be able to keep with the Hondas or the Kawasaki's as so much, but no, he'll definitely be there. He's got the experience and the talent. So I don't think out of anybody out of that top 10, you can count anybody out from the podium.
No, I was going to say we're looking at the Ramsdens next. Steve and Matthew Ramsden, who always go well here. Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy, I think, missed last year.
Yeah, they had a sabbatical last year, but he was here in 2022, and he did a 112 mile an hour lap, but he didn't get that many laps in. It was sort of a bad TT for weather and one thing and another, and it's every session seemed to get cut short. So the actual opportunity to get laps in that year, it was minimal. I think he only actually got one flying lap in the whole fortnight, which is not ideal. And to be able to do that time, he's definitely got the pace in him. He's a British champion, and he can definitely do the job.
They came here as fairly highly touted newcomers, I remember, in 22, and obviously loads of success at Scarborough as well to throw into the mix. So we'll hopefully see them move on a little bit. And it's much the same, I guess, for Lewis Blackstock and Patrick Rosney coming back after a year out.
Yeah, they had a year out last year, but they've just come back this year. They've just running standard engines this year. There's a bit of a divide within the class, with people wanting to go more standard and people at the front with the tuned engines to try and sort of bolster the class up a bit, because it's effectively most of the guys out there are privateer teams, and the expense involved, it's astronomical. So Lewis and Paddy they've just come with standard engines and just see what they can do. I mean, the standard engines are, in my eyes, I believe, fast enough. When me and Molly last won in 2014, that was on a stock Kawasaki, and we ended up doing 116 mile an hour. So it's got the pace within the engines to be able to do that.
And then behind them, Alan Pounds and Rhys Gibbons. It's great to see Alan back. We had Alan on the commentary team with us a couple of years ago, and he was fantastic. He added so much data. He was very, very nervous whenever Pete was out there on the track.
Yeah, you can imagine with your brother, but actually Rhys is actually his nephew. So it's a proper family affair then. But he's just a young kid, 21-year-old, but he's, from what I've seen, he is a proper talent as a sidecar passenger. Like he could be one of the next sort of best of a generation. He really is good. He can come in, and he couldn't be on anybody better than Alan. And obviously, being family, he's going to look after him and make sure that the job's done right.
And then behind them, of course, our star newcomers really at TT 2024, Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement.
Yeah,
wow.
It's sort of not every day you get a current world champion, like a two-time world champion, coming into an event like this. The last time was Tim Reeves in 2008, and then before that it was the early 80s, 81 or 82. I think it was Jock Taylor and Benga Johansson. So it's a massive feat to get a world champion, current world champion, on the grid at the TT. And I was speaking to him before, and he was saying that he used to race solos until about 2016, 2017, when he started racing sidecars, and he was sort of getting to the point where he was wanting to do the Manx, but he was saying he was always sort of jumping off the bike, and his mum had concerns about him doing the Manx. So that's when he took to sidecar racing, and he's ended up here at the TT. So I've not actually had time to speak to his mum to see how she's feeling about it. I imagine the nerves will be going a little bit.
Somewhere at home, I have Jock Taylor's autograph when I got as a young 6-7-year-old back in the day. Absolutely answered my absolute favourite. We are around about 3 minutes away from the sidecar free practice lap, which is going to go at 7:15. That's been concerns. So we'll quickly
presents General Oils. Engine 5 and Engine 7 use a unique regeneration process, offering the most sustainable lubricant solution with performance that betters the equivalent of traditionally produced oils. Track or road, trust Motul with the optimum solution. Visit the Motul shop at the grandstand to find the perfect lubricant for your motorbike, car, and now your bicycle as well. Motul, official lubricant partner to the Isle of Man TT.
Honda Fireblade, the ultimate super sport bike. Still top of its class, and now with even more engine refinements and technical advancements, including twin motor throttle bottles to aid cornering, entry and exit control, new aerodynamics to improve downforce, increased power and torque lower in the rev range, and improved riding position for road comfort. New era, new ride, new Fireblade at honda.co.uk.
For the safety of everyone, there is a no-fly zone for all drones within 1,000 meters of the mountain course, with riders and helicopters traveling around the island at high speeds. There is zero tolerance with drones. Large fines, court appearances, and equipment seized and destroyed. If you're over for the TT, don't ruin your trip and put everyone at risk. Stay safe and leave the drone at home.
When it comes to head protection, RI is for the ultimate, with incremental design and protection improvements introduced to the range year on year. RI not only research and improve on the management of impact energy, RI also produces rounder, smoother, stronger outer shells to enhance glance-off performance. For the ultimate impact absorption and glancing-off technology combined with comfort and 5-year warranty, visit the RI Village behind the grandstand. RI, because what we protect is priceless.
Back with us at TT 2024. We are about to get onto the sidecars. Their free practice untimed will just be one lap. It is less than 40 seconds away. We can see Pete Founds and Jevon Walmsley are at the front of the queue. Let's get down to Chris Kinley.
Yeah, they certainly are sat here quite patient. That's 30 seconds to go. We've got number 3 outfit of Ryan and Callum Crowe on the LCR Honda, the Kell Properties machine. They're the second outfit. Third outfit's number 4, Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes on the Bronova Action Racing Carl Cox Motorsport 600 LC. Behind them is number 5, Dave Molyneux and Jake Roberts on the Kell Properties DMR 600 Kawasaki. But get ready, sidecar action ready to go, untimed of course, at Isle of Man TT 2024 in 3, 2, 1. So Pete and Jevon get themselves down the bottom of pit lane and open her up. There go the Crow boys on the north of the Isle of Man. Tim Reeves next to go. Left hand on his right shoulder gets the tap. Then it's number 5. It's number 1 next. How weird is it going to be for Ben not to have Tom alongside him as he goes down Bray Hill for the first time? And I'll bring Patrick in on this in a couple of moments' time. It just seemed a little bit longer this year, their chassis fare, and it's all kind of all, how shall I say, all been in the wind tunnel working on that, because you look at the rear of it, it just looks all swept away as if just to help the wind disappear. 7 is next. Is Stephen Matty Ramsden on the Ramsden Racing Storage Solutions LCR Honda. Number 8 is next. That's Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy on the ARC Newton Aycliffe SJH Bodyworks Kawasaki, and they go. Number 9 is next to go. Lewis Blackstock and Patrick Rosney on the Dave Holden Racing, the LCR Yamaha. They're away. We've been talking about them, haven't we? Alan Founds and Gibbon, LCR Yamaha, the Founds Racing machine. They're off number 10. They get the tap and away. And here comes the newcomers. They've already been out for their little lap earlier on. Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement on the 600 CES Yamaha, the Brooklyn Sand and Aggregates machine. They are away. Conrad Harrison and Ashley Moore on the Iverson Yamaha, the Team Garage Horsforth machine. And Conrad, soon to be a resident of Believe here on the Isle of Man, is on his way. Number 12 is next. Darrell Gibson, Tom Christie on the Gibson Racing CES machine, this time Suzuki powered. 17 is next. Not much sponsorship on this one. 17, Gary Gibson and Justin Sharp. Now they're on the Shelbourne outfit, the number 6. It says Shelbourne. But let's see. Okay, we'll double check that. Shelbourne Suzuki, the Gibson racing bike. 18 is next, John Saunders and James Saunders. They're on an LCR, the Apollo Blinds home choice flooring machine. They're off. 22 is next. We've just heard from him earlier on solo-wise. It's Mike Russell and Vicky Cook on the Frog Vehicle Development 600 LCR, this time Suzuki-powered. 19 is next to go. 19, Dan Knight and Ben Hughes on the Green Ant Racing LCR Honda, and they get a tap on the shoulder, a little push away on the foot for Ben Hughes, and they're down pit lane. 20 is next, Sean and Ben Chandler on another CES Honda, this time sponsored by the Glenlock campsite. So you up there at Glenlock there, just by Glenvine. Say hello to them on the way by. 24 is next, that's Alan Thomas and Jody James on the Ireson machine this time. And they're sponsored by LJ Smart Repair. It's the DMR outfit next, number 23, Derek Lynch and Anthony McDonald from the Republic of Ireland on the DMR Suzuki, the Eclipse racing machine. 25 is next to go, Rob Hancock and Basil Bevan, this time Suzuki powered on the Shelbourne outfit. Oh wow, they're away, aren't they? Goodness me. 27 is next to go, Bruce Moore and Mark Gash. They've got the Ireson Honda this time, and that's Arcadia Motel Christchurch in New Zealand sponsors. Ain't going to miss Greg Lambert in a hurry, are you? Number 15, Greg Lambert and Andy Haynes. They're performing down at Ballown yesterday. They've got the LCR Honda, the OK Cafe, Percy Charlton. They're sponsored by those guys. 28 is next to go. 28 is Maria Costello with the new passenger in there. Maria, the newcomer's bid for Gary Wheeler on the FHO Racing Honda outfit. 29, John Shipley and Darmod Mark Ramion, close enough, and that's on the LCR Honda on the Dawson Classics Motors, I beg your pardon, on the Pit Plant Hire Machine Brown Fire Protection. 16 is next to go. 16, Wayne Lockey, Matt Rostron on the IMS Limited Racing Honda. Next outfit up the line, number 30. Number 30 is Robert Dawson and Matty Sims, newcomers on the Dawson Classic Motorcycle LCR. 26 is next, that's Andy King and Andy Sigsworth on their lovely Ireson Honda, sponsored by Solidaire Limited. 31 is next, 31. Chris Schofield, Tom Dawkins on the SSR Baker Honda, so another chassis manufacturer there with Baker. At 32, we've got Wigard Kramberg and Jermaine Migelad on the Ectarts Training Lager. Is that a beer thing? I don't know. LCR Honda, they're away. 33 is next. Renzo van der Donk and Valley van der Donk. Say it quick enough on the LCR Suzuki. So, Patrick, just to bring you in on this, have they done a lot of work over the winter months on the wind tunnel with the Birchells and the other guys who are on the LCR chassis?
Yeah, so Crow and Ben Birchall, they've done a little bit, but them sharp edges at the back of the wheel arch and the back of the seat unit, that's to sort of just break off the air from the back, because you get if you get the corners rounded off at the back, it causes like a vortex, and it's sort of the air behind you sort of pulls you backwards. So it's just to sort of break the air off of the outfit and just get it away, so you've got nothing sort of holding you back from an aero point of view.
And how much work has gone into that? I mean, have you ever seen that done in the wind tunnel? Have you ever been involved in that side, or?
Yeah, so Ben's got affiliation with the wind tunnel. Some of the guys, I think it's possibly someone to do with a Formula One team. I'm not 100% sure, but he has got access to a wind tunnel, and I know they've done a lot of work on that and a lot of development. But that's the biggest part of it, was sort of trying to keep everything low to the ground and then get the wind broke from the back of the outfit.
How much G-force is going through your body as a passenger, say, in the really, really quick corners? You're hanging on. How much are you wanting to be pulled? How many Gs do you reckon it is?
I would guess sort of the biggest one for me I always found was at the bottom of the Garrow. When I was on with Molly, it was flat out in sixth gear, so there was no respite. And when you hit the bottom and obviously you're hanging out for a left-hander, I'm guessing probably a good 4 or 5 Gs easy, I would have thought.
And how much pain are you in after the first one? Because you're getting bashed around to hell, to be fair. You said there's 30-40 mil of travel. What is it, again, like the solo riders? Is it muscle memory? Does it take a while for your body to get back into that kind of position that you have to be in for so long?
It's better than it was, to be honest. When I first started racing, like But it's you do get beaten about. But I always found it best to try and just keep really loose on the bike. And if the bike was going to go away from you through the compressors, you just let it go and not try and pin yourself in, because that's when you start to get banged about and bruised.
So when you're hanging on and you come up to a left-hander, are you using both hands? What's your main grip on? Do it be your left with it all the time, and your right hand's loose because you're moving from over the side of the driver, then kipping on the left-handed and out the other side?
Yeah, so your left hand is held onto the centre handle, sort of probably 95% of the lap. You don't often sort of bring your hand off that, but your right hand sort of, they've got like a foot all down by the driver's foot brake, so that's where you get out to the left, and then you just bring your arm up over the back of the seat unit when you're working the right-handers.
Just explain the noise when you're tucked in and you go and say you're coming down here. If you're coming out of Governor's Dip here now, first, second gear, fourth gear, fifth gear, you're in there. You don't really move much out. Did you get out at all for the bottom of Bray Hill? What's the noise like coming out through Governor's? What's it like?
You sort of get the resonance because the exhaust on the sidecar, it points out towards the left-hand side, out of the left-hand side of the outfit. So you've got, when you go through Kurt Michael especially, or anywhere where there's a close wall or trees, you sort of get the resonance bouncing back at you. So it's not like a normal solo bike where you've got the exhaust behind you. As a passenger, you're sort of behind the exhaust, and it's resonating off the walls as you're going down. So you do get quite a sort of a buffeting effect.
Did you ever do morning practice? I can't remember if you did, actually.
I
think you might have done one, I think, did you?
2002. I think that was the last year that they did morning practice. You used to come in starving hungry because you'd done a couple of laps and all you wanted was a butty, and the butty van wasn't even open because it was too early. But yeah, that was that was a long time ago. That now I was only a 17-year-old kid and didn't really understand what the TT was or what everything was about. But yeah, the morning practice, it was something different.
Just news on Dave Molyneux, Chris. He's shown has stopped at Quarterbridge, so he's only made it as far as Quarterbridge on this free practice lap, making his own arrangements.
Just back to the sidecar thing, because I'm always interested to find out the nuances of it, because obviously Dave's the driver there, for example, Patrick, when you were in him as well. We've often asked the question to passengers, about signalling stuff, maybe what was the signals that you had when you were Dave?
So there was no signals really. Like if somebody sort of catching you, because you, especially in a race, like, so you set off 10 seconds apart. If somebody's caught you on the road, it's sort of good etiquette to let the driver know that there's somebody behind you that's caught you, so they're obviously faster. So you used to just give the driver a quick squeeze on the leg just to let them pass, because these are much wider and it's difficult sometimes to pass. Obviously using both sides of the road, it's difficult to get past. So if you make your driver aware that somebody faster is behind you, then that's the only sort of communication that you had with them. You had no sort of electronic communication. That's forbidden within the rules. But like the only other times was if you saw like a water leak or an oil leak, you'd sort of give the driver a bang and let them know that there is an issue there that's going to be terminal.
Did you ever think about going to the other side?
Oh, I'd love to.
Be a driver?
Yeah, I've had a few goes at driving, but
have you? Where at?
Yeah, I've done Knock Hill and Mallory Park and Cadwell Park. I've had a few goes, and it is quite addictive. It's the feeling on the handlebars at Iosket was like almost like go-kartish. They are amazing things.
Very skitty, very skitty. Would you say that at the front, or the quite planted?
Yeah, no, they are planted in their own way, but you do feel like the tire rolling on the handlebars. It's a weird feeling to sort of get your head around when you're turning right, because obviously they handle differently on the rights than they do the left. So when you're turning on the right hander, everything's leaning on the sidecar wheel. All the pain, all the weight of the driver, the passenger, the outfit, and all the grip goes through the sidecar wheel. But
go on, so carry on, Pat. Sorry.
Then when you turn left, the sidecar wheel ideally in the air, so you're just on the edges of the front and back tire. So the feeling between turning left and right is hugely different.
Got to ask you about, you talking about the engine position, where they're dropping the engine further down into the chassis. Now, from a normal motorcycle standpoint, you buy a CBR 600 from the shop, the engine's in the frame at an angle and it doesn't move. How did he engineer these things to be able to make sure, A, the engine's got enough oil running through it so it's not going to go bang all the time? Just explain the engineering behind that side for us, please.
This is sort of the latest development that sort of people are going towards, and it's all sort of looking down the aero route, so getting everything as low as possible, so you've got a lower center of gravity and you've not got that massive fairing like in front of the driver. Everything can be lower. The driver can be lower. The airbox can be lower. The fairing can be lower, and it all adds up to a greater top speed. And the development work that gone into it. It's sort of Ben and Tom developed this whole process of sort of leaning the engine forward. But obviously that comes with its own problems, because you end up obviously all the oil comes out of your sump when you lay an engine down, and it will all run towards your cylinder head. So they've had to come up and devise a way of draining the cylinder head of all the oil and pumping it back into the sump.
But how have they gone about doing that? Have you seen this up close? I mean, obviously it's some severe engineering made by hand, I would probably say.
It is, yeah. It's all bespoke things. So they have just like the extra oil galleries within the cylinder head, which effectively just drain the oil back into the virtuals. Run a dry sump system, so they don't actually have a big sump within with the bike. Their sump is like a separate canister that's contained within the fuel tank, and all the oil just drains back to there, and it just allows them, like I say, just to get that extra few mile an hour, which is what's needed around here. But these are all the little developments and all the little things that have sort of brought the speeds up from 116 mile an hour. We sort of hit a plateau almost with sidecars in 2006, I think it was, when 2006, I think Molly did 110 mile an hour, and then it sort of crept up to 116, but it sort of plateaued there for a good number of years. And it's only sort of been the last 4 or 5 years where they've sort of been doing these developments for the aero to get faster, and with the engines and different gearboxes. So like they're running 7-speed gearboxes, so it's like an overdrive. So like you click 6th gear, then you're into 7th, and it sort of gives the engine an overdrive. It's like a boost almost. So rather than topping out at sort of conventionally, sidecars always topped out about 140-ish, 145 mile an hour. I mean, the Birchulls are pushing on 155 mile an hour. They will be through the speed trap.
The Birchull.
So we were just talking about this before. It's going to be so difficult to get out of saying the Birchulls. It's been the Birchulls for so long. So yes, the Birchull and the Russo.
And the Russo.
Just to update Chris on where we are on the climb out of the mountain. It is Ryan and Callum Crowe who lead the way on the road. Then Peter Founds and Jevon Wormsley, and behind them Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes. Ben Birchall and Kevin Rousseau seem to drop back a little bit in the running order. So just getting that familiarisation and installation lap in place, Patrick.
Yeah, this is mightily important for all the teams. And like I touched on before about this, the tyre restrictions now. It's sort of Hoosier tyres. Everybody's been running Avons for the last 15 years. And now we're on a controlled tyre with one compound. Everybody's sort of in the same boat with this, so everybody's new to it, and everybody's got to try and get the suspension talking to the tires, because nobody really knows how the tires are going to react to the surface. Nobody's run these tires at this sort of pace and speed. They obviously did the Manx Grand Prix practice to try and get some miles on them to see if they would be suitable, but they only had the rear tires, so the front and the side for everybody is sort of an unknown territory.
And is this for every competitor, or just it's a complete control tyre?
Yeah, this is a complete control tyre for the series, for the whole F2 sidecar class now. Everything is Hoosier tyres, because the Avon stopped manufacturing the tyres last year, and to sort of stop the monopoly on getting the last of the Avon tyres that were available. So like the teams with the greater budget would just be able to buy up all these tyres and have a massive advantage. So they just made it a controlled tyre, which is better for the class and better for the series and better for the lower runners that maybe don't have the budget of the top guys.
What sort of heat we're talking about at the side of a sidecar tyre? We know about the Solo. What sort of heat we're talking about when you come in? They get the temperature probes in, and this is one thing you're going to have to look closely at on this first lap, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just so round here the speeds aren't so bad. I mean, you could put a sidecar tyre on here and go out and do a lap, and you'll still have the moulding marks on it. The sidecar tyres don't actually take too much pain around the TT course, but on a normal short circuit, you could be sort of upwards of 80-90 degrees Celsius on the carcass of the tyre for the temperature.
Blimey. So what are you looking for on the first night here? You're out in the chair, Patrick. You're on your first night. You've not been here for a year, because none of the sidecar crews have been here for a year. What are you as a passenger looking at? Different reference points, a reference point that might have moved?
Yeah, reference points, changes in the tarmacs, if there's any new bumps arrived, or just any differences within the circuit, and just getting your eye back in. you can do short circuits all year long, but you never quite get the speed of what you actually get down here. When you're doing 155 mile an hour down Sulby Straight, when you go to a short circuit, you're probably topping out 130-ish. So you've got another 20 mile an hour on top of what you've been used to doing all year. So it's just getting your eye back in and just getting everything sort of dialed back in, bedded in. You've sort of, if you're trying new chassis or new engines, there's a lot of sort of factors involved, and this is really quite crucial to just go out there and have a no pressure, untimed lap and just get everything sort of set for the week.
Just news on another retirement, Chris. There's great conversation between the pair of you. We'll jump back to it. Conrad Harrison stopped out at the Handley's flag post. So he stopped out at Handley's. He'll do well to get back from there in time for qualifying.
And that's an important factor actually with this, because of having that delay, the solo classes are out more or less straight after. So getting anybody back that stops anywhere that you can't get on the back roads, or if you can't get on the back roads because you've had a blow up or anything like that, it's going to be real difficult to get back for your 2 qualifying laps later on.
Just having a little look up the road here now. The finishing marshal is there. Mr. Pendlebury is there, Mark, by the way, and just with the checkered flag in his hand. Interesting, the conversation there is as well, Beth, with just the various nuances with Patrick there. And, from, when you think about it from a fan standpoint, sat at the side of the track, or people who've seen sidecars for the first time, that's a great explanation of exactly how these guys and girls go about it, as we have there's a boat, I think, leaving there. Is it? There's a boat leaving. I think it's the Manxman, I think. Anyway, but from an outsider here, from looking at the spectators sat on the side of the circuit, it's a nice explanation, that, isn't it?
It really is. And it also is such a thing that actually you don't have to understand the nuances of it to see what an incredible feat of engineering that is. And when you see that from a physical point of view, you see that passenger moving around. I know we've talked to Patrick before about what it does to your body. And Patrick, I think those bruises might take a bit of getting used to, eh?
Yeah, I think you two should try, actually. You both be good sizes for a driver and a passenger. I think
Tell you what, I've seen Beth driving, so I'm driving. Don't you worry about that. I tell you. You think I'm kidding? I can arrange it.
Oh,
in
sure you
fact,
can.
Dave Molyneux said last year that you were going to have a go, Beth, up at Derby.
Did he?
So John Lorham has been in.
Right.
So I
okay.
think you should have a go up the chair.
I'll go in
Derby
if
Day.
stationary.
Yeah, that's fine. At Derby Day, the 2-day, the festival up at Derby, during Manx Grand Prix, we'll sort it for you.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah,
I've had a go before. I've done it, mate.
Oh,
Don't
he's
worry about
done
that.
it.
I've
Oh,
done
right.
it. Yeah. I wanted to drive, though. They wouldn't let me. Wonder why that is.
Can't think.
Yeah, I can't think at all. Yeah, you haven't seen me drive yet. My missus thinks I drive like Miss Daisy anyway, so that's all right. So, yes, the Crows are at signpost. You've just been told I'm going to keep the microphone on for them coming past. Remember, this is an untimed session, okay? Just a reminder on that. But when we get the bikes back on track in a little while, that will be Q1. That will be the first qualifying session. So the down through Governor's Dip there now be quite dark under there now. There's a lot of tree cover because there is quite a lot of how should we say, fauna? Is that the word we're looking for? Fauna's close enough. Anyway, a lot of leaves on the branches and stuff like that. As we look up there now, we'll see 2 helmets of the 2 boys from the Rex and the Dip there now. Just have a little look up now, and it's really bizarre how you just think they've exited. Where are they? And bang, bang, there they appear. Here we go. Here comes the Crow machine across the line at TT 24. That's all right, isn't it, eh? Beth, Milky's driving the sidecar. You're on the passenger.
Oh, you wouldn't mind it the other way round, would you? Hey, I'll drive.
I'll have a go at that. I've always fancied having a bit of a sidecar. There you go, Derby Day, Manx Grand Prix. There you go, Richard. Happy days. There we go, another outfit over the line. Chris Boyd, back to you.
Absolutely. We should also say congratulations to Milky's lad, Iliam, who had his first ever podium at the No Limits series at Cadwell Park yesterday. Fantastic result for Iliam, and he's going to be one to watch over the coming years as Milky's son on that machine. And so, yeah, the first 2 machines are back with us. Obviously, it is just 1 lap of free practice for the sidecars, and that's a little bit disappointing because they would have hoped to have probably had a 2-lap run, wouldn't they, Patrick?
Yeah, but like we used to at the TT, you have to take the rough with the smooth. Sometimes things get delayed and get cancelled, but actually glad that the boys have just got out there as Birchall's come across the line there. So that's Ben Birchall and Kevin Russo's first lap. But can I just mention as well how low Callum Crowe was coming over the line? It's like I was talking about aerodynamics before, and a big factor of aerodynamics is the passenger being out of the wind. And like we've got a good vantage point here looking down on Glencrutchery Road from the tower, and you couldn't even see Callum. He was so low. It's really, really impressive.
Tim Reeves has also finished his lap, so Tim and Mark Wilkes are in and completed their lap as well, and we will wait. There's a little bit of a gap on the road, I think, before we're due any more outfits. Those front sort of 3 or 4 just broke away a little bit, but it's that installation lap done. They can go away and have a think about it. There is the qualifying sessions coming up at 6 o'clock through for all of the solo classes before the sidecars get back out, so they've probably got 2.5 hours or so to go away and have a think about what they've just done.
Yeah, that's great for the guys that get back, but like you say, for the people that are stuck out on the circuit, it's sort of panic stations because the weather tomorrow doesn't look too great. So hopefully they'll be able to get back and then get out for the 2 qualifying laps this afternoon.
More outfits just crossing the line. The sidecars have been directed straight down into the paddock, so I don't think Chris and Beth and the team are going to be able to get any interviews, unfortunately. But we will pick up with them again, obviously, when they come out for qualifying a little bit later on. Just to recap the time schedule that we're due to have. In fact, was that...
that was Todd and Emmanuel coming over the line. So
that's our world champions completing their first lap of the TT course.
Yeah, without following anybody, because that the control speed lap, it is quite it's at a good pace, but it's at for a racer, it's a pretty timid pace. So they'll be happy to get out there and complete a lap under their own steam at their own pace and just learn the course. I mean, I know they've been doing intensive homework, so they know where they're going. It's just sort of putting everything into practice, and they'll be happy that they've got a lap under the belt.
Someone who hasn't got a lap under their belt are Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy. They are stopped out at Balig Bridge. So Lee and Scott stopped out there at Balig Bridge. We know Conrad Harrison was stopped out there at Handley's, and Dave Molyneux only got as far as Quarterbridge. So that's sort of 3 of our top end runners there who've hit a little bit of trouble in this free practice.
Yeah, it's a tough pill to swallow when you put all your preparation in and then you come on the first practice and you don't make it round. But we actually got the advantage of seeing the monitors up here, and we saw Lee pull over and looking at the back of the bike. So it's looking like it could be a technical issue for him, and hopefully they'll be able to get back and rectify that and then get out for the practice, like I say.
Bruce Moore, the latest to show on the retirement list, right, number 27, Bruce Moore and Mark Gash, they are stopped at the bus station up in Ramsey, and they will be making their own arrangements, hopefully to get back here in time for their qualifying session. And let's just run you through those time schedule again for those qualifying, because we're moving on to that next. We're only 20 minutes or so away from qualifying 1 at TT 2024. The Super Sports and the Super Twins, 6 o'clock through till 6:45. The Super Bikes and the Super Stocks, 6:50 through till 7:40, and then the sidecars get back out 7:45 through till 8:25. So they have got 2 hours or so here just to come back in off this sidecar lap, have a think about things, make any adjustments they want to, and then they will get out there and we'll get some times on the board for the sidecar crews.
Yeah, and the weather's looking perfect now. There was a bit of cloud cover early on, but that's all gone. So the practice session this afternoon, it's like rolling back 12 months, and hopefully the guys will get plenty of time in, and the conditions are perfect.
Just trying to have a look on the trackers to see where these sidecars are. The most of them now are either back in or on their way on the run down the mountain from sort of Brandywell area onwards. Back airs, yeah, most of them are all on the run down from there. So for sort of next 4 or 5 minutes, this sidecar lap will be complete. So we're going to take a short break, but we're going to be building up to qualifying very, very shortly.
1, 2, 3 wheeling. Threewheeling.media, official title sponsor and Sidecar TT media partner for the Isle of Man TT Sidecar races. With over 1.5 million social media followers and daily content updates, Threewheeling.media promotes and unites all classes of sidecar racing around the world. Threewheeling is the world's leading sidecar racing media connection. Get connected via Threewheeling.media. By the sport, for the sport.
Safety, stability, and security are paramount when it comes to the TT. They're also key to the exceptional international financial solutions we provide at RL360. We've sponsored the Superstock race since 2002, making RL360 the longest-running TT sponsor. And like the TT, RL360 is delighted to call the Isle of Man home while showcasing the island on an international stage. RL360, for life's financial journey.
Passionate about your bike? Then we're passionate about getting you the right bike insurance at Entire Cover Insurance. No matter if you ride a classic motorbike or a cruiser, we could get you quotes from some of the UK's leading insurance providers in minutes. If you're lucky enough to have more than one bike, Entire Cover can compare multi-bike quotes all in one place, saving you time and hassle. Visit entirecoverinsurance.co.uk, ensuring life's adventures, big and small.
Metzeler motorcycle tyres, the official tyre of the TT. Metzeler tyres are designed, developed and tested in the most extreme environments and the toughest settings, including the Isle of Man TT course. Whether you ride on road, off-road or on track, Metzeler has a tyre for you. See the Metzeler range at the TT Grandstand or find your perfect tyre with our tyre configurator online at metzeler.com. Metzeler motorcycle tyres, the official tyre of the TT.
Welcome back to the TT Grandstand, where we are now gearing up to qualifying one at TT 2024. Well, this is it now. We move on. You are listening to Radio TT, broadcasting on Manx Radio Motorsport, online at iomttraces.com, on FM around the course, on DAB and on AM 1368, and all ears now as we build up to 6 o'clock and what is scheduled to be the opening qualifying session of the event for the Super Sport and the Super Twin machines. Just looking back to the earlier solo sessions, we were running the odd stop watch up here, and we had Jamie Coward, we think, potentially quickest on about 128 miles an hour on the Super Sport, on the Superbike Honda this afternoon. 128 miles an hour for Jamie Coward, and then we'll see what they do in opening qualifying. I suspect that will be left far behind. Conditions reasonably okay. The sun is shining. It's we've seen there are some damp patches, and there are certainly some flags out there for lack of adhesion being shown to riders. We've seen that on the stream at the camera points that we have, and so conditions not perfect but pretty good reasonably for the opening day of TT 2024, and certainly worthwhile putting in the 4-hour wait this morning. We were due to get underway with the roads closing at 10 a.m. They actually closed at 2 p.m. and we've had a fairly good run. We had a 45-minute delay for some oil down just between the solo sessions and the sidecar sessions, but the sidecars have all now pretty much got their lap in. I think they're just about all back here at the TT Grandstand. The final few just crossing the line here now. And so now it changes a little bit, Patrick, doesn't it? We move from untimed free practice into qualifying.
It does, but we're still early in the week. You know, it's only Monday still. We've got a full week of practice to go ahead. So the guys have done their installation laps. That's just to get the nerves out of the way and just sort of make sure that they're not a million miles away from any setup. They've got no major problems. But now it starts in earnest. But they have a full week to go at. It's not all done tonight.
Yeah, so they'll be looking at the failcast, some of them, and thinking a bit nervously about tomorrow, maybe, or one or two of the days. But we are forecast higher pressure moving in at the end of the week, and so by the end of the week and into race week, it does look a lot better.
Yeah, it's looking increasingly better. I mean, every hour that you look at the weather forecast, the sort of the bad weather sort of seems to be pushing out. So tomorrow's looking a bit indifferent, but if that's the only day that they're losing a TT fortnight, I think the teams will take that because they'll be able to get plenty of laps with the time that they've got left.
Yeah, we were absolutely spoilt last year, weren't we, with the wall-to-wall sunshine of TT last year and all those records. It was just a sensational meeting. If we can get to just having the odd session here affected by a little bit of rain, then we'll take that.
As a racer, you sort of come into the TT sort of expecting to lose a session or two. You're never fully confident of getting a full week's worth of practice in. So you sort of expect it, whether it's through a breakdown or weather or something else. So you sort of expect it, you know, that you've got a full week and you got plenty of laps to sort of get your time in. But all these guys have gone like 4 different bikes, so it is flat out from now on. So they've got to get the lap times in and the time, because I think it was Hickey last year left it right up to the 11th hour to get a time on that Super Twin bike to actually get it on the grid.
Yeah, and we've seen this afternoon Michael Dunlop's had trouble on the Super Twin and the Super Bike, and so he's lost laps, and so it's probably pressure you put on yourself more necessarily than pressure than the time schedule's putting on you.
It is, because I mean, you do have plenty of time, but it's in the back of your mind that it can click away if you have 2 or 3 bad nights or 2 breakdowns within the week. You've sort of lost a good percentage of your time that you get. But I don't think they'll be at the panic stage yet. I think they'll just be going out and just sort of trying to work on the setup and get back to where they were last year.
And the organisers, in fact, in setup mode at the moment. We are going for a full grid start for the Super Twin and Super Sport session. They're building the grid at the moment, and then the top 20 seeded riders will be called up onto Glen Crutchley Road. So that build is in play, is happening at the moment. So the sidecar session is now complete, and we are now done with free practice. We are moving into qualifying, and it's all those big names that we're looking for now, isn't it, Patrick? Really.
It is, but they've all had sort of an indifferent start to on the build up to the TT. You know, it's not been plain sailing for anybody. I think the best out of everybody is looking favourite for Davy Todd. He's looking good, but like that Ducati, it's not a given. Although it looked quick round the northwest, and they're not 100% sure how it's going to run at the top end, like down the long straights. They think it might run out a little bit of steam and sort of make it up coming out of the corners and through the corners. So there's a lot of factors, there's a lot of nuances that is going to be going into this.
As well as that, Davy Todd does need to make that jump to get to the Peter Hickman, Michael Dunlop, Dean Harrison type lap level that at TT. He hasn't shown that up till now, but he's relatively few starts at the TT still, Davy Todd.
He has relatively few starts, but he's sort of there or thereabouts. He's not a million miles off. And like I sort of coming into this, I've sort of picked him to sort of have be a breakthrough year for him. I honestly believe he's super happy in that Milwaukee team. I've never seen him like as happy what he is on a motorbike than what he is around that team. Everything just seems to have gelled like super nice for a racer.
Yeah, sensational form at the Northwest, sensational form on the BSB Super Stocks. He would have been 11th, I think, on the grid in the BSB Super Bikes with his Super Stock time. That's how quick he's going.
Yeah, I mean he's had a lot of track time. He rode the Ducati at Navarra at the first BSB meeting at the start of the year, and he got a brace of podiums there, and he's unbeaten in the super stock class on the thousands in the BSB series. So he's coming into a high on form. Everybody's happy within that team. And you've got the regular top guys are just sort of having a few troubles. Like Hickey was talking about the bruising on his hand there. That's a massive thing to get over. And a fortnight round here, it takes its toll, even on when you're fully fit.
Yeah, we know that Peter Hickman obviously had all those offs at Alton and damaged his hand and was struggling at the Northwest. Michael Dunlop, we know, has been struggling after his off at Cookstown. And so, yeah, as you say, it's all about who's going to be fittest, I think.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I think looks good. I think Honda are in a real good place at the minute. They've had a few mechanical issues, but the speed of that super stock bike, I think that's for Dean Harrison and John McGuinness getting on the podium in that last super stock race at the Northwest. That things are looking really good there. And I was having a look around the bikes before, and that new generation Honda, it's beautiful. Everything just looks real nice.
Well, Dean got many laps in this afternoon, looking really comfortable. Did at least a 1-2 lap run and a couple of 1 lap runs, I think, as well. He might have got 4 laps in on the afternoon.
Yeah, I think he was trying to focus mainly on the Super Sport bike because that's the bike that he's had the least running. I think he had a couple of days at a test out in Spain, but that's as far as the 600 goes, that's all he's had. So I think he was wanting to sort of focus straight away on the 600, get out there, get some laps in under his belt, and sort of see really where it's at.
Just news from race control of a 5-minute delay. We're going to be going for an 6:05 start for the Super Sport and Super Twin session. So just a 5-minute delay. 6:05 is the new scheduled start time for qualifying at TT 2024. And as we look down the list here, as you say, John McGuinness coming in off the back of that podium at the Northwest. That was just an absolutely sensational moment for everybody. I think
I think that was the biggest cheer of the whole event, wasn't it? I mean, I wouldn't believe anybody to begrudge him that podium. Even James Hillier, I think he was quite happy that he got beat in that race because it was a popular podium, and it was like 10 years, was it 10 or 12 years since his previous podium there? So yeah, it's brilliant to see John sort of in a happy place and going fast.
And James Hillier, as you just mentioned, he seems a little bit refreshed this year as well.
Yeah, he seems really refreshed. He seems really happy. Although they were interviewing him before and he didn't sound overly happy with how things were going. But I think that was just sort of wait and see how things sort of progress and unfold around here at the TT. But no, he's in a good place and a good team. And he'll be sort of expecting to be pushed podiums, I would have thought.
Yeah, bikes now being brought up onto Glencrutchery Road, so the seated riders are coming out now out of the paddock onto Glencrutchery Road to form up the grid, ready for the start of this opening session. We look then at Jamie Coward as another name that's coming to the fore, and really he's been knocking on the door now for so many years that you think that win must be coming.
He has, and that KTS Racing powered by Stanley Stewart Racing there. That's a settled team for him. He's been there a number of years now, and the team will know each other. They'll all know how they all work, and it seems like really harmonic within the team. So yeah, he's in a happy place and going well, and he's got all his family here, and it's he'll be hoping for big things as well, and going off the front as well, just behind Paul Jordan.
Absolutely, yeah. And the two Malenko Bapajitska machines, Ian Hutchinson and Connor Cummins, obviously all the experience in the world, all the experience from Clive Padgett's as well. It's just whether or not the bikes really are capable of matching the front end pace.
Yeah, well Connor's sort of been struggling with a bit of an injury, and then obviously you've got Ian coming back from his stroke that he had a couple of years ago now, and missed last year because he couldn't get his license back. So he's had like a couple of years out, and from 2010 when he did that 5 in a week, he's sort of, was it 2010?
Okay, well, that's a talk through the sort of top end of the field and what we're hoping for as we head into qualifying. Let's get back outside where the action is, though, and rejoin Chris and Beth.
Yeah, thank you very much. And also joined here by Jenny Timoth as well, here, the fastest lady rider around the... you can come this side, Jen. You don't have to stand that side now, Can you get under? There you go. Here we go then. This is when it all counts. This is when you've got to get laps. I know it's only qualifying, and I know it's not for grid position like, you would have at a Knockhill, at Donington Park, but it's still important to get that bike set up ready for race week, which it'll come quick.
Yeah, definitely. It soon goes fast, doesn't it? Practice week. So yeah, you want to take advantage of these conditions as well. So you just want to get out there and get a lap time in and make sure that you're happy with your bike, and then that sets you on good stead then for the rest of the week.
The wind has picked up a bit as well, I think.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it? But I don't know if it'll affect them too much. It doesn't feel too bad down here, but it's hard to say, isn't it, what it's like up there on the mountain.
Michael Dunlop, of course, went out in the Super Twin when these guys went out in their warm-up on their untimed session a little bit earlier on. That stopped out at the far side of the circuit, Grieber, wasn't it? So I wonder if they've been able to get out, get it back, get it fixed. We'll have to keep an eye on that, won't we?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm sure they would have been able to get it back. Hopefully they have, and hopefully it sounds like it'd be an easy fix. Just if it's completely stopped, it just sounds like a electrical problem or a fuel problem. So hopefully it's nothing too major for them.
Strange decision, wasn't it? I think Lee Johnson mentioned it as well in commentary, to go out on that just to run the risk. Maybe did someone put any more stress on the sand? We don't know, do we? We will try and ask him at some point as well. But what can you see for this, Jen? What are all these guys going to be looking for? We see Mike Brown there. He's out, but he's gone out in the Aprilia. And isn't it good to see Aprilia backing for him? It's not just Aprilia with a name on it. It's Aprilia helping him as well, isn't it, I believe?
Yeah, it's fantastic to see, isn't it? It's nice to have the Aprilia manufacturer here on the grid, and Mike Brown's been doing fantastic on the bike. He's had such a limited time at the TT and the Northwest, and obviously breaking both his ankles, wasn't it, and all his injuries and everything. The speed that he's getting out of these bikes and himself is so impressive. He's so laid back, and it's not your typical road racer, is he? He's just so chilled out, and it's just fantastic to see how well he's doing. And I hope he has a good fortnight.
Absolutely. He's a farmer, by the way, for those who don't know. Barry Ferber, he's about to come out on the R7. And interesting, I'm just looking at the front of that, Jen. You see Barry's machine number 18. He's running the 700cc Yam, if you want to call it that. And he looks like he's got a TZ 250 fairing on the front now with the two air scoops, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's got a proper aero front fairing on that, hasn't he? These bikes there's so much you can do to them. You can change practically everything. So yeah, you can take advantage of putting on any fairing you want. So you can get a Moto 2 style or an old school 250 GP fairing. You can bolt that on there. So you can make slight modifications to the frame. You can add fairing brackets. So you can literally, you want to get everything out of the bike, don't you? So it's one of those categories where you want to be tucked in and you want to be in the air, but in the slips. You want to be
out of the air.
Yeah, basically, yeah. So it's obviously taking advantage of that. It is quite a big fairing, but it'll be good.
He's quite a big chap as well to get behind there. I've just seen Davey Todd walking past as well. Not sure if Beth has popped over to see him. And you're actually with Craig Neve, Beth Espy.
Yeah, Craig, how are you doing?
Yeah, good. It's good to be back spinning some laps. Best race circuit in the world. So yeah, we're enjoying ourselves.
And how's the run-up been preparation-wise?
events leading up to the TT, yeah, a couple of BSB meetings, Northwest 100, yeah, it's all been going okay. I'm pretty happy with stuff at the minute, so yeah, and then we come here and the setup changes again, so now we're just facing that ongoing battle, and yeah, but it's great to get out tonight, and hopefully we get a few more laps now.
And what is the plan tonight?
Pretty much just shake all the bikes down, find a bit of a direction with wheelbase length for the big bike. The Triumph will be somewhere near, I'm sure. But yeah, just a few more laps within myself and just get myself up to speed. And then, maybe tomorrow night we can start looking at changing the setup a little bit.
Best of luck, Craig.
Thank you.
Just going to grab a quick word before he puts his lid on as well. Sam, just jump in very quickly. Sorry, boys. Davey, how did it feel on the first run on the Ducati around the mountain circuit?
Yeah, it was mega to get out there. Obviously, the first laps of the year on the mountain course always are eye opener, let's say. So we made a few changes to the bike because we've obviously got no data. No one's ever ran one around here, so we're just jumping at the deep end with no data whatsoever. So we made a little change here, see if we can improve it.
I'll let you get ready. Thank you for your time, Davey Todd there. Thank you, Sam, for letting us in there. Yeah, interesting. Even Davey Todd there saying the first time we're running one of these Jenny Timoth around here, and it does look the business, doesn't it? The little Panigale.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? It's such a good looking bike, and it's so great to see Ducati here. And yeah, obviously they've done a data download already to make some changes, so it'd be interesting to find out if that's what they've done is improved it. But that's what the practice is all about, isn't it? At these few days, just to tweak the bike and get it exactly how he wants it.
Thank you, Jen. We'll just move forward as well. Michael Dunlop, I think, yeah, they're still talking about damp patches and stuff. Michael Dunlop's there. The Triumph is just getting warmed up. Ian Hutchinson's just strolling down to his Malenko by Padgett's machine and stood in the sunlight here. Michael's guys. Now, that's interesting, Jen. Just a little bit of duct tape on the radiator for Michael Dunlop's team there now. Just behind as you look at the front of the bike, the left fork leg. What's the mechanic doing that for? Just explain to the listeners out there.
So the engine basically runs best at certain temperatures, so they're literally just trying to keep that temperature in the engine. It's just to get the maximum power from the machine.
Interesting. He's on the Triumph as well. We'll obviously try and chat to him at the end of the session if we can. I know he's busy and I know he's got lots of bikes. It's his own team that he puts his heart and soul in, works on most of the bikes himself. He's got his loyal team that are behind him as well. Gary, Ryan and Neil and all those boys. They've always been there or thereabouts, the whole team. Every meeting you go to, Michael, those boys are there, aren't they?
Yeah, he's comfortable, isn't he, with that crew around him? He's obviously very, very settled with them and trusts them completely, and it's great that he works on his own bikes as well. I do like that about Michael Dunlop. He's very hands-on, and I can man off my own heart, because I like working on my own bikes as well. So, yeah.
Because he's a 250 man as well, the 125 man, and like his father before him, good hands-on worker and so good with the 250s.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're working it yourself, you have a better understanding as well and better mechanical sympathy when you're riding it. And also you have a better understanding when you come back in, in terms of what you want to change. It's very easy to relate to mechanics what you think would be ideal things to change to make the bike better.
We'll keep an eye on him because I haven't seen him putting the ice on the hand yet. So maybe he's had some intensive treatment on that. I can see just up there. Who else have we got there? We mentioned Barry Ferber's out on his twin. Also, Mike Brown out on the twin. Nobody up the front here. Michael Rutter's actually got the twin out. Interesting for Michael. He's on the Yamaha again this year, isn't he? On the Batham's Yamaha. So that's 5 minutes to go to the start of the session. So number one, Paul Jordan. Just to run through it all, what these guys are on. Paul Jordan, number one on the Jackson Racing, the CBR 600. Number two, that of course is Jamie Coward with a big haircut as well as Jamie Coward as well. Now, he's on the Triumph this year. Then we got number three, Dean Harrison. I'll say Nathan again before the week's out. Dean Harrison on the number 3 bike. That is the Honda CBR 600. Then we got number 4, Michael Rutter. He's going out on the green plated twin. Then we got number 4 again. That's Ian Hutchinson, but that's on the Malenko by Padgett 600 Honda. Then we've got a little bit further back. Don't actually see it. Yes, we do. The number 5 bike of James Hillier on the Kawasaki, the ZX6R. He's at number 5 with the white background. The blue numbers is the 600. Then Michael Dunlop, he's on the 600, as we said, or the 765 Triumph. Next to him, number 7 is that's Josh Brooks. He is in there too. And we don't have at the moment, where we do have actually number 8, Davey Todd, who we just spoke to there. Now, we did speak to Davey Todd, being told to clear. Well, we don't have to clear the grid, but you know what it is. So Davey Todd, he looks quite cool, doesn't he? He always looks cool, Jenny, doesn't he? But I'm interested to see when he goes off the line this time. I'm interested to see how gunned he does, because when the guys were off the line before for that little on-time thing, they weren't really having to do off the line, were they?
No, they weren't, but you can see David Todd's just enjoying himself like he always is. We've seen him come in before, didn't we? Did an endo.
No, we didn't. That was a figment of your imagination, that was.
No, he's already doing stoppies and playing around, so I'm sure we'll see some wheelies at some point.
Sure we will. I'm sure the spectators will love all of that, but it's serious business there now. Qualifying laps into the mix is what these guys and girls need to do. So David Todd's Craig Neves, who said number 9. Nice to hear from Craig. He was another one that ran really well at the Northwest, wasn't he?
Yeah, he went under the radar, didn't he? Nobody kind of paid too much attention because there's so much going on at the front, but yeah, he was absolutely flying, and again, he's going to bring that form to here.
Good stuff. We're going to make our way down to the front of the grid, so that's the 3-minute board now being shown. Still don't have the technical board anyway. Chris, I'm sure you've got the details up there on course conditions. They haven't got the technical board here now. I'm not sure if you have it or not, sir.
Yeah, there was just a note of damp patches on the exit of Glen Helen and the exit of Ramsey Hairpin. Those were the only two, so the rest of it is hopefully dried out nicely, and we are all set for qualifying 1, Chris.
Thank you very much to Chris Boyd. We've made our way down to the iconic Isle of Man TT start line, not the original one. That's kind of opposite where you boys are down there from many, many moons ago. Start line was moved up here. Oh, crikey, I'll have to think about that when that was. It'll come back to me at some point, probably about 2 o'clock in the morning. I go, oh, I forgot that. But anyway, yeah, the machines will be brought forward, and it looks like, to me, it is the number 7 machine of Josh Brooks is looking to get to the front on the 600 machine. The Boys Precision Engineering by Russell Racing guys. 2 minutes to go before the machines are going to be left. So Johnny Barton just given that information. So it's going to be Josh Brooks, number 7. Then it is going to be the green plated machine of number 4, Michael Rutter on the Batham-Sing. And I can't wait for later on in the week when we get the tribute to the Rutter family, Michael, and of course his father, Tony. Here we go with the number 7 bike. It looks mint, doesn't it? Looking at the front there now. Yeah, full slick tyres on the 600, the Yamaha. I do like the shape of the new Yamaha. I really, really do like the rear seat. It's a machine that's been around quite a few years now, and I think I've just seen, that is it is Dean Harrison on the 3 bike. He's just managed to sneak ahead of Michael Rutter there now, so Dean's going to be second on the road. Him and Michael Rutter just in conversation. Who else have we got there now? Number 2, we got Coward. We got number 8, Todd. We got number 1. Where are we there? Number 1 there, Paul Jordan, who's just behind there now, just moved a little bit. 5 Hillier is also there as well. So yeah, a minute to go. Craig Neve, we can also see in there as well. A minute to go to the start of the first qualifying session at the Isle of Man TT 2024.
As you say, Chris, it is a session for the Super Sports and the Super Twins. We can see Josh Brooks down there on the Boys Precision Engineering by Russell Racing Yamaha. He is set to go off first, and right behind him, Dean Harrison on the Honda Racing UK machine, the Honda, and then behind that, Michael Rutter. So yeah, we are counting down to the start of qualifying at the TT. Less than 30 seconds to go now, and these guys will be champing at the bit. They've had their free practice this afternoon. Some had that more successful than others, but Lee Johnson's rejoined us quickly. This feels more like it, Lee.
Yeah, I had a quick chance just to jump down to the pits there and speak to a few of the guys. So quite a lot of the top guys have done at least 4 to 5 laps.
Hands on the shoulder of Josh Brooks as we're about to get qualifying underway. And there is the tap, and away he goes. Next up, Dean Harrison is away on the Super Sport Honda. And then Michael Rutter away next. Oh, listen to that. There we go. That's the front men away. Let's take you down to Chris Kinley to take the rest off the line.
So number 2 is next. That's Jamie Coward on the Triumph, that distinctive 3-cylinder. He's away. Number 5 is next. James Hillier from Ringwood, of course. 600 Kawasaki for him this year. And now there'll be a completely different note of the number 8 machine, the 959 Ducati, the Panigale, the Power Toolmate Ducati, Davey Todd. Oh, quick shift of work went left. Paul Jordan next. Paul away on the Jackson Racing CBR 600 Honda. Malenko by Pagias Motorcycles next. The man from Otley in Yorkshire, Ian Hutchinson, 600 Honda. Teammate to Michael Rutter on the Batham Zale bike, but this time it's a 765 Triumph, is Craig Neve. Hickman had a good chat with him before. We talked about his bit of a sore hand he's got in his left hand. That's lovely, isn't it? Haven't managed to grab a word with this man yet, Rob Hodson, but we will, I'm sure, as we go throughout. Hopefully, maybe when he comes in after the lap, he's away on the number 15 machine on the SMT bike. And here's another twin, it's number 14. It, of course, is Mike Brown on the Aprilia. Number 6 is that Michael Dunlop about to go on the Triumph. Sounds sweet. 19 is that James Hyde on the 750 Suzuki. 18 is next. Another one, the Suzuki. Sean Anderson, we heard from him earlier on. Butterfields of Skipton on the side of that bike. 20 is next to go. That's Mikey Evans, former Manx Grand Prix winner from the Isle of Man on the Smith Racing Triumph. It's Conrad next, Connor Cummins, Connor from Ramsey on the Isle of Man, Malenko by Paget, 600 Honda. Another one of the pattern is next, number 12 is next to go. Next man to go is number 18. Just listen to the noise of that twin away. That's Barry Ferber. $16 is next. Dominic Herbertson. Nice little chat, Beth, out with him just a little bit earlier on. Next 600 to go next is number 23. 23, of course, Joey Thompson from York on the 74 Racing Machine Yamaha. 30 is next. AJ Ventnor on the TH Racing Honda, South Africa Honda. We've been gone about 3.5 minutes. We've got a Chris Boyd. We've got the first split, so they go through Glen Helen. 32 is next to go. 32 is Forrest Dunn from Falmouth on the Forrest Dunn Racing Machine. 27 is next. That, of course, is the Spinarina R6 of 27 local man from Laxey, Joe Yeardsley. Giving a bit more off the line this time, aren't they, eh? 22 is next, teammate to Paul Jordan on the Jackson Racing 600. That's Julian Trummer. I'll take one more away. This guy here, Michael Sweeney. Nice to see him back from the Skerries on the 600 Yamaha. The leaders will be not far away from Glen Helen.
Yeah, we'll wait for those first sector times when they come in. We've got the comparison times back to last year. We're picking up, I think, maybe Peter Hickman as he makes his way out towards Ballacrane, I think, at the moment. And we're just waiting, obviously, then to get the first times of TT 2024, the first sector times, to be able to see just where we are with this analysis. It is, I think, Hickman that we're following, Lee. He's looking like he's leaving a bit of road there to be left for the rest of the week.
Yeah, it still looks impressive from these helicopter shots. I think it looks so peaceful and fluid more than the still cameras do. But yeah, the guys, you can see the way they're taking off from the line as we pick up Dean Harrison now. It's the commitment level has gone up. It seems to be quite damp there. There's water running across the road. But I had a little chat to Dean earlier on, and he seems really confident. He's done 5 laps already on each of the Honda machinery. So yeah, looking really good.
Yeah, Dean Harrison then is the fastest man out to Glen Helen so far. Only the 2 riders through at the moment. As you say, he is. Jamie Coward arrives now. It's a 4:36 for Dean Harrison, a 4:47 for Josh Brooks, who was first man away, and Jamie Coward a 4:38. 4:39 for James Hillier. So Harrison on that Honda, as you said, he seems really settled on it already, doesn't he? Despite not having done a great deal on it this year. 4:36. We'll wait for more riders to come through.
Yeah, you'll see now, we spoke to a few of the lads as well, at this time of the evening now, the sun's just starting to get that little bit lower. And I think when Jenny or Beth was speaking to some of the guys there earlier, they were quite confident of wearing a clear visor. But obviously that's not the case now. You're going to go for a mid-tint or maybe even slightly darker than that, just for them spots that the sun's going to be straight in the rider's eyes.
Davey Todd slots in as second quickest out as far as Ballacrane. He's only a 10th of a second down on Dean Harrison. These are standing start laps, of course, but the order at Ballacrane on this opening lap: Harrison, Todd, Coward, Hillier, then Hickman slots into 5th. He's on a 4:39 against Harrison's 4:36, so about 3 seconds between them. And it's Paul Jordan, Craig Neve, Josh Brooks and Ian Hutchinson of the riders who have made it as far as Glen Helen so far. Only a tenth of a second between Harrison and Todd.
Yeah, it's obviously hard at this point because different riders have different outlooks on the first day. There are some of the guys are on new machinery, new teams, different teams that they run in Supersport as to what they ride the big bikes. But yes, obviously Dean has been renowned for getting fast out of the blocks, and that's to take nothing away from him. He feels confident on that new CBR 600.
Just in terms of comparison back to last year's opening qualifying session, Michael Dunlop set the pace on the Super Sport machines. He was out in Glen Helen in a 4:26.9. It's a 4:36.4, so it's 6.5 seconds slower today, and that was standing start lap to standing start lap. So it just showed conditions are not perfect.
Yeah, like I said, I spoke to Dean and a few of the guys briefly, and you could see a little bit of the marks on the bike, even where some of the water spray was. And obviously this is obviously deemed safe enough, and the guys were all happy with the conditions, as everybody just rides to the conditions that they are there. But I think most of that's just some water that comes out of the ground or just runs across the track in certain positions. But yeah, everybody seems pretty happy and just getting into the groove.
Absolutely. It's all about this opening lap, getting it on the board, and then we'll have some times to look at, and we'll be able to see where things lie, and then we can really start to build the story of TT 2024. Just going to see whether any Super Twins have made it through Glen Helen as yet. They have. Mike Brown is the first through, and so too Stefano Bonetti. So Mike Brown, the quickest of the Super Twin guys, out as far. In fact, Baz Verber overhauls him. Baz Verber now the quickest of the Super Twin guys out to Glen Helen. Then Stefano Bonetti, then Mike Brown, then Stefano Bonetti. But we'll wait next for Dean Harrison, who does now arrive at Ballaugh. So Harrison is into Ballaugh. The sector time again is about 3.5 seconds down on what Michael Dunlop did Glen Helen to Ballaugh last year in that opening qualifying standing start lap. So the pace is going to be a little bit off, maybe about the 124 to 125 type pace.
Yeah, and obviously it's a bit of a shame. I know we want untimed practice for the first session, but we don't really know what anybody did earlier or what the exact times were to see if people are up or down on. But yeah, as the week goes on, the times are going to grow, and as we've seen that incredible time from last year, unless we're talking about 130 mile an hour now on a 600, it's not really worth talking about.
Oh, you're right. It doesn't really stand up. It's there for comparison purposes. Davey Todd goes quickest on the run from Glen Helen to Ballaugh. He's done that run in a 3:16.6, so he's about 0.6 of a second quicker, Glen Helen to Ballaugh, than Dean Harrison. And Jamie Cow is also a fairly impressive time there as well, of 3:17.1. So in terms of the lap, it is now Davey Todd who is quickest out to Ballaugh from Dean Harrison, and that's about half a second between them. Todd 7:53.2, Harrison a 7:53.7, then Jamie Coward on a 7:55.8. This is as far as Ballaugh. Then Peter Hickman slots in fourth after he's just arrived at Ballaugh. Then James Hillier, Paul Jordan, Craig Neve and Josh Brooks. But really, this is just about getting a sort of lap on the board and then work from there, isn't it?
Yeah, they've basically proved me wrong already. I said the guys on the bikes that they were familiar with were going to be most comfortable, but the two guys at the top of the leaderboard are Dean Harrison and Davey Todd, both on new machinery that they haven't rode at the Isle of Man before. So I'm going to just keep quiet from now on, I think, and not comment.
Not at all. Just see if any more Super Twins. Most of the guys have gone out on Super Sport machinery. It is still Ferber, Brown, Bonetti, and now Brian McCormack has made it out to Glen Helen on the Super Twin as well. In fact, a couple more. Adam McLean is out as far as Glen Helen as well, and David Datson, the German rider. So the order, in fact, Mike Brown makes Ballaugh. So it's Ferber, Brown, Bonetti, McLean, Datsa, and McCormack. And back to the Super Sports, James Hind showing at the top of the leaderboard now. James Hind quickest as far as Ballaugh on the Super Sports. Wow, 7:53.2, literally neck and neck with Davey Todd at 7:53.26 against the 7:53.24. But that's impressive from James.
Yeah, he's a rider that's been coming for the last few years. Obviously, he's a front runner in the Manx as well, and even at the Classic TT. So, yeah, he's a really good rider, little family team, and I think this could be the year that we talk about him a little bit more than in previous. He's riding obviously a G6R 750 that we know now has come good in the British Championship and suits the rules. And I think that the bigger capacity bikes are probably better for the TT because they have that little bit more torque, say, than the likes of the CBR 600 that Dean Harrison has, that relies a little bit more on RPM and top end speed. But as we know, there's a lot more places at the TT than, say, the likes of the Northwest, where the torque will come into the bike a little bit more.
We'll just get an indication, actually, of speed out of some of these bikes, and we'll bring you in on this, Lee. Paul Jordan is showing us fastest at Sulby. Oh, no, he's not. Actually, let's get this ordered in the right way. He's a little bit way off, actually. Let's just, there we go. If we can get the right sequence. Davey Todd quickest, 174 miles an hour at Sulby on this opening lap. Josh Brooks, 172.5. James Hillier, 172.3. So that Davey Todd machine, it's got some pace under it.
Yeah, and I was down having a little look at it. The bike is absolutely beautiful, turned out by I think it's the Power Tool team. So it's obviously run under the same banner as what Davey runs for his big bikes in the Tyco, or I was about to say Tyco, TAS team. Sorry, that's old habits die hard. But yeah, the bike looks beautiful and he's riding it well. We've seen him in British Championship, both on Super Sport and Super Stock classes, running at the front. So he's full of confidence.
Indeed, we've got the leading riders now through Ramsey, and we can see, in fact, we can pick them up as they come out through Ramsey here into Schoolhouse as well for Peter Hickman as he heads off in towards Parliament Square. We can pick him up under braking here, Lee. What are you seeing?
Yeah, he's obviously feeling into it very steadily, and I like watching bigger riders on motorbikes because they look more calm on the motorbike. Their body weight helps the bike turn naturally, where you see smaller people like myself and we have to swing on the handlebars and it just looks a little bit more aggressive and forced. But yeah, wonderful riding style. He looks really smooth and calm, as what you would expect on the first day of the new TT.
He's out through White Gates and on the run up through Stella Maris into the Ramsey Hairpin as we pick up Michael Dunlop coming out through Parliament Square. Michael's always all action on the bike, isn't he?
He's just pretty much the opposite to what I just explained there as Peter. But that just proves that that's the great thing about motorbike racing. Now, I'm taking nothing away from car racing, but you've got complete polar opposites there, achieving the same lap time within tenths of a second over near on 40 miles. So yeah, it's that's why we all want to come and watch this.
Indeed. Let's just have a look at where we are at Ramsey. Then it shows Davey Todd is quickest by about 0.8 of a second from James Hind, who's now also through the Ramsey hairpin's point. Dean Harrison third fastest, then Michael Dunlop fourth, Jamie Coward fifth, Peter Hickman has dropped to sixth fastest at Ramsey, then James Hillier, Paul Jordan and Rob Hodson. See if we can get back to the Super Twins and see where they are. At Balak, Mike Brown fastest, he's just into Ramsey as well. Brown fastest from Baz Ferber, then Stefano Bonetti. Lee?
Yeah, we just had a little shot of Mike Brown coming out of Ramsey. I know it's a little bit bumpy just coming out of the square there, but that little Aprilia of Mike Brown's looks a little bit more nervous than what I would want to be sitting on right now. So I know it's early in the guys and his first time here on that bike with the team and stuff, so they'll be working hard all week to make him more comfortable on that little bike.
As the man who bought the Aprilia to the TT, you've done lots more work on the development of yours as well, haven't you?
Yeah, it's frustrating, to be honest, to be sitting here. I know how good the bike is, but I know if Mike gets his on in the podium this week, he'll definitely give me a percentage of the prize money just for the thought of putting the thought in his head. So yeah, I've got that to reassure me a little bit. But yeah, I'm frustrated with my team's put a lot of work over the winter, both that and the new 765 Triumph. But unfortunately, I'm sitting here instead of sitting on them right now.
Yeah, but next year you'll be back.
Hopefully that's the plan.
So, and let's just have a look then at Dean Harrison is the first man into the bungalow. Harrison leads on the road on the opening lap of this combined Super Sport and Super Twin qualifying. Davey Todd is is shown as quickest to Ramsey, then James Hyde, Michael Dunlop and Jamie Coward. So Harrison into the bungalow already. And we'll wait on some more times to come through. Josh Brooks arrives there now because he set off first in this session. Jamie Coward also arrives there. Around about 3 seconds down on Harrison is Jamie Coward. Then, as we say, Brooks, but we'll wait for the Armada to arrive. Todd, Hind, Dunlop and Hickman, we need to see them come through. Connor Cummins has crept up into the top 6 or 7 times there as well at Ramsey. So Connor going nicely on the Malenko by Padgett's machines as well. Good, decent opening lap for Connor, hopefully, as Davey Todd moves to the top of the leaderboard at Ramsey by where are we now? About 2.6 seconds quicker than Dean Harrison as far as Ramsey, 14 minutes 46 against 14:49. Then Jamie Coward in third, James Hillier and Josh Brooks, with plenty more to come through. It's Davy Todd who is quickest on the run from Ballath to Ramsey, and again on the climb of the mountain, Ramsey to the bungalow. On that Tower Toolmate Ducati. Todd absolutely got that flying, going really handily here. And we'll just see Peter Hickman actually takes the quickest run off the mountain. Hickman on the climb of the mountain, as we always say, quickest on this opening lap. He's just eclipsed the time of Davy Todd slightly there on the sector. So he slots in at third fastest at the moment. It's Todd, Harrison, Hickman, Coward, Hillier, Jordan are the top six. Then Craig Neve going along very nicely in seventh place at the moment, as we see Michael Dunlop arrive at the bungalow.
Yeah, it's a reoccurring theme, this, of Peter Hickman just being a little bit slower out of the gates, and he's doing it here tonight again in first time practice. But yeah, that's sort of his style and what he likes to build into things, and he's a calm, collected person. If you speak to him or spend any time with him, he doesn't get very excited. So that nature seems to come through in his riding. But yeah, he'll fire on strong. It'll just be interesting to see how many of these guys do a ride-through lap, as we call it, and don't come in to change anything. Because obviously, that if they had any little changes, they will have tried to make them earlier on. I know Michael maybe only got one lap on his due to his Super Twin breaking down, but most of the other guys got 2 laps on the Super Sport bike. So you would like to think that they're pretty dialed into the whatever feeling or what they want to get for the first night. So that's a good indication now. Do we see who actually carries on for the second lap and how comfortable they are and what they're feeling right now with the bike?
Well, we're only a minute away from finding out who goes through and who doesn't, because Dean Harrison is at Cronknamona, so he'll be making the dash down to Signpost, then down to Bedstead, down into the Nook and Governor's Bridge. Jamie Coward and Josh Brooks also through Cronknamona, so we'll have them onto Glencrutchy Road in the next 20 or 30 seconds, and then we'll find out who's going through for a second lap straight away, a 2-lap run, and who's coming in. It won't be long, and we'll get the lap times as well as they come through. Let's just see, can we get the finish crossing up on the air? Be ready for this as we await them to flash down Glencrutchy Road here. It won't be long. The sun is blazing down between the trees. There's quite a tree cover now on Glencrutchy Road. Here is Harrison. $123.869 for Dean Harrison. 18 minutes 23. No, hang on. 18 minutes 16.545. Look at the right place on the screen. 123.869. We'll get that, obviously, as more riders come through. We'll be able to bed in the times based on that. I think Harrison went straight through. It was hard to tell. It looks like that was Coward as well, and possibly Brooks both go straight through. In fact, Dino definitely went straight through because we can see him at Quarterbridge on the screen. More riders coming through all the time. So Coward, 18 minutes 20.8. So that's around about 4.3 seconds slower than Harrison. Josh Brooks, an 18 minute 50.3. Davy Todd goes quickest at 18:13.9. He's quickest on the Ducati. Then James Hillier is completed in an 18:24.2. So first laps on the board at TT 2024 in qualifying. And we can, as we pick up the right screen, always the problem up here. Screens diving all over the place. Yes, Todd fastest, then Harrison, then Coward, then Hillier, but a lot more riders to come.
Yeah, we're just seeing the first bike to pull into the pits there is Paul Jordan, closely followed by Peter Hickman, who's obviously wants to make some change as well. But yeah, the first 6 or 8 that's gone through have all gone straight through for another lap, and we've seen obviously Davy Todd put in the fastest lap there on the first session, and James Hillier was right in behind him going over the start and finish line. So we see that might pick James's pace up going onto the second lap.
Waiting as well on James Hind and Michael Dunlop to come back, who are both setting fairly good times. Waiting on them to complete their laps. They should be coming through shortly. There we go. Dunlop an 18:18.3, 123.6. So around about 4.5 seconds down on Davy Todd's time of 18:13.9. James Hind has completed in, where's the James Hind time? Try and get that on here. It's not showing, I don't think. He's top. He's fastest. Apparently, yeah, Hind there, 124.19, 18 minutes, 13.7. So Hind goes fastest by 0.2 of a second from Davy Todd. James Hind, then Davy Todd, then Dean Harrison, then Peter Hickman. Lots of these guys, though, already out onto a second lap.
Yeah, I was saying before, we were speaking in the background, it's a shame now that the Manx Grand Prix doesn't have the 750 class anymore, because it was a little bit frustrating at the time because the guys couldn't use the bikes anywhere else. But now with the rule change in Supersport, they could actually go straight from the Manx if they were running their 750 Suzukis or whatever else they used to mainly use, and come straight to the TT. So yeah, a little bit frustrating for them, but that's a really, really good lap time straight away from James Hind on that 750 Suzuki.
Absolutely Hind then top in the charts, but actually, as we said, lots of riders out there on a second lap now. Mike Brown is the first of the Super Twins to complete a lap, 114.91 for Brown. We will get more laps in to be able to compare that against, but Brown was fastest up to Ramsey. So we wait now for the first sector times to come in from Glen Helen, and then we will start to have comparable data.
Yeah, it's a little bit harder to put a lap time in on Super Twins straight away, because obviously the whole speed comes from carrying momentum with corner speed, and that comes from familiarization with the track and going through. So I would tend to want to bring my twin out. Oh, as we see Michael Dunlop just going around out the outside of Ian Hutchison on the screen. Yeah, I would tend to want to get out on the Super Twin a little bit later on, once I've got my mind and body up to speed, because that's where the main part of the lap time comes from.
Yeah, as you say, Michael Dunlop and Ian Hutchinson side by side going down for Glenvine. Let's go down to Chris Kinley, who has Rob Hudson.
Yeah, going to grab a quick word. The first time I've spoken to him since. Rob, good to see you back. How was that?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, we had enjoyed free practice before. Got a lap each on the smaller bikes and then 2 laps on the big ones. So just a small change for that first qualifying then with the 600. So yeah, happy enough with that.
Change for you this year. Honda last year, wasn't it? Yamaha this year?
No, so it was Honda, all the same. Yeah, it's only the twin that's changed this year. Yeah, so Kawasaki last year, Patton this year. So yeah, pretty good. Happy enough.
Always happy.
Well, unless it's going wrong, yeah.
Good man, Rob. Thanks very much for your time. Craig Neve is just come in as well, and Mike Brown is also in also.
Absolutely, we're just looking at the Super Twin times. It's Baz Further who's fastest on that opening lap. In fact, we can see Peter Hickman is going back out. So Hickman's already been in and heading back out again. Further quickest to the Super Twins, then 114.958. Then Mike Brown, 114.91. Then Stefano Bonetti, 114.37. So we're not sure which bike Hickman was heading out on there.
Yeah, he's just gone out on that beautiful Swan Yamaha R7. So this is his first time out on the smallest categories, I believe. Here we see him on the screen now, the number 10. But yeah, so he's only been out on the Triumph 765 Supersport bike and the BMW Superbike as to now. So I believe this is the first laps we're going to see this Swan Yamaha R7 of Peter Hickman's coming around the course.
Indeed, as we do pick him up, going slightly wide there, quarter bridge, just getting yourself settled into it. It's a beautiful looking machine though, isn't it? When he rolled that out at the Northwest, everyone just went, wow, jaw dropping.
Yeah, he had a full livery, full helmet, paint and everything. So I don't know who's picked up the checkbook for that one, but yeah, they've definitely got their value for money. But I don't know whether that's going to be the case here as what he was doing at the Northwest. But yeah, definitely caught everybody's eye straight away, and it obviously dates back to later teams that have run that same livery, both in British Superbikes and over here as well. So yeah, if it goes as well as it looks, I think he's in for a good TT.
Michael Rutter has stopped at Morown Church on the Super Twin machine, so Michael only making it as far as Morown.
I have no idea where that is, so I don't know.
Crosby area.
Yeah. That's not very far.
That might not help you saying Crosby, actually, might it? Let's see then. We've got riders already, I think, out through Glen Helen on the second lap. Let's see who is there. It's actually Ian Hutchinson, we can see, is certainly out through there on the Malenko by Paget's machine.
Yeah, he's on the screen right now. And we've seen, obviously, Michael had rode round the outside of Ian, and I thought he would maybe sit in for a little tow, but we can just see, I can't see who that is just passing him off the heli. That's actually James Hyde coming past Ian Hutchinson now as well. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with the speed of that Suzuki of James Hines from these camera shots that we're looking at right now.
Trying to just find the latest. So we need a lap 2, don't we? It looks as though Michael Dunlop is quickest actually on the run out to Glen Helen this time. But let's go down to Chris Kinley.
Yeah, I'm going to quickly grab a word, maybe or maybe not. Ian Armstrong just about to fire up the number 34 bike of Baz Ferber Road Racing Team. Quickest on the twin with 114.95. So yeah, we were going to try and get a quick word with them. They're just taking the tyre warmers off because they want to get out for this session. But he's gone quite well. Mike Brown's go well. That Benetti as well. Ducopil, Chris Moore, Karinga, Datsa, Colvin, and McCormack all through. They're the top 9 in there at the moment. But Barry Ferber gone really, really well. And Beth Espy just in conversation there with Clive Padgett. Maybe grab a quick word. Maybe he's got the pro. He's probably just borrowed his program. Yeah, we'll let Baz get out because that's important out on the bike. Never mind talking to me. Well done, Baz. We get a good film and a pretty good lap there. So what do you make of that then? James Hind going well. Jenny Timoth and also Barry Ferber quickest in the twins.
Yeah, it's cool, isn't it? It's chucking up a couple of different names that we kind of didn't expect already. So yeah, that's brilliant.
Early days though. We'll keep an eye on the second lap for Michael Dunlop through Chris Boyd.
He's quickest as far as Glen Helen, that's for sure. 4:28.1 against an opening lap up around the 4:38 mark. So they've taken nearly 10 seconds off the time on the run from the grandstand out to Glen Helen, which you'd expect certainly 6 or 7 seconds for standing start. So they are getting more and more confident in the conditions as we go here. James Hillier, second fastest. He's 4:29 out to Glen Helen, and Davey Todd third fastest. Dean Harrison fourth. This is the guys that are out on a second lap. It's Dunlop, Hillier, Todd, Harrison, Coward, and Hind who are the top 6 on this second lap. And then of the Super Twins, we have now got more of those in. Baz Ferber fastest 114.9, and then Mike Brown 114 also 0.9, actually just a little bit slower. Stefano Benetti 114.3. Then Michael Ducopel is fourth fastest, 112.6. Chris Moore, 111.9. Francesco Karinga, David Datsa, Mark Colvin, Brian McCormack, and Pete Murray round out the top 10 on the Super Twin so far. As we pick up Connor, I think it is, coming through Kurt Michael. Connor's out there on a second lap as well, and we'll start to pick up some of the guys as they come through. Balath next. Diving about between leaderboards here. Let's move on to Balath.
I wish everybody at home listening right now, I'm currently sat twiddling my thumbs while this man has got 2 laptops, 2 computer screens, and a television screen. Just to get that out there straight away, just so everybody understands what we're doing. So if anybody tweets me and says you're doing a good job, Lee, I'm not taking any compliment for it whatsoever.
I think I'm failing abysmally. James Hillier's fastest as far as Balath on this second lap on the Super Sports session. He's out there in 7 minutes 44. What was James Hind on the opening lap? A 7:53. So they're still 9 seconds or so quicker than that opening lap pace as far as Balath. Hillier leading the way on the. Go on. What were you going to say?
A 26.4.
That's what you're predicting?
Yeah. I don't know who, but that's the lap time.
A wild prediction. Now, we heard your wild predictions at the Northwest 200. You were having to fight the other two to get your prediction in.
That it's always factual based. Where I get them facts from is I can't quite disclose that information, but yeah, it's factual based.
It's hundredths of a second on this second lap anyway between Hillier and Todd. Hillier is out to the lap in 7 minutes 44.87. Todd is there in 7 minutes 44.88. So he's literally 1/10 of a second, 100th of a second rather. Then Michael Dunlop is third fastest, 7:45.5. James Hind, who was the fastest on the opening lap, he's fourth fastest, 7:47.7. Then we've got Dean Harrison, Jamie Coward, Connor Cummins, Josh Brooks, and Mikey Evans putting in a good lap as well for Mikey Evans. A number of the locals who we are seeing lots of things through. We haven't had a time in for Peter Hickman at Glen Helen yet. We know he went back out. Well, he went back out on the other machine. I need to find a listing on the Super Twin.
We need to look at the other computer screen for that one. So I wanted to chirp in, but yeah, Hickman is definitely out there on his R7 because we've just picked him up on the screen right now. But yeah, it's all going in the commentary booth right now.
Too many numbers, too little time. Marcus Simpson has come off at Governor's Dip for the second time today. So Marcus not having a great day of it just at Governor's Dip, but rider okay. And that's what really matters. Marcus Simpson off at Governor's Dip, rider okay.
So the local track knowledge is not really coming into play there with that one. We just got a quick shot of John McGuinness. Obviously, he's got no smaller bike category, neither a Super Twin or a Super Sport bike. So he's just sat in the pits right now, waiting for his session to start straight away after this one as we pick up Peter Hickman just coming through Kirkmichael. He gets tucked in so well on that little bike, and as we joked a little bit at the Northwest 200, the biggest man on track beat probably the smallest man in Richard Cooper in the smallest class. So yeah, it was really, really impressive ride for Peter Hickman on that one. As we just see, Michael's just come into Kirkmichael, and there's a duck in the middle of the road, on the back of the road. So hopefully that decides to cross the road or else reverse before the next bike comes through.
Just on the run between Milltown and Schoolhouse, that duck on the road, but Michael looks completely unfazed by it as he goes through Parliament Square and makes the run out past the bus station and on the way up towards May Hill now. Then it'll be into Whitegates, up to Stella Maris and on to Ramsey Hairpin. It's Davey Todd who's fastest into Ramsey so far. We'll get that Michael Dunlop split in just a minute when he arrives. We'll see him appear on the screen out over the white line. Not as far as usual, it has to be said, for Michael Dunlop at Whitegates, and on the run up to Stella Maris, leaving a fair bit of room actually on the left-hand side on the run up to Ramsey Hairpin. And then around the hairpin. So where does he slot in? He slots in as third fastest on this lap out to Ramsey. Todd is quickest, 11 minutes 9.2, which is still only that 10th of a second quicker than James Hillier. That's impressive by James, isn't it?
Yeah, like I said at the start of the lap, James has been quite savvy there and got tucked in behind. We haven't seen any camera shots, but when they passed us, he was right in behind Davey Todd. And I think James's first lap was still 123. I'm going to guess the time here because I don't know, but 123 something. And Davey just passed him over the start and finish line. So yeah, he's got in there and he's going to do some learning straight away. And it always helps on these first laps, just to, if someone gets their eye in a little bit quicker and tows you around, and you're sort of jumping up the mile an hour without a little bit of work. So it always helps.
Just news while we're looking at it of retirements, which I'd mentioned, Michael Rutter at Moran. Reese Hardesty has stopped out at Glen Duff on the Super Twin. Adam McLean at Cruikshanks, and joining him at Cruikshanks, I think, is one of the newcomers, Loris McCann. So the pair of them are at Cruikshanks up in Ramsey. So we're just trying to... What were you seeing?
I've just seen Michael Dunlop a good foot over the outside of the white line on the run on to the mountain mile. Was it the run on to the mountain mile? Yeah. And yeah, it just baffles me as to how he's doing that when we're still 6 mile an hour off what lap time he has done before. But yeah, he just gets into the habit of using all the roads, and then the speed comes afterwards.
We've got Dean Harrison through the bungalow on this second lap, but Chris Kinley has got Tom Whedon.
Yeah, just having a look down to see what sort of speed Tom has done. Actually, he is just sat here chilled at the moment. Can't actually find that on there, Jen. If you can find it, happy to. There he is at 113.96. Let's grab a word just in chat with his dad, Steve, at the moment. Sorry, Steve, jump in. Young Tom, how are you?
Very well, thank you. Yourself?
Yeah, good. 113 and a bit, that one.
Oh, we can find a bit more than that, can't we?
All right, tell us a bit about the bikes this year.
Yeah, so the new addition is the Aprilia, so that's my bike. Mine and Greg, we sort of bought it together. He promised me a Super Twin, and between us, we've managed to build one. So all 3 classes. That's the first time I've managed to do all 3 classes. So yeah, really looking forward to that challenge. And then the new one to me is the BMW. So Dave Hewson has very kindly offered to let me ride his baby. No one else has ever ridden it, and he's trusted me to put my bum on the seat. So yeah, no, first feeling on that was really positive. Just felt like a really quick, comfy armchair, to be honest. It was lovely, but as you know, as you go a little bit quicker, we're going to find a few more problems and stuff. But yeah, no, we're going sweet. But the R6, you know, she's good as she's been going a few years, but we found a little bit more power this year, and hopefully she just holds together and just maintains a bit of reliability. And yeah, just looking forward to it, mate. Just glad to be back. Sun's out. What more can we want?
Are you heading back out now?
Yeah, just off for another lap on the Twin, and just going to do one lap and then park her up and get back on the Beamer this evening.
All right, thanks, Tom. Thanks very much, Tom Wheatley, for your time. Cheers. Thank you very much. He's heading back out again. Any changes up there on the leaderboards, Chris?
Yeah, indeed. Through the bungalow, it's now James Hillier who's quickest on this second lap. He's out through the bungalow in 14 minutes 35.8. That compares with James Hind on the opening lap, 14:47.1. So 11 seconds quicker to the bungalow on this lap than they were on the opening lap. Davey Todd is about 0.2 of a second down on Hillier now as far as the bungalow. Then Michael Dunlop is in third fastest, James Hind fourth. Then Dean Harrison, Jamie Coward and Josh Brooks are those to have made it to the bungalow on this second lap.
Yeah, really good showing here by James Hillier. I was talking to him in the interval, and he says, "Oh, I'm just going to go and lie down for half an hour. My head's fried from doing 4 or 5 laps." So whatever he's done in that half an hour seems to be working. But really impressive on the second part. This is a brand new bike from Bournemouth Kawasaki. It's only just been built. I don't believe they've done any tests, or I haven't seen anything on social media. So yeah, credit to that team, who James was obviously with for a long time and has a really good connection with, and they're out here at the front so far.
And Peter Hickman on that Swan machine, the Super Twin, is 9 seconds faster than Mike Brown was to Ramsey. So Hickman's really laying down a lap here on the Super Twin from a standing start.
Yeah, obviously we've been talking about the Aprilias for the last sort of hour or two, but yeah, Hickman's gone out straight away, and he's just brought that form straight from the Northwest 200. Obviously him and Richard Cooper were sort of in a league at their own in that event, and Richard doesn't race here, so it was always going to look strong for Pete coming into this one on the R7. Obviously we haven't had a chance to see Michael Dunlop yet out on the pattern with that bracken down earlier, so yeah, it's probably going to be tomorrow now before we see that bike out.
Through Cronknamona then on this second lap. We'll have them over the line fairly shortly. It'll be, in fact, who's that? Is that Dean Harrison finishes? Let's see what his time is. It's 123.98, 18 minutes 15. That's not quite as quick as that James Hind lap, which was 124.19, but it's really Hillier and Todd that we're looking at in particular for this second lap. We'll just see whether or not we can pull up the bungalow leaderboard. It was Hillier, Todd, Dunlop. And there they go, they cross the line. So Todd Hillier does 125.483. What did you say, 126?
Yeah, that's what I said, 125.483.
So yeah, Hillier, Davey Todd 125 is actually quicker. Davey Todd 125.601, then James Hillier 125.483. So they were swapping the quickest position throughout that second lap. It ended up being Davey Todd on the Ducati who was quickest, then Hillier. So we have another few minutes on the session, I think, because we're due to get underway. Yes, so we did start.
These guys getting another Super Sport lap if they wanted to. I don't know if they will, obviously, because we've got the big bikes coming next. But if somebody did want to get out now for a third lap on Super Sport, they would still have time. 7 minutes.
7 minutes to get out there. So we're just going to see, can we pull up the consolidated leaderboard across the 2 laps? It is Davey Todd then who leads the way, 125.601 on the Super Sport. Then James Hillier, 125.483. James Hind, 124.219. These guys have all completed 2 laps. So too Dean Harrison, 123.98. Then JB Coward, 123.833. Peter Hickman has only done the 1 lap, but he's 7th fastest, 123.783. Josh Brooks has completed his 2nd lap. So too Connor Cummins and Paul Jordan. We'll see whether or not we've got a bungalow split now for Peter Hickman on the Super Twin. Not quite there yet. He's still on the climb of the mountain, but we'll keep an eye on that Peter Hickman lap as well. So we have a representative sort of 2 laps on the leaderboard here then, and it's Davey Todd and James Hillier leading the way. Davey Todd on the Power Toolmate Ducati, and James Hillier on the Bournemouth Kawasaki Racing. They've sort of put that bike together for him just for the TT, the Bournemouth team, haven't they?
Yeah, and it looks absolutely beautiful. We commented on the colour scheme earlier with sort of more the retro Kawasaki colours, but yeah, I was just popping up the speed trap times, and what we were sort of saying earlier about the Super Sport Honda is probably lacking a little bit on torque and with the new rules and stuff, and Dean Harrison's right down in 11th position, probably 5-6 mile an hour off the top time of Davey Todd. James Hillier's in there in 2nd place, but we don't know if that was just because he was in the slipstream of Davey in that first lap round. So yeah, it's already it's looking like the newer range of sort of development bikes in the Super Sport class are starting to come through.
Peter Hickman absolutely flying on the Swan Racing Yamaha. He's almost 15 seconds quicker than Mike Brown's standing start lap was as far as the bungalow, 15:35 against 15:50. But let's get down to Beth Espy, who's with Anthony Redmond.
I certainly am. Anthony, how's your first afternoon out been?
Really enjoyable. And we've got the sun. I didn't think that this morning when I woke up. We're lucky.
Wait, how do you deal with things like that when there's a delay?
What, waking up with the...
Yeah, you're expecting to go out. It's obviously had to be pushed back because of the weather. How do you cope with it?
To be fair, I was still a little bit tired from yesterday down at Ballown, so I seen the cloud, looked on the phone, seen there'd been a delay, and it was good. We were able to have a bit of chill time, and it worked out in our favour, to be honest. And look at the weather now, amazing.
Tell us about your setup here then.
So we're running 3 bikes this year. We've got my BMW stocker. I've lent Aaron's Super Twin. He's kindly lent it me for 2 weeks. And my friends have lent me the Green Ant Racing R6. So we've got 3 bikes. We're going to go through loads of petrol.
And you mentioned Aaron there, your son. I mean, he is just itching to be out here himself, isn't he?
He is, yeah. He was a little bit reluctant to let me have a go on the Super Twin, but I'll make it up to him.
So what's the plan for the rest of the night?
We've got the Super Stock. We'll go out and maybe hopefully get 2 laps on that. It's got a new engine in. It's out of a road bike, so we tested it earlier on. It's okay, so we can go and have some fun, but definitely smiling.
Brilliant. Well, enjoy the rest of the fortnight, Anthony Redmond. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Bet. Yeah, back here then. So who are we looking at now, Lee? So much going on.
Bet Super Twin. So this will be interesting to see what this is compared to that lap time we've just seen from Peter Hickman.
Well, we're just going to get him back. He's through Cronknamona, so he'll be coming across the finish line very, very shortly. He is now nearly 14 seconds quicker than Mike Brown as far as Cronknamona, so it won't be long before we see the Hickman lap time with us here.
Yeah, the Dafabet team's got a good history in this class. They've definitely won the Super Twin race at least once or twice. So, yeah, it's a good bike, and Davy's obviously coming in full of confidence. And it sometimes helps when you go into a team that they sort of specialize in a certain bike rather than you trying to run that in your own team and maybe not putting enough resources into it. These little bikes are very, very fickle, so they need everything they can get as Hickman just crosses the line.
And we just wait for his time to flash up at some point. Let's see, can we get the right screen in place and jump to grandstand? There we go. 19 minutes 10.9 against a 1941, so actually 30 and a half seconds quicker than Baz Ferber. So that's setting down an absolute benchmark. 19 minutes 10.9 on the Super Twin. 118.011. Yeah.
Good lap time for first time out on that bike. So, yeah, really strong. And like I said before, it's harder to do a lap time this early on the smaller bikes. With the bikes need to be ridden with corner speed. And these little bikes, sometimes people get fooled into thinking that a little bike's easier to ride, but you have to wrestle them around and force them into things that they don't really want to do more than the big bike makes this time, obviously, with all that power. And not that that's easy to ride either, but yeah, it's a little bit harder. It's a little bit more stop-start, just a completely different way of trying to get the lap time.
Let's go down to Chris Kinley, who's with Joey Thompson.
Yeah, just going to grab a quick word with Joe if we can, just speaking to his team and his dad and that. Let's go around this side, we'll catch his eye. 119.1, I think it was for Joe that time. Joe, sorry guys, just to jump in, 119.1, happy with that?
Yeah, or thereabouts. It's all right for the first day of practice. I'd like to be in 120s off the bat, and it'd give us a good base to start with. But trying to focus on the big bike now, and I haven't really been around here properly on a big bike. It's had a pretty bad year in 2020. God, when was it, Chris?
Last week.
When I rode that Red Rocket.
22, 23, something like that.
Yeah, but no, I'm really enjoying the R1. I had a couple of laps then in the untimed session, and yeah, we'll just see where we go, and push on, and hopefully we'll get into that 120.
The R6, happy?
Yeah, it's definitely fast enough. Just a few little bits that we need to do to make it turn a bit sharper, get through some of the faster corners quicker, so I can carry more corner speed and pull a higher gear down the straight.
All right, Joe, thanks for your time.
Cheers, mate.
Thank you. Yeah, no problem at all. There's Joey Thompson. I said back to the boys. Peter Hickman's in then. He's just in deep conversation. And you know what, Beth Espy, just bring you in on this. First time you've seen that Swan Yamaha of Peter Hickman's in the flesh. It is mint, isn't it?
That is absolutely beautiful. And you certainly will not miss that number 10 machine going round.
Wait till he puts the leathers on that match.
Match.
Oh,
See what he did?
Yeah. See what did they? See, like,
can't write this.
Right. No, it's comedy gold, isn't it? It's just complete comedy gold. Yeah, so Pete's in. He's got the lid off already. He's happy enough. Do you know what? I don't know where Jenny from the blog's gone. There he is. There she is. Jen, you think about it. That's the first lap off the block on that. Look what he's just done.
Yeah, incredible, eh? But he said he's made a few improvements to that bike from last year to this year. So he's got new pistons, new camshafts, and they found a bit more power, and it showed at Northwest, didn't it? So yeah, pretty impressive, and he seems pretty happy. So
It's like Lee just said, isn't it? You know, we won the small bike race, the biggest guy against the smallest guy on the bike. Incredible. Just shows you how much of a good rider he is. And again, he said he's still struggling with that left hand, but look what he's just done.
yeah, I mean, he's struggling with the left hand, but he said hopefully it wouldn't affect him. It's just getting through the pain barrier with that. So yeah, I think obviously it's not going to hold him back, is it?
Is that the rider's been short flagged as well? I think it is as well. This session would be just about finished now. So there we go, guys. The session is finished. 18:51 it is now. The riders are now being short lap. Chris, we'll hand back to you because we've got another session to take off in a couple of minutes.
We have. It's almost time for the first qualifying session for the Superbikes and the Super Stocks. We'll be right back with them after this short break.
Milwaukee Tools, engineered for the professional trades. With over 4,500 products across power tools, accessories, hand tools, PPE and storage, Milwaukee provide the solutions you need for a hard day on the job site. Heavy duty is not just a slogan, it's Milwaukee's promise to bring the best to professional users in construction, carpentry, plumbing, electrics, landscaping, and every trade. Search online for Milwaukee UK. Nothing but heavy duty.
Empower your ride with Motul. Innovators for 170 years, Motul presents the next generation of oils. Engine 5 and Engine 7 use a unique regeneration process, offering the most sustainable lubricant solution. With performance that betters the equivalent traditionally produced oils. Track or road, trust Motul to give you the optimum solution. Visit the Motul shop at the grandstand to find the perfect lubricant for your motorbike, car, and now your bicycle as well. Motul, official lubricant partner to the Isle of Man TT.
Honda Fireblade, the ultimate super sport bike. Still top of its class, and now with even more engine refinements and technical advancements, including twin-motor throttle bottles to aid cornering, entry and exit control, new aerodynamics to improve downforce, increased power and torque, lower in the rev range, and improved riding position for road comfort. New era, new ride, new Fireblade at honda.co.uk.
For the safety of everyone, there is a no-fly zone for all drones within 1,000 meters of the mountain course, with riders and helicopters traveling around the island at high speeds. There is zero tolerance with drones. Large fines, court appearances, and equipment seized and destroyed. If you're over for the TT, don't ruin your trip and put everyone at risk. Stay safe and leave the drone at home.
Two minutes away from the start of the big bike session here, about 5 minutes on as a result of that 5 minute delay just into the first part of qualifying. So 18:55, we expect them to go. And we've just been talking here, Lee. People like John McGuinness and Nathan Harrison who haven't been out in the early part of the session, a little bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, I believe so. I know sometimes it's nice to have a rest between sessions, but definitely probably more so for the likes of Nathan Harrison. John McGuinness has done, I think he counted up, he's nearly rode around the world in the amount of laps he's rode around here. But yeah, so that maybe won't affect John as much. And this is no disrespect or anything, but with his age and everything, he's probably content in just riding his big bikes. But yeah, I think for Nathan, it would probably benefit him more to get out on each one of them sessions, because obviously for anyone that doesn't know or hasn't heard, that the smaller session is just for Super Sport or Super Twin. So even if you did have a different bike, or even if you're a newcomer or anything, you're still not allowed out in them sessions. So it's capped for that one size of class. So yeah, it's probably a little bit frustrating for Nathan more so than John.
Absolutely. Less than 30 seconds to go to the start of this session. We can see the Bavens bikes are at the front of the queue. Chris Kinley.
Certainly are. It's Michael Rutter on the number 14 Batham's bike, the FHO machine, looking really, really smart. That BMW S1000 RR, really, really nice. Craig Neve just behind him on the number 9 machine, and then just behind him on the super stock bike number 6, the Carl Cox Motorsport machine of Michael Dunlop, the MD Racing team. So we've got 2 BMWs and a Honda about to go, and there's the session underway on the pipe at 6:55, 18:55. There's Michael. Down the bottom of pit lane, stand by the top of Bray Hill. Craig Neve away. Michael Dunlop will be next. Then it's number 12, Davo Johnson. Davo on the Superstock machine, Superstock Kawasaki that is, on the red plate with the white numbers. Then we got Phil Crow. He's on the Stocker this time. The red plate with the white numbers again. He's off at number 19 this year. Another super stock bike behind him. Number 7, Josh Brooks. The Australian rider on the BMW, on the Monster Energy BMW by FHO Racing. He's about to go. Behind him, number 23. That, of course, is Brian McCormack on the Roadhouse Macau BMW. I'm sure they'll be listening over there in Asia to this evening as it is here, whatever time of day it is there. Number 3, it's the first Honda out. The first factory Honda anyway, of Dean Harrison, the Bradford rider on the Honda Racing UK Honda Fireblade. James Hines should be next, gone well there in the Super Sport class on the number 21 bike. He, of course, on the 1000cc Suzuki this time. Next to go behind him, number 15, that is, of course, the SMT Honda. Just had a quick chat with them there, Rob Hodson, the Wigan rider on the 1000cc Honda Fireblade. I think that is the 23 model he's on there, Jen. I think looking at Jen, you think because just behind him is James Hilly. He's got the 24 model with the arrows on the side. So, yeah, James on the newer model area. James on the newer model. And one man who is on the new model, that's John McGuinness on the number 1 machine, just rolling the Honda Fireblade up to his grid position. And just behind him, this will be interesting to watch on the TV cameras, again, on the super stock version of the BMW, is, of course, Peter Hickman, number 10. Behind him, Nathan Harrison. Nathan on the number 25 bike, again, super stock. Peter fires the BMW down pit lane. Hear that different note of the Honda Fireblade there, the split throttle going. There she goes. 25, Nathan Harrison. 24, that's Julian Trummer. He's next to go. And then after him will be, just trying to catch the number on there, just moved his foot. It's 43. 43 is Almeric Blank. 28, Mikey Evans will be next. Mikey goes there. Almeric on the Fireblade. Mikey Evans on the Suzuki. 38 is next to go. 38, we had a bit chat with him earlier on, is Matt Stevenson from Ripon on the Daffermet Racing Kawasaki Superstock bike. Fellow Yorksman just behind him, number 4, that's Ian Hutchinson from Otley on the Malenko by Padgett Motorcycles 1000cc Honda. Number 18 is next, heard from earlier from Banbridge. The K Heights Hire 1000cc Honda Superstock bike of Sean Anderson. He comes to the line there now. Dominic Herbertson's got Richard Charlton right behind him as well. So Sue Jordy lads heading off. He gives him I think he's just going to do 2 laps. I think that's what Dominic was just saying to Richard. Good bit of banter between the two boys there who know each other well. Dominic away on the BMW. Richard Charlton next on the number 60 bike, the R1. 36 is next. That's Jonathan Gotchke. On the, what's Jonathan riding this year? Oh, yeah, he's on the BMW, isn't he? The Optimark Racing team. Next to go, number 2. And, of course, is Jamie Coward from Hebden Bridge on the 1000cc Honda. Marcus Simpson is going to be the next one out for Marcus on the LMR powered by John Cuff Electrical Honda. Marcus gets the okay to go. 51 is next to go. 51, Barry Furby. He's had a good day so far. Has the Bishop Castle rider. He's about to go on the DC Autos Newtown Kawasaki. 48 is next to go. That's Darryl Tweed. Good to see Tweedy at the TT. Former Manx Grand Prix winner, of course. He's on the Never Be Clever Racing 1000cc Yamaha. And he's away. Just number 59 is having a few adjustments to the helmet strap underneath. 59 is Joey Thompson, who we just heard from. And we got 64 getting a bit impatient behind there. Craig Skycheck. Craig's first time on the big bike. He's on the Kawasaki this year. On that 64 red-plated machine. Paul Cassidy on the eSIM Go R1 Yamaha is next. Paul riding at number 54, the Castletown man. The Island Fuels by eSIM Go machine. Dave Rigby should be next. It is, yeah, number 56 for Dave. The Douglas man on the IM Racing Island Fuels machine, the 1000cc BMW. Next to go, just behind him, just seeing that number there, is 57. That's Eddie Frere, the French rider on the Optimark Road Racing Team BMW. 55 is next, Tom Robinson from Stockton-on-Tees on the Pete Stacey Racing 1000cc R1 Yamaha. Two big tall chaps after that. It's number 11. That's Connor Cummins on the Malenko by Padgett's machine. God, he makes that look like a mini moto. He really, really does. And behind him, number 33, I think it is Mick Sweeney. Yes, it is. We've got about 5 minutes. Mick Sweeney away, and we'll head out back to Chris Boyd for the times at Glen Helen.
Indeed, the first 4 or 5 bikes are through Glen Helen. Michael Dunlop, I think, was first on the road. Then we had Phil Crow, Josh Brooks, and Dave O'Johnson. We're waiting for any of the superbikes to get as far as Glen Helen, and then we'll try to get an idea of a leaderboard. I think it's all super stocks pretty much that are through at the moment. Let's just see, can we flip to superbike? There is a superbike, at least one now through Glen Helen. As we get the timing system, we have to wait for them to get to Glen Helen to then bring the system up. Dean Harrison, fastest of the superbikes as far as Glen Helen on the standing start lap, 4 minutes 27.7. That's 6 seconds quicker than James Hind, and about 8 seconds quicker than Craig Neve. On the super stocks, where there are a lot more bikes through, Michael Dunlop is fastest, 4 minutes 22.7, and that's about just under 4 seconds faster than James Hillier. Phil Crow third fastest, Josh Brooks fourth fastest, Dave O'Johnson fifth, Rob Hodson in sixth. And so John McGuinness now makes it through Glen Helen as well. He goes second fastest of the superbikes to Dean Harrison, a 4:27 against a 4:30. So the 4:22 by Michael Dunlop is the fastest of this part of the session. Superbikes and super stocks combined, if you like. Dunlop out there on the super stock is about 5 seconds quicker than Harrison on the superbike, Lee.
Yeah, he's looking really good out there. I'm struggling even just to use my laptop, and you've gone from the other two back onto that current one now. So, yeah, it's exciting to see this, because like we said, what we spoke about earlier, why some of the guys have now chose to go out on that super stock bike, and especially Michael, because we've seen him go out on the new 24 superbike earlier. He didn't get that lap in, but he's chose now to go out in a super stock bike rather than have another go on that 24 superbike. Why has he done that? This is the information that we want to know. But yeah, obviously only him and the team down there right now know that. So it'd be interesting to see if he maybe does one lap on the superstock bike, comes in, and then tries that new 24 superbike, because obviously the 24 superstock bike and the 24 superbike will be closer than the 23 superbike will be to the 24 superstock bike. I'm even confused with myself. But yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if he does a flying lap or comes in and then tries that new superbike.
Dominic Herbertson arrives second quickest at Glen Helen of the super stocks, 4 minutes 25 against Dunlop's 4:22. Peter Hickman is right there as well, also on a 4:25. So Herbertson, that's really impressive for him on the Burroughs Engineering BMW.
Yeah, we were talking to some people down there earlier, and it's probably the first time Dom's had a genuine chance in a well-established team with, he's got good mechanics, and this is not taken away from anything that he's done before now, but the Burroughs Engineering team is well-renowned, and obviously John's been around a long time and has a lot of them mechanics, and I mean that in a polite way, not that he's old, but he's well-experienced. So, Dom's in a really good place in there. They've got good bikes. Superstock bikes now are pretty much all the same, so if you've got a good team, that's what makes all the difference. We're just looking at Peter Hickman coming through, Kurt Michael here, right on the back of John McGuinness off these beautiful helicopter shots.
And Nathan Harrison there as well in through Douglas Road corner as Michael Dunlop makes it to Ballath. Dunlop is quickest as far as Ballath, but we'll wait for one or two of the other super stocks to come through. We know obviously we're looking for Dominic Herbertson and Peter Hickman in particular. Any of the super bikes through Ballath just yet? Let's see. Dean Harrison is through there in 7 minutes 43 on the super bike compared to Michael Dunlop's 7:32. So there are 11 seconds quicker for Dunlop on the super stock against Harrison on the super bike as far as Ballath.
Yeah, it's all early days, I suppose, and who feels comfortable on what thing. But we just got a really nice shot of Nathan Harrison there out on the factory Honda for the first time, and it must be a big deal this for a local rider, and he's had to wait a year for this to happen, and for all the family and friends that he has here, obviously, and they're waiting to see this big moment for another local rider on the island to get in a factory Honda team.
Absolutely. Just for comparison to last year as well, we brought it a little bit earlier in the earlier part of the session. Last year, Dean Harrison was fastest on the opening lap of big bike qualifying. He was out through Ballath in 7 minutes 27. It's a 7:32 tonight, so it is almost exactly 5 seconds slower tonight, but we know conditions, they're pretty good, but they're not perfect.
Yeah, we could even see on a few of the helicopter shots there is just some damp patches, and that's nothing to do with the weather right now. It's what the rain we had last night, and it just takes that little bit of time. So hopefully, if we don't have any rain over the night in the next few days, then these times will start toppling again. I think you guys all got spoilt last year with the weather, so we just expect to turn up to the TT now and have 2 weeks of glorious sunshine.
Absolutely, totally spoiled last year. Let's get down to Beth, who's with George Halliday.
I certainly am. And George, once again, a massive smile on your face. Your second TT. How you doing?
Oh, I'm loving it. It's great to be back spinning laps around this place. Great conditions tonight, actually. There's a couple of damp patches, but yeah, there's plenty of flags out to warn you. So it's just taking it steady through those sort of sections. And then, yeah, it's just building it up again. Just letting it come to me, really. So just done 2 laps on the 600, then we're going to go and do a couple of laps on the R1.
So compared to last year, which is obviously your first time out, what have you done differently this time?
Well, we've got another bike for starters. So, yeah, it's twice the work for me and the team. But no, it's good just to get out in the extra practice session in the big bike class and just get more laps. And that's what it's all about, track knowledge around this place.
And obviously we get to that time of the day, the sun's getting a little bit lower. Does that affect you much?
Yeah, there's some flags out, and yeah, I've got a dark visor. So it's more like the sector 1 really. It's all the way up to Ballacrane. So it's just, as long as you're wary of that and you know before you get there, then yeah, it's okay to deal with.
And how do you deal with it nutrition-wise for a day like this? I can see you've got a gel in your hand there.
Yeah, plenty of these caramel latte gels there.
Yum.
But no, yeah, it's just staying hydrated. That's key, I think, especially on, like, it's quite sunny today as well. And yeah, you sweat a lot out there. So yeah, it's just staying on top of nutrition and hydration.
Wonderful. It's lovely to see you back again. How tall are you, by the way?
About 6'4", 6'5". So.
I'm going to need a box next time I speak to you. George, have a great weekend and a great fortnight.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Beth. Just flicking back to the earlier part of the session, Davey Todd banged in a late lap on the Super Twin machine to go second fastest of the Super Twins. Hickman led the way, 118.011. Then Davey Todd around about 20 seconds, well, not quite 20 seconds, 19.3 or so slower, 116.06. Then Baz Ferber, Mike Brown, Stefano Bonetti, Michael de Koppel in 6th fastest. And then rounding out the top 10 on those Super Twins were Chris Moore, Jonathan Getchke, David Datzer, and Mark Colvin. Go, Lee.
Yeah, we just see the shots coming into Kurt Magler, into Ramsey, sort of Ramsey hairpin as Hickman is on the approach, but him and McGuinness were together before, so I believe Hickman's got through on McGuinness now and started to put a little bit of time into him. Can you see on the timing screen there what the difference is?
Well, he was pushing McGuinness on because McGuinness was faster than Harrison out to the lap. McGuinness was there in 7:43.4 against Harrison 7:43.7, so 0.3 of a second between them.
Yeah, he's just behind in the back of the shot there from Peter Hickman, so that's really good riding. Once again, proving me completely wrong about what I said about they would benefit from having a bike in the smaller class. John McGuinness has gone out there straight away, fresh from having a rest, and he's absolutely on the pace.
Hickman is now fastest as far as Ramsey. Hickman is in Ramsey in 10 minutes 52 against Dunlop's also 10:52. There's only a 10th of a second between them. And then Phil Crow is there in 11:01. James Hillier, 4th fastest. Josh Brooks, 5th. Davey Johnson in 6th. And then of the super bikes, John McGuinness is fastest to Ramsey, 11:04, compared to that Hickman time of 10:52. So 12 seconds slower than Hickman on the stocker. For McGuinness on the super bike, 11:04. Dean Harrison, 11:07. James Hind, 11:16. And Craig Neve is 4th fastest through Ramsey of the super bike. So Hickman now faster than Michael Dunlop as far as Ramsey, and he has his favoured climb of the mountain to come. We'll wait for those splits at the bungalow.
Yeah, we just seen Mike Brown leaving the pits there on that Aprilia as well, so he's going out for his first lap in this session. So we're going to see how he gets on. I believe that's a super stock bike. They don't have 2 bikes or a full blown super bike. I think he's going to run the super stock bike in both classes, which quite a lot of guys do.
As we see Michael Dunlop arrive at the bungalow, Dominic Herbertson is now into Ramsey. He's still 3rd fastest off the super stocks into Ramsey. So still an impressive lap by Dominic Herbertson. He slots in between Michael Dunlop and Philip Crow. We'll move things on then to the bungalow to get an indication. It is Dunlop, as we say. And who are we seeing going up towards May Hill?
Jamie Coward there is just right through. So where does he slot into in that fold of super stock bikes? Because obviously they're the same. They've got the one super stock bike to run in both classes. And the new Honda, we've seen what Dean Harrison did on it at the Northwest 200, so the bike's so capable, and obviously with the lap times the guys can do around here on Superstock bikes now, it's for the price difference in smaller teams. Honestly, I don't believe it warrants what cost, and even not even the cost of building the bike, but all the other spares, and then having to have spares for building the superbike, so swing arms, linkages, yokes, forks, brakes, all these things. You're talking 40,000-50,000 pounds. So for small teams, it's not practical to have to run two bikes.
Absolutely not for the relatively small advantage you're gaining.
Well, if any, when you see Peter Hickman or these guys going out and lapping faster as Connor Cummins did on the Superstock Honda.
It was sixth fastest for Jamie Coward into Ramsey. We'll move it on to the bungalow now as we get more times coming in there. It's Michael Dunlop still showing, and we're seeing Mike Brown. It is. Oh, yeah, a bit of a moment over the top of Selborne Drive by the looks of it.
Yeah, he just rolled out a little bit and landed on the front tyre rather than just keeping it on the rear and trying to balance the bike out. So, yeah, we could see the weight of his eyeballs through the visor there, and that would definitely woke Mike Brown up from getting over that bump. But yeah, we're just on the mountain again now, and we can't quite see who the camera shot is. My eyesight's not what it used to be.
Yeah, we're picking somebody up anyway. We've got Dean Harrison, James Hind, and Craig Neve of the Superbikes through. But it's Peter Hickman, who is still fastest now by 1.3 seconds to the bungalow. Peter Hickman goes fastest from Michael Dunlop. Will wait on the arrival of Dominic Herbertson as well, who's going very well. So out as far as the bungalow. Hickman, 14 minutes 13.3. Dunlop, 14.7. Then back to a 14.23 for James Hillier. Then Phil Crow, Josh Brooks, Rob Hodgson, and David Johnson. That's of the super stocks of the super bikes. We've got John McGuinness leading the way. He's now 7 seconds quicker than Dean Harrison as far as the bungalow, a 14.28 against a 14.35. Then James Hind and Craig Neve of the other super bikes through the bungalow. So next up, we'll move on to Cronknamona, and it won't be long before we get them there. In fact, Michael Dunlop is through Cronknamona, so he'll be with us in around about a minute or so. First on the road for Michael Dunlop. Get his time. There's Peter Hickman, who is just quicker than him at the moment on the lap as far as the bungalow. So we'll just wait for Hickman as well to come through at Cronknamona before we get a consolidated leaderboard.
Yeah, Dom Herbertson there has just gone through the bungalow now, so we'll see where he slots in there. But I was trying to see who the paint scheme was, but it was Michael Evans, number 20. It was absolutely beautiful colour scheme on his Suzuki as Michael Dunlop just comes across the line. And we can hear the overrun on that new Superstock Honda.
128.87 miles per hour for Michael Dunlop. 17 minutes 33.9, but we know Peter Hickman is out there going slightly quicker. So Dunlop on the Honda, then 128.87. We will await Hickman to arrive. As we look back for Cronknamona, we've got Dean Harrison and Craig Neve on the Superbikes through Cronknamona as well. So just keep an eye on these times. We've got James Hillier, Phil Crow, Josh Brooks all through as well. See, Phil Crow completes in a 127.0. Davo Johnson, 125.5. But it's Hickman that we're waiting on as we see Davey Todd getting ready to go out.
Yeah, he's just going out on his Superstock bike now. I'm trying to see from the footage on the thing. He was obviously late back because he did that later lap on the Super Twin as well. So, yeah, he's just waiting to get out now. This is probably his first lap on the Superstock bike because he was out in the Superbike earlier on, I believe.
So we may not have seen him out on this so far. We'll see what he can do on this to get amongst the others. We wait on Hickman to arrive. Let's see if he's at Cronknamona. He is, and he is still quicker than Michael Dunlop as far as Cronknamona. So we'll wait for Hickman across the line. He won't be too far in coming. Riders are heading out onto a second lap. Quite a lot coming in as well at the end of the first lap. So we will have some riders to follow out onto a second lap. There he is. Let's see what... no, that was McCormick. It wasn't him. Hillier completes his lap as well. 127. Dean Harrison certainly has carried on for another lap.
Yeah, we've seen David Todd just pulled out in front of the pits in front of Dean Harrison. So he's going to get a good tow round. Obviously, Dean's on his flying lap, and Davy's probably going to take a little look around now at Quarter Bridge. Yeah, he has. He's just pulled over. Little bit of rider etiquette there, pulled over and let Dean through. So this could be a pretty quick first lap from Davey Todd as well, getting straight in behind Dean Harrison. We're just looking at the Batham's team in the pits here now. Probably one of the nicest, if not the nicest, paint job in the in the TT right now.
Hickman completes and does go fastest on the Monster Energy BMW by FHO Racing. 129.032 for Hickman on the Superstock machine against 128.87 for Michael Dunlop. There's about 1.3 seconds between them. Hickman faster than Dunlop. We're waiting on Dominic Herbertson to complete his lap. He was third fastest at the bungalow. James Hillier is then fourth. Phil Crow, Josh Brooks, Rob Hodson and Dave O'Johnson. And off the super bikes at the grandstand, let's get the complete laps up here. It was John McGuinness, I think, who was fastest. It was indeed a 17 minutes 48, 127.1 for John McGuinness. Then Dean Harrison, 125.7, is around about 11 seconds slower than McGuinness. Then James Hind and Craig Need. So it's as we expected. Hickman and Dunlop at the forefront of the Superstock. And, well, they've been at the forefront of the TT for the last few years. They look set to go to head-to-head again across race week here at TT 2024. There's only 1.3 seconds between them on that opening lap. We know Dunlop came in, not sure about Peter Hickman. In fact, he's come in as well. So both of them just one lap lead.
Yeah, it's incredible, really. We talk now about 129 mile an hour average lap time, and the conditions aren't 100% perfect. We've done a few laps the very first day of practice, and it's like it's not very many years ago that this lap time would have been incredible in a race and winning people races. So yeah, how the times move forward and what we expect of these riders right now, and what is not even really talked about as to be a first day time. But you'll probably know what was the fastest lap time the first day, opening day for big bike class last year.
Was Michael Dunlop on a superbike on a second lap at 131.782.
Don't worry, guys. I'll keep him on his toes here, just in case he starts drifting off. That's incredible.
Let's go down to Chris Kinley.
He is Stato. That's the end of it. He's Stato. Michael Dunlop's come in, by the way. He's off the bike, and I think they're looking like going out, on the 2024 version of the Fireblade, the Superbike. Peter Hickman's come in off the one bike he's came off in the Stocker, and now about to go out on the big bike. He's just been changing the visor there, just having a little look at the data, and he's just heading off again. So Peter Hickman will be going. Josh Brooks has also gone out as well. Josh back out on the big bike for Hickey, just about to leave here now. And there's so many camera crews and stuff following around. What do you make of that, Jenny Timoth? Some pretty quick opening laps by these guys.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Everyone was saying the track's quite greasy, so to be doing those sort of times already is fantastic.
131 and a bit. I think Boydie said that Michael Dunlop did it at the end of the session. What are we going to see this time? What time's the session end? So Superbike Supersport session ends, I think it is at 19:45. It is. So they've still got 27 minutes. So he's got time to get another 2 laps in, really, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And the more laps they do, the cleaner the track will be getting. So I'm sure they'll be going faster.
Certainly will. A few more people coming in. I think that was Jamie Coward that just come in as well. We'll get the lap time there. Mikey Evans, though, Chris Boyd with a pretty good lap time there.
Just trying to pick up some of these times as they're crossing the lines. They're that quick going. Michael Simpson's just got a lap on the board there as well, 117.1, good after his earlier spills. But yeah, Mikey Evans, 124.7 and 18.09. Let's try to bring you a little bit of a leaderboard. Peter Hickman, then we know, was fastest. Michael Dunlop, second fastest. James Hillier, a 17.45, which is 127.5. Dominic Herbertson completed fourth fastest. He was running third fastest and second fastest earlier on in the lap. He completed in fourth fastest, 127.5. Philip Crow, 127 flat. And then sixth was Jamie Coward. This is of the super stock machines only. We'll come to the super bikes in a moment. Then Josh Brooks, seventh fastest. Rob Hodson, eighth. Dave O'Johnson, ninth fastest. And Mikey Evans does round out the top 10 just ahead of Paul Jordan and Nathan Harrison there. If we go to the super bikes, so I look for the right one, we know that John McGuinness was fastest of those so far from Dean Harrison, his teammate. And James Hind, Connor Cummins has put a lap up on the Malenko by Padgett's machine as well, 18 minutes 30 compared to John McGuinness' 17.48. So really just a initial installation lap for Connor, I think. And then Craig Need is fifth fastest of the super bikes. And we'll just wait and see who goes out on what next and what we have to follow, Lee.
Yeah, I've just had a really good message through there from a friend. World Cup winner downhiller is down for the very first time at the bottom of Bray Hill, and the message just said, "I actually get it," and there's a picture of the bike going past. So yeah, one of the craziest sports in the world, downhill mountain biking, over here watching what we're doing. And yeah, massive appreciation for the ladies and women that are the ladies and gentlemen that are out there doing this awesome job.
The marshals at Governors are busy. They've had another rider off. Jonathan Gutschke's come off at Governors, but he's perfectly okay. And a huge thank you to all the marshals that have been out around the course for what has turned into a really long day today. Thank you very much for allowing us to get TT 2024 underway. Who's out there on a lap at the moment? Well, Dean Harrison is out on the Honda Superbike. John McGuinness is out on a second lap on the Honda Superbike. Dominic Herberson has carried on for a second lap on the Super Stock. Dave Johnson is out on a second lap on the Super Stock. Rob Hodson on the Super Stock as well. James Hillier, Super Stock. James Hines has carried on. He's doing a second lap as well on the Superbike. Mikey Evans, who we said was in 10th place on the Super Stock leaderboard, he carried straight on as well. He is out there on a second lap as well. Of those out through Glen Helen on this second lap, Dean Harrison is fastest to 4:22.5, so that's around about 2.5 seconds quicker than Peter Hickman was on the opening lap. So we'd expect maybe a little bit more than that. We'll wait and see when some of the other guys come through, but it's Harrison leading the way on this second lap. But perhaps the overall lap speed won't be quite there with that Hickman lap that we have just seen, the 129. We were just talking up here, Lee. It's absolutely bonkers. We're the opening day of TT, and here we are seeing near 130-mile-an-hour laps.
Yeah, I struggle sometimes. Like, we get people coming speaking to us on track days and everything, and no disrespect to any man or woman that rides a motorbike, but they talk about 135 mile an hour like they're going to the shop to buy. You know what I mean? It just rolls off the tongue and willy-nilly, but I don't think they really understand the forces that go through the motorcycle and the tires and the bumps and jumps, and it's just immense to do them lap times. And even 130 mile an hour on a super sport bike is incredible. So yeah, we've sort of been a little bit spoilt in the last few years with obviously the good weather and having 3 or 4 top riders pushing each other, because without that, obviously, if you've got one good person, there's no one else then to push them on. And that's no disrespect to anybody in the past or anyone that's won races for periods of time, but you need at least 2 guys to have a race, or 3. So we're a little bit spoiled this year. We've got 4 or 5 possible race winners, 6 possible race winners.
And Chris Kinley has one of them with him right now, Jamie Coward.
Yeah, certainly do. Going down right at the end of Park Fermer here. Jamie, nice to speak to you for the first time this year. All good? How's it going?
Yeah, it's going all right. Yeah. It's just getting them blown on cobwebs off. It's pretty crazy, really. This year you got BSB and stuff like that, and you come over here and the speeds are absolutely phenomenal. So it takes you a while for your brain to adapt to stuff. But yeah, it's new Triumph's going pretty good, and then obviously the Honda from last year. So yeah, just keep chipping away, and then it's only first night, so just steady away, and we'll get there eventually.
Track conditions coming to you a little bit, you think?
Yeah, it's coming to us a little bit. It's still a bit patchy in a few places that you don't want it to be patchy, especially coming out of Glen Helen. It's quite bad there, to be fair. So you're having to sit up and roll off quite a lot. But but apart from that, the course is in pretty good nick, to be fair.
Running the Superstock bike, obviously in the Superbike race as well. How's that feeling? Many changes to make?
It's what we rode last year, so you'd have thought it'd have been all right, But we've got the suspension from last year, and it's handling like a pig. So we're trying to make another change now and go again, just to try and get the front on the floor a little bit more. It's just pouring the air a lot and tying itself in knots. So fingers crossed we've got to make a change, go in the right direction. We can make progress from there.
All right, Jamie, thanks for your time.
Thank you.
It's interesting that, Jen, isn't it? A lot of guys say that when they've been here last year and they come back exactly the same settings, have written it all down, it's in the computer, and the bike don't want to play.
Yeah, it's hard though, isn't it? Because I think, like Don was saying, you completely forget how mental this place is, and when you come back, it's like, so you have to go through the realization process again of how much the bike is going to be unsteady and how much you are probably going to have to start tweaking the suspension again just to get it to set. And the track changes, doesn't it? The bumps sort of increase. There's traffic on it all year round, so the track can actually change. So you have to adapt the bike to the track again, and also you have to adapt yourself, because come like the end of practice week, when they have lots of laps, you never know, you might be going back to what you had before. It's just, it's all about getting yourself comfortable. And what he was saying there with the front end pouring the air, that sets up the instability thing. He'll be getting tank slappers on the bars, with the bars going side to side, left to right, and that way it's not a confidence inspiring feeling, that. So obviously what you said there, they're just going to try and keep the front end on the floor a little bit more and just get that stability back.
All right, Jenny Timmer, thank you very much for those words. Thanks also, Jamie Coward. Back to Chris Boyd.
Michael Dunlop absolutely flying out through Glen Helen. He's out on the Superbike. We're not sure if it's the 23 or the 24 model, but he's out in Glen Helen. 4 minutes 19.7, the fastest of the night in all of the qualifying sessions that we've seen so far. Dunlop is having an absolute charge here. Peter Hickman we see going through Kirk Michael. So we will just see what we can pick up at Ballath. Let's see who's through Ballath. The super stocks, Dominic Herbertson is fastest on the second lap out through Ballath. He's there in 7 minutes 37. Compare that to the Peter Hickman opening lap of a 7:35. So he's not quite as quick. What are we seeing, Lee?
Yeah, Michael tipped in really early going into Kurt Michael there, and that normally indicates that you're in a little bit hot because you just make a beeline for the apex. But he caught a little bit of traffic. I believe it's number 59. I think I can't see there on the screen, but yeah, he caught a little bit of traffic just before Kirk Michael and maybe got a little bit frustrated, but he's still on a charge, and we're going to be looking at another 130 plus lap here on the very first day of practice.
It does look like it, even without perfect conditions. It looked like it was George Halliday who we spoke to. It might have been Joey Thompson, actually. It was that he passed as he was going through Kurt Michael there. So we will be keeping an eye on this Dunlop lap. It is Herbertson fastest of the super stocks on the second lap to Davo Johnson, then James Hillier, Rob Hodson and Mikey Evans. That's as far as Ballath of the super bikes. We await the arrival of Michael Dunlop on the Hawk machine. It's Dean Harrison who's fastest on the second lap by about 2.7 seconds or so from John McGuinness. So they've swapped round from the first lap where McGuinness was faster than Harrison. Then James Hind and Craig Neve are also out through Ballath on the second lap. But it's Michael Dunlop we're waiting on. I think he's there. So it is. That traffic has maybe just cost him a little bit as we look for his time to pop up.
I reckon this podium at the Northwest 200 has put a little bit of wind in Mr. McGuinness's sails again. For all them people that say he's here just for reasons of riding round and what such. So incredible, like to be faster than like that. Honda has signed Dean Harrison to do this job and come here, and he is going to do the job with any shape or form. But for John to be quicker than him in that first lap, and I know this is really early on the first day and everything, but still that is incredible performance from John McGuinness.
Absolutely. We couldn't find the Dunlop lap because it's his first lap on this bike, obviously, in this session. So we have to, the other guys are out on lap 2. He's out on lap 1, but he's through Ballath in 7 minutes 30. That compares with Peter Hickman on a standing start lap. So standing start lap against standing start lap of a 7:35.4 as we see Michael Rutter, is it? Pulling a huge wheelie through Ramsey.
Tell you what, it doesn't matter what age you get, you still want to show off for the fans. That's incredible. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but I'm sure he will claim it. So yeah, I'm sorry you guys can't see that on the screen right now, but yeah, there was proof that he still got a bit of skill in them old bones.
Absolutely. So we've got Dunlop's standing start lap to watch here while the other guys are out on a second lap, which is making things nice and confusing for following the timing. But let's just move on to Ramsey and see what we can see. Is anyone through Ramsey on the second lap? They are. John McGuinness is now faster than Dean Harrison again on the second lap, 10:56 against 11:0. So McGuinness has overhauled Harrison on the second lap once again. So as you say, plenty of pace in the old boy.
Incredible performance, and he seems up for it. He was definitely up for it and he hasn't been up for it at the Northwest for a long time. John doesn't really want to be dicing in battles and stuff like we have to do at the Northwest. He likes coming here, getting in his rhythm, putting his lap in, and he races the track. So we're seeing him bringing a little bit of that confidence there, and it's coming to the forefront right now. So credit to him and the team. Obviously, they've had a tough couple of weeks trying to get that bike, and that's been in all the news and everything of reliability issues and whatever else, parts not turning up on time. But yeah, they seem to be going okay right now as we see Peter Hickman just coming into Ramsey.
Hickman's through, not using the bus stop at the school as he heads towards Parliament Square. But let's get down to Chris Kinley's with Mike Brown.
Yeah, going to grab a quick word with Mike if we can. He's just chatting to Richard from Maxton at the moment, and Mike, we'll come this way, but I don't want to see you get run over, you know. Talk us through Selborne Drive on that first lap. That was a bit eye-opening for you, a bit sideways on the Aprilia. Was it okay?
Where?
At the bottom of here, over the leap there, kind of went a bit squiggly.
Oh, did it?
You just ran through. You didn't care, did you?
No.
But the boys were saying, Lee was saying in commentary, you could see the whites of your eyes. It was one of those.
I didn't take any notice. So
just get through it. How's the Aprilia handling?
It's handling good, to be fair. We're pleasantly surprised, to be honest, how good it's handling. We have a few little bits, but there's no major issue which we weren't really sure what it was going to be like. But no, it's in a ballpark, so that's good.
What's it like? Straight line stability, all pretty good?
Sure. Look, I don't know, is any bike good at straight line around here? But no, it's comfortable. So that's good. That's fast.
What about the R6?
R6 is good. Made a few changes again, and yeah, tipping away through that.
Good man, Mike. Thanks for your time. Cheers. Thank you. Cheers, Mike Brown. Good stuff. Nice to get a quick chat with Mike there. So, hey, you know what? It's like Lee Johnson. He just rode through it. He didn't even notice it happened, probably. It happened that quick.
I think it is impossible to dislike Mike Brown. He's got the accent and the chat and the charm of I don't know what. But yeah, so yeah, once again, I've been proved wrong 3 times today. So I think this is going to be my last day in the commentary box. So thanks for having me, but I'm going to go now.
Lap 2 then at the bungalow. We can look at the super stock machines. Dominic Herbertson is the fastest. He's through there in 14:22. How does that compare to Peter Hickman on the opening on his super stock lap of 14:13? So they are about 9 seconds off the pace. It's Herbertson, then Dave O'Johnson, then Rob Hodson, James Hillier, Mikey Evans, Brian McCormick, Nathan Harrison, and Patrick Hoff, who are all through the bungalow, because Patrick Hoff is a newcomer, so he's been given dispensation to be out in amongst other sessions, which means obviously his data is just showing because he's got more laps on the board. In terms of the super bikes, they've now made the bungalow as well. John McGuinness continues to be fastest, and he's now at 9 seconds quicker than Dean Harrison on identical spec machinery. You'd imagine McGuinness and Harrison at 14:22 for McGuinness against 14:31 for Harrison. Hind and Craig Neeb also through. Let's see if we can flip back to lap 1 and see where Michael Dunlop's up to. Well, we can tell you that he's through Ramsey actually in a 10:47, which compares with Peter Hickman's fastest completed lap of the evening of a 10:52. So he's about 5 seconds, nearly 4.8 seconds quicker than Hickman was on that opening lap. And this is a standing start lap for Michael as well. It's a 1:29.6 type pace.
Yeah, so we know now that this is his very first lap on the 24 spec Superbike, because he's obviously did one lap on the 23 spec Superbike earlier. He went to go out on this one, and then the session got red flagged, or there was oil down and he didn't complete the lap. So yeah, this is impressive for being the very first lap on that bike. So it bodes well for which bike he's going to pick for the rest of the week, I believe.
Dean Harrison, the first man back at the end of the 2-lap run. Dean Harrison completes his second lap, 120. Where's he gone? 125.909. And then Craig Neeb also back, 122.099. John McGuinness, 127.646 for John. We'll put these into some kind of leaderboard. We've just literally got crosses of the line at the moment. James Hillier, 125.856 on the super stock. Rob Hodson, 126.266 super stock. Brian McCormick, 124.655 as we await Michael Dunlop on the climb of the mountain to see how he compares to this Peter Hickman lap, although it is super bike for Dunlop against super stock for Peter Hickman. So standing start to standing start, you would expect Michael to be potentially slightly quicker, and he is on course for this the quickest lap of the night so far. We'll move over to the standings page as we now start to get people on different laps on different bikes, so it becomes much more difficult to try and pick up where they are at as Michael Dunlop makes it through the climb of the mountain. He's still about those 4.5 seconds quicker than Peter Hickman. He's still on that 129.6 type pace for Michael Dunlop as far as the bungalow on the 24 bike.
Yeah, we've had quite a few shots of Peter Hickman, both from the camera and on the ground cameras, and there seems to be quite a lot of room left. He looks to be riding really comfortable, well within himself and within the limits of the track. And then some of the shots we've seen of Michael have been, could say the polar opposite to that. But obviously there's just saying different riding styles, and we're just seeing Dean Harrison now back in the pits, and he's debriefing straight over to Rich from Maxton. And this is probably the first time we've seen factory Hondas on Maxton suspension. Dean's got full Maxton suspension. John McGuinness has gone with Olin's forks and a rear Maxton shock. So yeah, this is obviously rider preference, and then the team have gone with that. They've been renowned for being with Olin's for the past probably I don't know how long, and then Showa before that. But yeah, this is the first time we're going to see a Maxton shod factory Honda Superbike.
Let's just drop back down to Chris Kinley. These are the kind of nights that just make you buzz. I love practice evenings at the TT when the sun is shining, Chris Kinley.
Absolutely. He's just given some data to his young fella Ewan and also his pit guys as well. So we'll just maybe just grab him if we set. John, first time I've spoken to you so far this year. Welcome back to the Rock.
Beautiful, isn't it? Everybody flying around. Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? Yeah, a bit blowy in that, a little bit patchy, but yeah, considering what we've had, I think we're doing all right. But yeah, no, it's good. Just they blow you away, them super bikes, honest to God. I mean, I've been at it years and I still can't get my breath when you get on them things. They are just like sitting on some sort of missile, mate, honestly. So yeah, but it's a good little steady lap there. You always feel like you're putting everything into it and you feel like you're doing 160 mile an hour laps and you look at the lap time and it's not there. But on night one, I think we're all right at that. Let's have a breather and get out my stocker now.
Hickey was with you for a bit on the first bit.
Yeah, he woke me up a little bit. Yeah, he passed me going into Balacry jump. I nearly jumped out of my skin when he. I hung on to him for a bit actually. Yeah, just hung in there behind him, and he just edged away a little bit, corner by corner. But yeah, held on to him. I just thought I'd roll my sleeves up and try and hang on to the quickest man around here. And he dragged me along a little bit, which is nice. That second lap was good. Felt a little bit better than the lap time, but there you go. Well, things are just settling down, and there's a few more nights of practice, and then that sun's bad for me now. I don't know if it's an age thing or not. I don't know. I just couldn't quite pick my apexes out on some of those the sunny bits, so I just eased off. Glenbyre, it's 170 mile an hour corner and down into Greebers really fast and stuff. So I just took my time through all them bits where I couldn't see what's going very well. But I passed my eye test for medical, so must be semi all right.
All right, John, I'll let you get back to the team. Thanks for the time.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks very much. Thanks to John McGinn. It's good to get the thoughts of him there. Interesting as well. It comes to us all, this age thing, with these glasses and stuff. I'm going to wear reading glasses all the time now. That's just to see stuff on my phone. Chris Boyd.
Absolutely. We'll wait. Michael Dunlop. In fact, that might be him across the line on the superbike. It is the fastest lap of the week so far. 129.59 miles an hour. I think he's gone straight on for a second lap, Lee.
Yeah, he has. And like I said before, this bodes confidence. We're just watching David Johnson go back down pit lane, and now he's heading back out on his superbike. I believe he was out in the super stock bike on the start of the session, but Dean Harrison's just come up on screen now. He's sitting in the pits here, and body language doesn't look great, to be honest. He looks a little bit frustrated on obviously setup issues with that new Honda.
Davey Todd is out there on the Milwaukee BMW. He set the fastest sector time of the night to Glen Helen, faster than Michael Dunlop's time. So we'll keep an eye on that lap. But what's going on down in Parc Ferme area, Chris Kinley?
Well, James Hilly is just about to go out on the Superbike W3F machine, but Josh Brooks is coming off the number 7 machine with a front screen completely smashed off, as if somebody's just chucked a brick through it. So whether he's hit some sort of animal or something. We were talking about a duck being on the road a little bit earlier on. So a bit of no damage to the front of the machine. Obviously, it's just a screen that's been broken completely into, well, there's nothing left of it anyway. I'm not sure where it happens. We'll just let him get in and debrief Darren and all the team in there and try and grab him in a little while. And Phil Crow's just come in as well off another good lap as well. Big Phil Crow there going quite well today. But yeah, that's a bit of drama down here, isn't it?
Absolutely, it is. So we're looking now at, we've obviously got Michael Dunlop heading out onto a second lap on the Hawk machine. We've got Davey Todd going faster than Dunlop, and that is a second lap against the first lap. So we'll just keep an eye on that. But yeah, these hot laps are going to happen now, and we're building up to what we've only got 7 minutes or so left on this session before the gate closes, and then we'll move into the sidecars. We're going to see some really busy late laps, I think, here, Lee.
Yeah, I think it's going to be probably between Michael and Davey Todd, who are out there now. Obviously, they've got a flying lap time, so that's going to beat any sort of start and start lap time from this evening. So yeah, I think your fastest time's probably going to come from either one of these two guys now. So we're going to rely on you for looking at the times and carry on through the session.
Numbers coming out of my ears. We're going to let Lee, I think, do the numbers work tomorrow, and I'll have a go at doing the punditry, see how that works.
I think the viewing figures, or the listening figures, sorry, will dramatically fall.
Speaking of fallers, unfortunately, he's been off a couple of times today. Chris Kinley has Marcus Simpson.
Yeah, it's been a bit of an up and down day for young Marcus. Get out of it, get on it, and let's get back on the bike, eh?
Yeah, it's the Governor's Dip, right where I live. First time, I thought, you're an idiot. Second time, same bike, same place. It's mechanical. The bump stops on the bike. It's hitting the frame on the right side, and
exactly the same crash. And I spotted it before I went out that the right stop was a lot shorter than the left, and I thought, I'll be fine. And I got there and it's the exact same thing. So big thanks to Sally up in the office who kind of let me back out. Otherwise it was going to be another big bike session missed, and it was going to be tomorrow. So big thanks to her.
How was the big bike that time, all right?
Yeah, she's fast. No, it's good. It's yeah, I'm gelling with it quite well, and it's very different to riding a little bike around here. Really got to take your time, and that's what I'm doing.
I was going to say, last time you rode here was on the 600 at the Manx Grand Prix, so this is a whole new warp zone, isn't it?
Oh, it's completely different. Yeah, they're incomparable, really. You know, just been passed by Peter Hickman and Michael Dunlop on the big bikes as well, so that was all pretty cool.
Cool, man. Listen, get back out. Good luck. Good to see you smiling.
Cheers, Chris. Thank
you, mate. Cheers. Marcus Simpson, yeah. Good to see him smiling, yeah. A total up and down day, as we say. I just see Timothy Minogue's just coming as well. Joey Thompson is also back in. We've got about, Chris Boyd, 4 minutes and 18 seconds left in the session.
That's for riders to leave. We know there's riders out there on this lap. So, and then we'll move on to the sidecars, but we're still going to have the tail end of these Davey Todd, Michael Dunlop laps, and Peter Hickman's out there on another lap as well on the superbike. So we've got lots of the big names are out there right now on laps. Davey Todd is through Ballath. Let's have a look. He's in there in a 7:28. That compares to Michael Dunlop's 7:30. So Davey Todd is on the quickest lap of the week as far as Ballath. Michael Dunlop has just reached Glen Helen. It's a 4:19 against it's about 0.4 of a second quicker than his opening lap out to Glen Helen.
Glad you read them, because I was just about to read all them times out, so you just saved me a job there. So no, like I say, yeah, these guys are going to push on now, and there's a little bit of credit in this. I know it doesn't mean anything at the end of the week, but these boys are thinking about the headlines, right? They're not thinking about the headlines right now on their bike, but they will have thought about this before this session starts. So, yeah, it's going to be between, by the looks of things, Michael Dunlop or Davey Todd for this one tonight.
Absolutely. As far as Glen Helen, where all three of Todd, Dunlop and Hickman have reached, Todd is quickest on this lap on a 4:18.1. Michael Dunlop's on a 4:19.3. Peter Hickman a 4:21.3. So there's sort of 4.2 seconds between Todd and Hickman. But we'll monitor these laps as we go around. If we try to put in place a consolidated leaderboard as we have at the moment, it shows Michael Dunlop at the top, 129.59 on the superbike on that second lap. Second lap? No, his first lap, I think it was. Then Davey Todd, 128.87. Peter Hickman, 128.72. Then John McGuinness, fourth fastest. His teammate Dean Harrison, fifth fastest. Then James Hind, going really nicely, James. That's the sixth fastest time for him. And the rest of the top 10 on the superbikes at the moment, Phil Crow, Josh Brooks, Michael Rutter, and Connor Cummings. On the super stocks, it was that lap by Peter Hickman that leads the way, 129.032. That was a standing start lap. Then Michael Dunlop, also a standing start lap, 128.87. Dominic Herbertson went slightly faster on his second lap than his first, 127.54. James Hillier, 127.53. So right there with Herbertson. Then Dave O'Johnson and Phil Crow round out the top 6, 7th to 10th. Jamie Coward, Rob Hodson, Josh Brooks, and Mike Brown. Anyone jumping out there is worthy of note, Lee?
No, I think, it's obviously your usual suspects at the start. I think James Hillier was a little bit more of a surprise in the Supersport session before, and he's obviously going strong in this session as well. But yeah, I think the usual suspects are at the top. It's just, I think all we can put down to the time difference from, like what you said last year, was 131 point something.
782.
So that's, there's quite a big difference to what we're sitting at right now. I know we lost a little bit of time maybe earlier on with the session and stuff, but yeah, it's that's a decent time chunk for not. So maybe it's just them few damp patches and from the recent rain and the storms we've had, from the awesome job the guys have done even to get the event going from what the weather's been this week. So that's obviously showing in the grip in the tarmac and from what we had last year.
Great time from one of the newcomers. I think it was Patrick Hoff. 115.1, already over 115 miles an hour for Patrick Hoff.
Yeah, that's really impressive. Was he a Manx rider before? No, or this is literally his first time? Yeah, that is an impressive lap time.
Absolutely. We're going to take a short break, just try and get some breath back. We'll be back with these Davey Todd, Michael Dunlop and Peter Hickman laps that are live right now. We'll just take a short break.
When it comes to head protection, RI strives for the ultimate, with incremental design and protection improvements introduced to the range year on year. RI not only research and improve on the management of impact energy, RI also produces rounder, smoother, stronger outer shells to enhance glancing off performance. For the ultimate in impact absorption and glancing off technology, combined with comfort and 5-year warranty, visit the RI Village behind the grandstand. RI, because what we protect is priceless.
1, 2, 3 wheeling. Freewheeling.media, official title sponsor and Sidecar TT media partner for the Isle of Man TT Sidecar races. With over 1.5 million social media followers and daily content updates, Freewheeling.media promotes and unites all classes of sidecar racing around the world. Freewheeling is the world's leading sidecar racing media connection. Get connected via Freewheeling.media. By the sport, for the sport.
Safety, stability, and security are paramount when it comes to the TT. They're also key to the exceptional international financial solutions we provide at RL360. We've sponsored the Superstock race since 2002, making RL360 the longest running TT sponsor. And like the TT, RL360 is delighted to call the Isle of Man home while showcasing the island on an international stage. RL360, for life's financial journey.
Passionate about your bike? Then we're passionate about getting you the right bike insurance at Entire Cover Insurance. No matter if you ride a classic motorbike or a cruiser, we could get you quotes from some of the UK's leading insurance providers in minutes. If you're lucky enough to have more than one bike, Entire Cover can compare multi-bike quotes all in one place, saving you time and hassle. Visit entirecoverinsurance.co.uk, insuring life's adventures, big and small.
Davey Todd has made the climb of the mountain on the Superbike. 14 minutes and 9 is his lap time against Michael Dunlop's opening lap, the fastest of the night, of 14.08. So he's about 0.6 of a second down on that Dunlop time is Davey Todd, but Michael Dunlop is out there on a second lap. He's just set the fastest sector of the night, Glen Helen to Balaf. He's done that in 3 minutes and 8. The fastest before that was, I think, a 3:10 maybe, so he's taken a second or more off that sector time, Glen Helen to Balaf. The lap time out to Balaf is 7:28, which is exactly where Davey Todd was as he came through Balaf. His pace seems to have just dropped off a little bit, but compared to where Dunlop was on his standing start lap, he is 2 seconds quicker to Balaf. So we'll keep an eye on that, but we're counting down now as the gate has closed and the session is concluded. These guys will be short lapped on these laps, as we were explaining earlier. They will get their full lap time credit, but they won't get to cross the line at the start finish. They will come in at the north gate into the paddock as we start to build up towards the sidecar session. And let's get down to Chris Kinley.
Yeah, 1950, the sidecars are going to get going in that low sun here. John McGuinness just saying there as well about the low sun. And we talked about, God, it seems an ages ago with Jennifer Tinmouth, full title, sorry about that, Jenny Tinmouth. It seems ages ago that when we were talking about the strobing effect, but now it's a worse effect because that is dropping quick, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be worse, isn't it, with the lower sun? Yeah, see a lot of the riders swap into a darker visor, and yeah, just gonna. I think they're prepared for it from last year. They had the same sort of strobing effect, and so lots of the riders and drivers are fully aware of it and will be prepared for it. And like McGuinness said, it's sort of up to the Glenvine section, anything from here up to Ballycrane, you know, that sort of that area of the track. So it's just a case of being aware of it and being cautious and rolling off if you're not feeling comfortable.
Just rolling off because you can get caught out, can't you? You can just miss an apex by a meter or 2 meters.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like going through a tunnel. When you go through a tunnel and your eyes adjust to the light in the tunnel, it's quite dark, and then you come straight back out.
Yeah, we're just going over the other side. Bring your tea, Jen. Just for information up there in the commentary box, Jenny went and got us a cup of tea because she's all right like that. I tell you what, we didn't used to get that. I tell you, didn't get nothing. We're lucky. So the Team Founds machine, the number 2 bike. Let's have a little look. Both got dark visors on. P Founds, Jevon Walmsley. Number 3 right behind them. That's the Crow Boys. I do like the new helmet colour scheme that they've got. Ryan and Callum. The LCR Honda. Kell Properties on the side as well. Number 1, Ben Birchall, Kevin Rousseau on their Hager Wickham Blackwell machine. Kell Properties on the side of that as well. And Kell Properties on the side of Dave Molyneux too on the number 5 bike. So Kell Properties put a bit of money into the Sidecar world. 30 seconds to go before the start of the Sidecar session. Number 2, number 3, number 1 and number 5 are going to be your first 4 outfits on the road. So stand by. We know there's a lot of people around the track. You heard one of the riders saying earlier on he couldn't believe how many people were around. Let's listen to this. The team founds the LCR, or the DDM Honda, should I say, of Team Founds away. And there we go. They get to the bottom of the pit lane, 3/4 of the way down as the Crow Boys head away with 3 lights, the 3 red lights on the back of the outfit, the back of the, should you say the cockpit, would you call it that, or the working area for the passenger. Number 1 is next to go. That's Birchall, or 1 Birchall and 1 Rousseau. Number 5 is next. That's Dave Molyneux, Jakey Roberts. Who's your racing tyre sticker on the side of that? Number 4 is next to go. That's Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes. They've been in partnership for a couple of years now, haven't they? On their LCR Honda. And there's a good old colour scheme there for number 7, Steve and Matty Ramsden. They get ready to go on their LCR Honda, the RS Motorcycles Ramsden racing machine. Number 9, always well turned out. Well, they all are really, but this one, Lewis Blackstock and Patrick Rosney on their LCR Yamaha, the Dave Holden racing machine. They're away. Next to go is number 10. Good to see him back riding. Alan Founds, Ryan Gibbons, the newcomer passenger in the chair. The LCR Yamaha of Alan Founds away. Number 11, Todd Ellis, Emmanuel Clement on the Brooklyn Sand and Aggregates CES Yamaha. Number 12 is next to go, Daryl Gibson on the Gibson Racing CES Suzuki. Tom Christie in the chair on that one. Nice and easy away for Daryl Gibson. 6 is next to go. Good to see him back here. John Holden, Frank Clays on the Carl Cox Social Motor Village Morin CES Suzuki. 15 is next. 15 is Greg Lambert and Andy Haynes. The ever-vibrant Greg Lambert. 18 is next to go. John and Jamie Saunders on their Apollo Blinds LCR machine. It's a Yamaha engine in that one. Number 19 is next. 19 is Dan Knight and Ben Hughes on their LCR Honda, the Green Ant racing machine away. The second DMR outfit after Dave Molyneux's one is away is Derek Lynch and Anthony McDonald. They're from, of course, Southern Ireland on the DMR Suzuki. White Rose Racing, number 20, that's Steve and Sean and Ben Chandler on the CES Honda. Glenlock campsite on the side of that. We mentioned that before, didn't we? 26 is next to go. 26, Andy King and Andrew Sixworth on the Lumley Ireson Honda Solania on the side of that machine. It was important to give the sponsors a mention for them. Alan Thomas and Jody James on their Ireson Honda 600. The LJ Smart repair machine is away. It says, thanks to Horst on the rear seat box. 29 is next. John Shipley and Diamond McRaymond, close enough, on the Pit Plan Tyre Brown Fire Protection LCR Suzuki. Team Flying Dutchman are next. Vigard Kranenberg and Jaminine Migadal on the LCR Honda, or Migadal, sorry, should I say. Bit of wheel spin off there now. 31, Chris Schofield and Tom Dawkins on their SSR Baker Honda. The session's been underway 3.5 minutes. 25 is next to go. 25, Robert Hancock, Basil Bevan on the RJ Contracting Environmental Services. Mirror, Mirror, that's the song as well. Shelbourne Suzuki. Number 30 is next. Robert Dawson, Matthew Sims, newcomers on the Dawson Classic Motorcycles LCR Honda. We'll take this one away. We'll hand that to Chris for them through the split at Glen Helen. It's number 16 is Wayne Lockie and Matthew Roston on the LCR Yamaha as number 22 rolls up Mike Russell and Vicky Cook.
Thanks very much, Chris. Yeah, we're still just monitoring these laps of the top guys on the solos. At the end of the session, Davey Todd has completed. Peter Hickman has just completed, I think. Davey Todd went second fastest at 129.575, which was not quite as quick. It was literally a tenth of a second slower than Michael Dunlop, but Michael Dunlop is still out there on this lap. In fact, he's just completed, and it is the quickest lap of the... Is it? Or is it? Yes, 100. No, it's not quite as quick. He's actually backed it off a little bit for the end of the lap. 128.875 for Dunlop. Hickman 128.549. But nonetheless, we're up at 129.59. Lee Johnson on the opening night.
Yeah, incredible times. Like we're saying again, we just throw these off the bat of a hat, and people don't understand how quick these guys are going. So yeah, Michael's grabbed the headlines for tonight. But do we know that was obviously on the 2024 Superbike? Is that correct?
We think so.
Yeah, we think so. So yeah, we think that's probably going to be the pick of machinery for the week, because he's gone out and done 2 laps on that this evening, then, rather than the 23 Superbike, which he chose to go out on first.
It is the 24 we're hearing bike that he's gone out on. I imagine having the luxury of having 23 and 24 spec bikes here. We're going to let you go, Lee Johnston. Your work is done for today. Thank you very much for all of your efforts today. And we're going to bring in Patrick Ferrance for the sidecars.
For all them 3 stats that I got wrong, I'm very, very grateful. Great start to my new job. Thanks for having me.
Go grab yourself some supper. As Patrick moves in, and we will start to try to pick up the sidecars. It looks like the Crows are quickest at the moment, out to Glen Helen, 4 minutes 50. They're 7 seconds quicker than Birchall and Rousseau, and then Founds and Walmsley a quarter of a second down on Birchall, but only the very first few crews out through Glen Helen.
You can see there on the track, it's still a bit damp through that Glen Helen section, but that's a quick time from Birchall and Rousseau. I'm not going to try and make any predictions. I'm going to learn from Lee Johnston's mistakes and not predict anything through this session and just see what comes to us.
And I'm just going to let you talk while I try and get the sidecar sector times up.
Yeah, so we've got Crow and Crow there, 4 minutes 50. Reeves down in 5th, Blackstock and Rosny in 4th place, 4.2 seconds off then. That's sector time. Birchall and Rousseau 7 seconds down, and Founds and Gibbons, that's not correct. It's just come down.
Here we go. We've got a consolidated leaderboard now. I think the Crows, as we say, fastest in 4 minutes 50.4 out to Glen Helen. Let's just have a look at the representative data.
Alan Founds with the newcomer Rhys Gibbons there, dropped into 5th place. That's a real competitive first sector for him, so he must be feeling good.
Yeah, they're quicker, actually. Last year's opening sector for the sidecars on the opening night, on the standing start lap, it was Pete Pounds. In fact, Pete Pounds was quickest on both the first and the second laps last year. He did a 4:54.2 out to Glen Helen. The Crows are there in 4:50.6, so they are 3.8 seconds quicker to Glen Helen on the standing start lap tonight than they were on the opening qualifying last year.
Yeah, that's quite impressive. And it's sort of this time of night you get real sun dazzle going through Ballagary, Glenvine area, and then all the way through that section and beyond, all the way to the Glen Helen section. You get real bad sun dazzle. The sun, it comes down real low, so the guys will have like dark visors on, but you can't go too dark, because if you're going to do 2 laps by the time you get to the end of the second lap this time of night, the night seems to be really drawing in.
See the Birchalls coming into Douglas Road corner. We see Pete Founds was behind someone on the run through Kurt Michael. Didn't quite catch who it was. It was the Crows, was it? So Pete Founds is right with them as well. In fact, I think they may have overhauled him. The Crows may have got ahead of Founds as we see the Birchalls come through Kurt Michael.
Yeah, you can hear him there. You can hear him on the microphone in the background. He's not holding back, really, to say he's got new passenger on. He's sort of giving it right from the off.
Absolutely. Tim Reeves next into Douglas Road corner as well. So these leading outfits are well through the opening sector and on their way to the lap. So it's Crow and Crow who lead the way by over 7 seconds from Birchall and Rousseau. Then Pete Founds and Jevon Walmsley are 3rd fastest. Then Lewis Blackstock is 4th fastest with Patrick Rosny, and then Alan Founds and Rhys Gibson. So both Blackstock and Founds returning to the TT after a year out and in the top 5 times.
Yeah, it's great to see. And like I said before, Lewis Blackstock and Paddy Rosny, they're on stock motors from what they use in the British Championship bike. So that's a good start for them. They'll be happy with them. I managed to get a quick word with them after that first session, and they said they were really happy. Just a couple of minor tweaks from that first outlap. but they seemed really happy. But unfortunately, I didn't actually notice if Lee Crawford managed to make it back. He broke down in that outlap, and I don't think he managed to get out yet. So a bit of a bad start to the TT practice session for him.
We're hearing that the plan for Birchall and Rousseau is to go through and do 2 straight laps.
Yeah, I think that'll be the plan for the most of the guys, unless they're really not comfortable or something's wrong. Obviously, the solo boys they get to do 3 or 4 laps every night, but the sidecars with a time they get 40-minute sessions, so they can only really do 2 laps each night. So by the end of practice week, if you get all 5 nights in, the maximum amount of laps you'll be able to get in is 10. So they have to sort of maximise this time whenever they get it. So I imagine unless somebody has some real problems, that the most of the guys will be going through on a flying lap.
So the Crows then quickest through to Ballaugh. They're there in 8 minutes 19. Just looking back a year to that Peter Found standing start lap in the opening qualifying, that was an 8:25. So we are 6 seconds quicker than that type of pace. It ended up being a 116.2 for Founds a year ago. I've got Crow at about 117 type pace to Ballaugh on a standing start opening lap of qualifying. Bonkers.
Yeah, no, the guys are on it. They've been going well. They've been going super well in pre-season. They've done quite a lot of testing, and like they've got all this new development technology that's been passed down from the Birchalls from last year. So they've got all that to sort of play with and sort of dial in. But if they're on that kind of pace already, then things are looking really promising for them guys.
Aren't they just? Ryan and Callum Crowe, obviously our local pair, really going to start pushing forward. We haven't seen any signs, I don't think, from Dave Molyneux yet, so not sure if he got back after his issues on the earlier lap either.
Yes, he did. I managed to catch a word with him and find out what it was. He said it was just a slight electrical plug that he had a problem with, but he managed to ride back on the back roads, and then he definitely went out on that first sector. He went through the first sector, and he's gone through the second sector there.
Yeah, he's through Glen Helen 7th fastest, actually. So if we click back to Glen Helen, obviously we've got a few bikes through Ballaugh at the moment. The Crows quickest to Glen Helen, then Birchall and Rousseau, then Founds and Walmsley. They're about the same pace as Birchall and Rousseau for Pete Founds. Then Blackstock and Rosny, as we said. Alan Founds 5th fastest, then 6th Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes. 7th are Dave Molyneux and Jake Roberts. Then the Ramsdens are 8th, Stephen Matthew Ramsden, 8th fastest. Then 9th, Darryl Gibson and Tom Christie. And rounding out the top 10, Dan Knight and Ben Knight. Let's just see, can we move that on to Ballaugh and see if we can get a better, we've got a more formulated leaderboard now at Ballaugh as well. As we see, Founds is still right with Crow. He's trying to take him back almost there on the run into Schoolhouse. Into Ramsey, he pulls out to the left-hand side of the road. He's keen to get back past here. Is Founds.
I wish the people could see what we could see on the cameras here. Pete,
We've got a shake of the head there. Yeah, Callum Crowe.
They're having a good old battle. I think these guys just need to remember this is the first night of practice, and there's a long way to go yet. But yeah, I don't think Pete's fancied too much being passed by Ryan and Callum there.
No, absolutely not. Callum did not seem too happy at all with the Founds trying to come back past him on the run into Ramsey. So they will be, we can see them through White Gates. They'll make the run up to Stella Maris into Ramsey Hairpin, and then we'll get some times for them as well. There we go. It is the Crows who are quickest now in 12:03. A year ago, Founds was there in 12:07. So it's 4 seconds quicker for the Crows tonight than it was for Founds a year ago. Perhaps not quite as quick as we were at Ballaugh, and that may just be due to the dicing on the road as we see a replay here, Patrick.
Yeah, like I said, I think the guys need to remember this is just the first night of practice. It was onto the left-hander that he tried passing him into the run into Schoolhouse Corner. And
locked up as well, just to get themselves out of trouble there.
The chair wheel locked up as well. So it's he tried a big manoeuvre there, and it's not really necessary this early on in the practice.
We think that Dave Molyneux has stopped out at Westwood as well. So more trouble for Dave Molyneux. Didn't make it round on the free practice lap and hasn't completed this evening either. Greg Lambert is also stopped out there. He's at Laurel Bank. So Greg Lambert stopped at Laurel Bank and Dave Molyneux at Westwood. But that was a bit of a moment there, given it's only first qualifying.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised that the guys have gone so hot, really, straight out of the blocks. Like I said, the conditions are not perfect. There's still damp patches around the circuit, especially under the trees at Glen Helen, and the sun dazzle out to the circuit, out towards the start of the circuit is really quite bad this time of night. So I'm really surprised that they've gone this hot so soon, knowing that they've got a full week of practice yet to go.
Absolutely. So, yeah, the Crows did just drop a little bit of time on that sector out from Ballaugh to Ramsey. We'll see how they do on the climb of the mountain. They did just distance themselves a little bit from Founds as they headed round Ramsey Hairpin, but really the two crews are right together as we see a three-way. What we see here, we see Steve Round, the Ramsden certainly going round. Blackstock and Rosny, I think, together with them. And there are Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement. They've made their way out onto May Hill, onto Ramsey, their first qualifying run at the TT. We'll see them. Whoa, big wheel in the air as they came through White Gates.
Yeah, that's a form of a world champion right there. He must be feeling fairly confident to sort of be sending it on that much coming out of White Gates. The chair wheel right in the air. He'll be the first to admit that he sort of struggles on anti-clockwise circuits because Emmanuel is really quite slight, so it has its advantages on right-handed circuits and down the straights. But going through left-handers, the chair wheel can sometimes be a little bit light, and he'll be the first to admit that they do struggle a little bit on anti-clockwise circuits.
Is there anything you can do set up to stop the amount of bouncing that the passenger wheel is doing there? We've just seen a slow-mo then coming right up through Ramsey past the bus station to the bottom of May Hill, and the passenger wheel is just bouncing.
Yeah, that's always been one of the worst parts of the circuit for a sidecar because you've got such little travel on the suspension, and there's always been a big bump there, and you can see it there perfectly in slow motion how bad it actually is.
Let's see if we can get a leaderboard then at Ramsey. The Crows still fastest, 12 minutes and 3.0, so they are 7.7 seconds quicker than Pete Founds and Jevon Wormsley. Birchall and Rousseau third fastest in 12.13, so about 2.8 seconds down on Founds. This is as far as Ramsey then. Tim Reeves, Mark Wilkes are another 9 seconds or so down on Birchall and Rousseau. Alan Founds and Rhys Gibson in fifth fastest as far as Ramsey, then Lewis Blackstock and Patrick Rosny. The Ramsden seventh fastest, eighth fastest Daryl Gibson and Tom Christie. John and James Saunders ninth fastest. Good time for them as far as Ramsey so far. Rounding out the top 10, Dan Knight and Ben Hughes in 10th. As we now see Crow, he has arrived at Bungalow and Founds is just a second or two behind him. So they've sorted themselves out on the road.
Yeah, but I give a shout out to John and James Saunders there. They've come up through in ninth place after through the first lap. And this is John Holden's bike from last year. So they've come from a completely different chassis manufacturer to this bike. And the investment seems to be really paying off because that's quite impressive to be that far up the leaderboard for them so early on in the practice.
15:48.62 the Bungalow for the Crows, and that's against Founds' time from last year, 15:49.6. So they're still on that 116 point. It's dropped off a little bit to 116.3, 116.4 type pace for the Crows, but nonetheless, really impressive start.
Yeah, really impressive start. I mean, I sort of predicted at the start of the TT that there'd be quite a small drop off in pace with the Hoosier tyres, not having the large sidewall on the rear Avon. I thought it'd be quite detrimental through the Ramsey section for all the bumps because you didn't have the sidewall to sort of squash and drive off the bumps. But it doesn't seem to be the case at the minute. It's quite impressive.
Absolutely, we're waiting for more outfits to arrive at the Bungalow. Pete Founds and Jevon Wormsley showing as second fastest at the moment, about 9 seconds down on the Crows. Then Birchall and Rousseau are just under about 2.8 seconds, just under 3 seconds, 2.8 seconds down on Founds and Wormsley. Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes then 26 or so seconds down on Birchall and Rousseau. So not a great lap time coming for Reeves and Wilkes, but nonetheless you get a lap on the board as we see more outfits arriving into the Bungalow. We've got Blackstock and Rosny, Founds and Gibbons, I think, and Gibson and Christie all circulating together on the run through the Bungalow. So we can drop them into the leaderboard now. Founds and Gibbons dropping in fifth place. Lewis Blackstock and Patrick Rosny dropping in sixth, and Steve Ramsden and Matthew Ramsden dropping in seventh. So fifth, sixth, seventh as far as the Bungalow. As the next sector time we will get will be at Cronknamona for the Crows, who are leading on the road on the opening lap of Sidecar qualifying at TT 2024. Pick them up. We go back to pick up Daryl Gibson and Tom Christie as they come through the Bungalow. We were briefly with Crow the Crows following them on the run down the mountain. But we've gone back to the bungalow to pick up more outfits as they come through there. You can see that the light is just dropping. There's a lot of shade up there now, and that guess makes a difference.
It does make a massive difference. It's real difficult to know what visor to run this time of night, and it's always the same. Sidecars always get sort of the 8 o'clock practice, and it should have been a little bit earlier, but for that unfortunate stoppage earlier on. So it's to the detriment of these guys. But them times, the lap times that they're doing so far are quite impressive. And you've got Daryl Gibson and Tom Christie have just dropped into 8th place there through the bungalow, I think it is, just behind Steve and Matty Ramsden. So they're going well. So the top runners are all Cronknamona now. And we've got Ryan and Callum Crowe come through at 119.7 mile an hour. So you lose a couple of mile an hour. So they're on for 117 mile an hour lap, which is quite impressive for the first night of practice. So they're fastest ever lap.
Founds is right back with them as they come on to Glen Crutchfield Road. The Crows lead the way, but Founds is literally right in their slipstream as they cross the line. The pair of them, I think they've carried on. Are they both carrying on? No, Founds is coming in. So the Crows have carried on for a second lap. The Crows' lap time, 19 minutes 28.306, 116.261, and they might have a tale to tell over what happened with Founds and Walmsley on the run into Ramsey. Founds and Walmsley's lap time, 19 minutes 35.95, so just on 7.4 seconds slower, 115.504. Birchall completes his lap. He carries on as we thought for the second lap with Kevin Rousseau, 114.862 for them as we see the Crows going out through Quarterbridge. We can see the sun is definitely dropping. They're going to have issues with that sun. Even though we're slightly earlier than the sidecars would normally be out, they're still going to have issues, I think, with that sun.
Yeah, you always have issues this time of night. You have an hour window where the sun really is quite low, but 116.2 there from Ryan and Callum Crowe for the opening night of practice. That's quite a respectable lap time, and then that was on a standing start as well. So we'll see what they do on this flying lap now. But Ben Birchall and Kevin Rousseau must be happy. They've gone through 114.8, which is, I believe, will just be about Kevin's ever fastest time that he's ever done. So he must be feeling comfortable on the bike to go straight through and go through for another run. And 112.039 there for Tim Reeves, 20 minutes 12.329. So he's had a good start to the TT this year, managed to get a lap, and he's sort of struggled over the last number of years with reliability and getting laps on the board. So hopefully he's on the road to a good result.
Let's get down to Chris Kinley.
Yeah, Pete Founds, Jevon Walmsley have just come in actually off their lap. They're in conversation with their guys. It's looking like they're possibly going to just lift the fairing off. It's dead easy to do. Just a couple of clips and then just lift the thing off. It all comes on just to reveal the whole thing underneath. So just looking underneath there now. So we don't want to be getting in the way of them doing this at the first night. They want to try and get back out. This session will end. The Sidecar session ends at 20:25. So they've got about 14 minutes. So they've got a little bit of time. They give a bit of a nod ahead of each other, just in conversation. Is Jevon with them there now? And what sort of things, Patrick, would Jevon be relaying to him about that lap? Would he be asking him how the outfit felt, how it felt through the fast corners, through the bumpy bits? What would he be relaying to him?
Yeah, I think he might be relaying to him what the hassle was with the Crow boys. If you could see the footage of it, it was really quite a strong tussle, and I don't think it was needed for the first night of practice. So they'll probably have a reset and a talk about that. I don't know if the Crows just maybe chucked it up the inside of them somewhere where they thought it was a little bit naughty and they tried to get them back. But there's definitely something going on there. I think there's going to be a bit of a niggle about it. But yeah, they'll just be relaying back like different setups, and if it feels anything change with the suspension, if it's too hard or too soft, or obviously these tyres are all new as well. So even like comes down to tyre pressures, they could even be talking about tyre pressures because it's such an unknown.
Yeah, they just got the fairing off the top of it there now, and they're just having a little look in around the rear linkages there, Patrick. So you got the rear swinging arm, if you want to call that, relay that to a solo parlance. So he's just mucking around with that at the moment. Is that just maybe just to extend a bit, just explain a bit there, Patrick?
Yeah, I mean they could have had a brand new chain on it. It might just be a little bit slack, so they can adjust the swinging arm just to take a bit of chain tension up. Because obviously it is the first night of practice, so you'll be bedding in brakes and scrubbing in tyres for later on in the week. So there's all kind of factors going on.
Yeah, they're just fiddling around there now. Number 9's just come in. Lewis Blackstock and Patrick Rosney. Should just let Pete just adjust that, whatever he's adjusting there. It looks like he's just either tightened something or backing something off there now. Maybe just to tighten it up a little bit, possibly. But anyway, he's got loads of time to do. He's got another 14 minutes or so. In fact, no, 12 minutes or so now to do the information that he's doing. Another outfit just across the line. Lewis and Patrick are in. And they're just rolling back slowly. They just realised don't run your passenger over anyway. So
that was John and James Saunders that just
Okay.
came over the line there.
They're going well, aren't they?
Yeah, they're going very well. They've done a lap time of 105.6. So the first sight of practice for them, like I said before, that's John Holden's LCR chassis from last year. So the investment's paying off because I don't think they've ever been that far up the leaderboard, but they've come into the pit lane as well. So they'll be with you shortly.
Yeah, so what Pete is doing, Patrick, just to relay the information to the listeners, he's just put his left foot on the rear swinging arm, or the subframe that goes to the back, then just jumped up and down a little bit. So maybe suspension issues then?
Yeah, that's just checking suspension, just having a look, see what it's doing. You can sort of get a good feel by jumping up and down them, get a sort of a base setting. But they'll make adjustments and then just maybe take out the sag of it just to do the measurements.
Yeah, he's talking about the thing picking up and lifting as he's braking on the rear end. So as he brakes, he said he can feel, looks like the arm movements as if he said he can feel the rear end coming up on brakes.
Right, that's maybe a brake bias problem than you would have think because, the things don't generally lift up the back end. Like they can lift up when you're going through right-handers if there's not enough weight on the back wheel because the pivot on the sidecar wheel. So the rear end can lift up then, but not generally on the brakes. But Pete actually has a different setup. If you notice down there, he has his brake on his right-hand side.
He does,
and his gear lever on the left-hand side. That's sort of an unconventional way to have it for the sidecars. They normally have it on the other way around.
It is normally, isn't it? Yeah, but they're just about to put the fairing back on the top of there. Lewis Blackstock and Patrick Rosney, and also just in here as well, John and James Saunders. I'm sure they'll be pretty happy with their lap, and we'll just let Lewis and Patrick just do their conversations. Looks like they're going to head back out as well, or they're just about to drop it back on. Yeah, Lewis is happy enough, and maybe grab a word with John and James if we can and see if they are happy with that. 105, was it? Did you say, Boydie? 105 and a bit?
Yes, it was 105. Just 1 second, my time's gone off there. It was 105.4. It was for them guys.
Okay, they'll be happy with that. Let them just have a conversation with their guys. John's just taken his gloves off first off, so we'll let them debrief because that's important on this first night. It looks like Lewis Blackstock and Patrick Rosney are going to go back out again, and it does look like Pete Founds and Jevon Walmsley are going to head out as well. But on the second lap, Chris Boyd, how are the Crow Boys getting on? Because they will be through Glen Helen way by now, I would say.
They are through Glen Helen. There's 3 outfits through Glen Helen. The Crows are through there in 4:48.3. On the opening lap, it's a 4:50.4. So they're only 2.1 seconds or so quicker this lap compared to last lap, which that setting sun may have a part to play in. Birchall and Rousseau are through in 4 minutes 52.2, so they're about 4 seconds down on the Crows. And then Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes are the third outfit through in a 4:56. So if we go back now, we can provide, as Patrick was trying to bring you the times, Ryan and Callum Crowe then on that opening lap, 116.261, 19 minutes 28.3, and that was 7.6 seconds quicker than Peter Founds and Jevon Walmsley, who came in 1939.9, 115.505. Birchall and Rousseau 114.862. That was 6.5 seconds down on Founds' time. Then you go back nearly 30 seconds, 29.79 seconds to Reeves and Wilkes, 112.039. Alan Founds and Rhys Gibson, 110.467. And sixth fastest, Lewis Blackstock and Patrick Rosney, 109.557. The rest of the top 10, seventh, the Ramsden, Matty Ramsden, eighth, Daryl Gibson and Tom Christie, ninth, John and James Saunders. That really impressive lap by them. 10th, Dan Knight and Ben Hughes, and we can actually go down a little bit further. 11th, Michael Russell and Vicky Cook. So that's a really impressive lap by them as well. 11th fastest, Sean and Ben Chandler in 12th, Wayne Lockie and Matty Rostrom in 13th, Andy King and Andrew Slingsworth 14th, and rounding out the top 15, Alan Thomas and Jody James. And since there's 17 completed a lap, we might as well tell you 16 and 17 as well. Derek Lynch and Anthony McDonnell in 16th fastest, John Shipley and Diamond McRaymon in 17th. In fact, we're just saying, no, we're not. We're looking for a time for Ellis and Clement, and we haven't seen that. So let's try to get out onto the second lap. Yes, indeed, at Glen Helen, more outfits now through. The Crows still fastest, then Birchall and Rousseau, then Reeves and Wilkes. Alan Founds and Rhys Gibson are fourth fastest. Ellis and Clement are 5th fastest. Daryl Gibson and Tom Christie 6th. This is on the second lap out to Glen Helen. Ramsden in 7th. Is Founds looking anywhere like getting out for a second lap here, Chris?
Not just yet. He's just having the visor cleaned on the front of his helmet there for the number 2 outfit in there. Maybe go word of John and James Saunders if we can. Maybe see if they're pleased with their night's work. Just get into them if we can. We've let them have the defense. Sorry, John. So James, how was that then? 105 and a bit. Is that about the quickest you've gone?
No, we went a little bit quicker than that last year. We managed to get up to 109 last year.
First time on this though.
First time on this bike, so I'm quite happy with that. Yeah, it was a bit flighty, so we just need to get used to riding it and maybe a bit of fine tuning, play about with it.
Just explain to not to me, to the listeners out there, a bit flighty. Just explain that to them.
It was just a little bit wandering about on the road. When you hit the brakes, it was like just pulling to the left a little bit, which sort of unnerves you a little bit. And then it's a little bit bouncy and bumpy, but we'll see how we get on.
Just little changes because you've only got about 40 mil of travel or something like that, isn't it?
Yeah, there's not much room on the suspension anyway, so you don't want to mess around with it too much. But we'll have a little tweak with it and we'll see how we get on.
From the passenger point of view, James, how was that?
Yeah, it was all right. Just getting used to it. Completely new platform for me. So I'm a bit stuck up in wind. So it's trying to rip me off the back most places. But yeah, we'll try again tomorrow, hopefully, all weather permitting.
Yeah, weather permitting, of course. But of course, John Holden's old outfit from last year, we know it's a proven thing. So explain to the listener, again, just tell it from the listener standpoint. You said on the platform there, it's completely different. Explain the two differences between last year's and this year's.
Last year, we can't really see it on the radio, but I didn't have the L cut out on the platform, so I had a bit more space for my legs. So in some places, it's an advantage, but I'm just struggling to get tucked in and get comfy for, all the fast straights, really.
All right, well, I'll let you get some more water on, boys. Boys, thanks for talking to us.
Cheers, thank you.
Thanks, guys. Cheers, yeah. So what he's on about there is the rear platform. It's not a square. It's had I'm going to inch it, about 8 inches took off it around the corner. So it's basically that bit is missing, and that bit, if he had that, which I probably think they'll probably work on that overnight, to be fair, they'll get that in. You could fit in there, Beth. Absolutely, Beth Espy. Completely, you'll fit in there. We'll get you in there.
Yeah.
Shoehorn.
Okay. Yep.
Shoehorn, you're in there. That'll do. Right, boys, there you go. That's the thoughts of John and James Saunders. Back to you.
Is Jenny still down there? Has she
Jennifer
ever been on a sidecar?
Jenny has been on a sidecar. Not yet.
No, I haven't, but I would absolutely love to.
Would you drive or sit inside?
I'd actually like a go at both.
Ooh.
I think it'd be more scary as a passenger, so I'm up for that as well as driving.
Goodness me, you can imagine it. Michael Dunlop did it 1 year at Scarborough from memory. Did okay on it too. Beth, that was a good few years ago.
Well, I'll tell you what, Jenny, you drive and I'll sit as long as you just go up and down Park Ferme. Yeah.
You mad? Mind you, again, I've seen you drive, Beth. So anyway, yeah, but we'll sort it out, Manx Grand Prix and the Festival of Derby. We'll sort it out for you to have a go in the outfit with somebody, okay?
Great.
Greg Lambert does a sidecar school. There you go, at Cadwell Park, is it? Somewhere.
Is there a child's sidecar?
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a little one, with a step to get in. Back to you, boys.
Just waiting on the Crows, who are making their way up towards White Gates right now, so we'll have a time in for them at Ramsey Hairpin very soon as well. They're pushing quite hard through White Gates there.
Yeah, we're just looking at the speed trap times there through Sulby, 155.559 for Ryan and Callum Crowe, so they've got a good lump of speed in them, and faster than the Birchells, actually. Birchall and the Rousseau, 153 mile an hour they did. So the Crows are fastest through the speed trap there.
Indeed. Let's just get their lap comparison then. Lap 1 on the standing start. They were there in Ramsey at 12:03, 12 minutes and 3.0. They're there on the second lap, 11:59.722. So they're just upping the pace towards a 1:16.6 type pace. Their opening lap, 1:16.261. Who else is through? Let's go back to Balaf, actually, because we've already got them and the Birchall through Ramsey on this second lap. At Balaf, it was the Crows from Birchall and Rousseau, then Reeves and Wilkes third fastest. They are 8:35 against an 8:24, so about 11 seconds down on Birchall. Then Alan Founds and Rhys Gibson, fourth fastest at Balaf. Then Daryl Gibson and Tom Christie. And then the Ramsden sixth fastest and seventh fastest are world champions Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement of the 7 outfits through the Laugh so far. So we'll flick on to Ramsey, and obviously we just have the Crows and Birchall and Rousseau through at the moment, although we see Tim Reeves just looking back at his passenger as he comes on the run up past the bus station in Ramsey, just checking all is well, I guess, with Mark Wilkes and making sure everything's in place as they make their way up May Hill and on towards White Gates. And we pick up now the Crows up on the climb of the mountain. using quite a lot of the road here on the run up through Guthrie. They're right out over the white line as they push on up towards the mountain mile. The left-hander will take them onto the mountain mile, and then they'll go through the little bridge right-hander, and they'll be away then onto the mountain mile that is in no way straight.
You do get time to rest up on the mountain. It's quite. You come onto the mountain mile and you do get a mile to rest. It's quite nice because you've been working hard through the trees through Glen Helen, and you can get quite stuffy in the helmet and behind because the passenger as well sat behind the radiator, so you've got all the heat from the radiator coming to, so it can get quite stuffy. So when you come onto the mountain, you get like a cool fresh air, and it is quite nice just to sort of to get onto that section, just to have a bit of a cool down and a bit get the heart rate back down to normal or somewhere near normal.
Absolutely. Who'll be picking up here? Bounds and Gibbons. I think Alan Van's back at the TT with his nephew, is it?
It's his nephew, yes. Yeah. Who's the grandson of the great Des Founds, who's Sidecar royalty around the TT here.
Generational around the TT. Absolutely. We'll pick them up. We look for them as they come. Yeah, they've got a wheel lifted as well, coming out through white gates.
He's doing good lap times. He's sort of not giving him much time to sort of get embedded in. You can see there, Alan will be wearing an orange vest, and that won't be for him. All newcomers to the TT have to wear that on the sidecars, and that'll save Reese wearing the vest and getting it tangled up with anything. But he's not giving him much time here to sort of get used to anything. He's giving a good apprenticeship.
Absolutely, and right in behind them on the road, the Ramsdens, as we then look back to Darrell Gibson and Tom Christie on the approach into Parliament Square.
Tom Christie, they're one of the three brothers from the CES chassis manufacturers, so he builds the bikes and also passengers on this one.
Absolutely, as they head on, we see them up through May Hill and on up to White Gates, just jinking about the front of the sidecar.
Yeah, you're always on the edge of the tyres, and they're always sort of searching for grip. And if they just let go a little bit, and then they can look sometimes a little bit snatchy. But it's early days for all these guys, just trying to get a good, decent setup and something that feels comfortable. And it's the real finicky things to get right, with the differences between the lefts and the rights.
So if you have any real suspension to work with.
Yeah, you got 30 or 40 mil, and you can have different spring rates. You have got quite a lot of adjustment, but actually getting them right, it's a bit of a dark art. It's the real sort of tricky things to sort of get set up.
As we pick up Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement on their run into Ramsey on the second lap, so they're certainly well into Ramsey on the second lap. They're going to get hopefully a 2-lap run in. Just going to see if we could pick up a first lap time for them on the opening lap. I'm not sure if the transponder picked up a time. No, it's not recording a time for them, but they have obviously completed a first lap because they're out there on a second.
Yeah, they look really comfortable, to be honest. Obviously, they've done the homework. They're world champions. They're not going to come here sort of not doing the homework. They're going to come here and do the best of their ability that they can. So they definitely look as though they seem to know where they're going, which is the biggest thing around here, sort of to learn to a start. But they look really, really comfortable.
We're just picking up the Birchalls on the run down from Brandywell towards Dukes and down towards Windy Corner. And there's a bit of mist just appears to be dropping in over the mountain. It's at a highish level at the moment, so hopefully we'll be okay. But it definitely is just dropping in.
Yeah, and also you get the bikes will run better with this because it's you could feel it before, like the temperature in the air in the last sort of hour or so, it really dropped off, which only helps the bikes run like in a real sweet spot. So with that mist coming in as well, the temperature will be dropping the whole time, I would have thought. As we see there, Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes, he'll be happy for a good start to the TT. He's had sort of a bit of a disappointing few years by his own admission, I would have thought, round here. But he's sort of not doing the World Championships this year, sort of put that to a side to sort of focus and put all his efforts and all his focus into the TT for the best result for this year.
Yeah, the Crows then have gone 1.5 seconds quicker on the climb of the mountain this lap than their first lap. They are at the bungalow in 15 minutes 43.9 against a 15:48.6 on the opening lap. So they're upping that pace towards 116.7 type pace from 116.2. So they are just adding that little bit on for this second flying lap.
Yeah, and then coming down into the Cregna bar there, you have Birchall and Russo. He looks really comfortable, actually, does Kevin. I don't think Ben's giving him an awful amount of time, but he's really astute with how he goes about things. He's Ben Birchall. He's a real thinker, and that's why he's won so many TTs and his World Championship. But
not sure if you can hear a bike just leaving, but that's Peter Hickman going out on a filming lap, I think, for the Monster FHO team.
Yeah, doing his bit for his media. He's good at the old media stuff. He's Pete Hickman. But there, Fownes and Gibbons, I think Rhys Gibbons looks really, really comfortable on the back of that bike. I said before, he's sort of one of the new generation of young passengers coming through, and he's sort of looks super comfortable. It'll be interesting to have a word on him after the practice to see exactly how he's feeling and how he's getting on.
So the Crows then, Ryan and Callum, are through Cronknamona. They're on the run to us here at the TT Grandstand for the end of this lap, the opening lap that they did, 116.261, 19 minutes 28.3 Cronknamona. They are about 4 seconds inside that pace. So we are still looking at this 116.6, 116.7 type pace for the Crows. We'll have them with us very, very shortly, and the Birchalls won't be far behind them as we see them go down through Bedstead. In fact, here they come, Ryan and Callum. The checkered flag is out, so they have finished their evening's work, and it is 116.699. I said 116.6, 116.7. I'm going to take 116.699.
After Lee's efforts, I wasn't making any predictions. I was going to leave that down to you. But no, that's a good night work for them guys. First night of practice, 2 laps at 116 mile an hour, so pretty consistent. And I think they'll be happy with that. As you can see, the Birchalls now just coming down Glen Crutchley Road. We'll see what Ben and Kevin can do as they come over the line now. Does sound nice, that thing.
115.882, so very good.
Yeah, very good. Like it'll just build up. That's quite a good confidence booster that for Ben to go so fast so early in the practice with Kevin, who's never actually finished a racing lap round here. Like I say, he's an established passenger. He's very, very good. He's super professional. But to be able to come and do that off the bat, that's quite impressive and bodes well for the rest of the TT for them guys.
Absolutely. We're just going to pick up, I think, 1 or 2 retirements that we may have not bought you. We bought you, I think, Dave Molyneux. We bought you Greg Lambert. Rob Hancock has stopped out at Douglas Road Corner at Kirkmichael, making his own arrangements. Lee Crawford has stopped out at Sarah's Cottage, making his own arrangements. And it looks like John Holden may have stopped initially at Laurel Bank and then again out at Guthrie's.
Yeah, disappointing for them guys. It's like time is paramount out on the track. You can't beat track time around here when you're trying to get things set up so early in the week. So it's a night loss for them guys, especially Lee Crawford. He hasn't finished a lap yet, so he'll be super disappointed with that. So back to the drawing board for him, and I'm sure he'll put whatever's gone wrong, he'll put it right, and then be back out tomorrow.
Tim Reeves and Mark Wills complete their second lap, 113.597 for them on that second lap. That's their fastest as well.
Yeah, solid night there for Tim. 2 laps in, he'll be happy with that. Well, 3 laps with a lap earlier on as well, so he'll be happy with that. I think it's more than he did a couple of years ago in total for the whole TT. So it's going in the right direction for him. He'll sort of be building up slowly. He'll not go out and put all his cards on the table to straight away. So 113.597 it's a good night work that for Tim.
Pete Fownes and Jevon Walmsley did get out for a second lap at the end of the session, but it will be 2 standing start laps, whereas others have had a flying lap. They are out through Ballaugh at the moment in 8 minutes 29. That compares with Crow's standing start lap of 8:19 and his quicker lap of 8:17. So they are on a like-for-like standing start to standing start lap, 10 seconds down on the Crows as far as Ballaugh. So it's not going to set the world alight, this lap. It's probably not going to be quicker than their opening lap, which was 115.5.
But Chris Kinley did say that they're having them problems, so you don't really have time to adjust anything when you sort of mid-session. So even if you go out and get an extra lap and you're going to learn something, and even if you ride round a few problems to start with, it's always advantageous.
More and more outfits going through. Let's just see if we can pick up some of the times. I think the Ramsdens have just finished. They have 110.313. Alan Fownes and Rhys Gibson, 110.492 are the latest 2 finishes. Let's get down to the team on the ground. I think the sidecars have probably just gone straight down to their paddock, but let's see what the thoughts of Chris Kinley, Jenny Tinmouth and Beth Espy are.
Yeah, interesting long day. Obviously, a bit of a delay earlier on, and we know why delays happen here on the Isle of Man. The weather changes, and it has gone quite cold. It's kind of saying it's kind of like Manx Grand Prix weather, to be fair. Now, but Beth, been a good day, been pretty good. Thanks to Lee, and thanks to Patrick for being down here with us as well.
Yeah, it's been absolutely brilliant, hasn't it? And I think lots of smiles and lots of faces. Work still to do, but we kind of forget it's only day 1 of practice week. Just had a little bit of a note about a bike which lost something on the first lap of qualifying at Craignabar. So if you know whose bike that was, I think they had to stop a little bit further down from the Craig. But that piece that flew off the bike has been picked up. So if you give us a shout, hopefully we'll be able to reunite you.
Yeah, that person can bring it to the race office maybe or something like that. We'll be able to reunite it with the riders. Jenny, your highlights of the day, what are you thinking about? What was good?
John McGuinness. Yeah, it's just he's finally. That was brilliant. Yeah, it's just been a successful night, hasn't it? Like you say, with the weather this morning, this afternoon's been brilliant, and everyone looks like Beth said, super relieved just to get the first night of practice out of the way.
A lot of laps in, of course, and a few people with a few machine issues as well. From me, from Jenny, and from Beth for the final time for a Monday evening, Bank Holiday Monday on the Isle of Man. We'll hand you back to the tower.
Thank you very much, and well done to all of the team down there. That's been a long run on air since 2 o'clock this afternoon, but fantastic to be on air and have a full day's action at TT 2024. We've got more sidecars still completing their laps, but we're going to start to just recap the leaderboards from earlier on in the evening. Our first qualifying